These futures are looking distinctly different from one another here this morning. We've got the NASDAQ poised to open relatively flat, at least as of right now, and the S&P 500 actually gapping down a bit here now. A lot of this strength in the NASDAQ could have to do with some of these big tech names, specifically NVIDIA and Marvell. MRVL getting some love from NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, calling this roughly $200 billion company the next trillion-dollar company during that joint Computex keynote between Jensen Huang and Marvell CEO Matt Murphy last night. Now, another Mag 7 name certainly going to be discussed today is GeoOGL, this name pushing lower, trying to raise $80 billion. We know CapEx is a concern. Let's see if it's a concern further here today for Google shareholders. Berkshire Hathaway also implicated in at least part of this financing, according to this Google announcement. Not moving too much here. We had some biotech news on what ABVX to the downside. Lots of earnings to talk about, and even more earnings after the bell tonight and throughout the week. Should be another exciting session. Good morning, Sharif.
Good morning, Adara. Lots to talk about today, guys. HPE here is absolutely ripping up above 27% as we currently speak. Also, MCHP, a name we've been talking a lot about, the less advanced 7 nanometer and above, also gapping up quite aggressively to the tune of 8%. SMCI with a possible new server rack, a tie-up with AMD, also looking good, up 4.5%. Victoria's Secret leading the bunch here, up 37 and 4/5. Very good look for them. AbbVie, as Adira mentioned, ABVX down 32% on the back of a failed study there. So there is no shortage of things to discuss this morning, guys.
Yeah, let's pull up that ABVX there, ABVX, just so you guys can see here, down pretty sharply. Study actually not too bad on its face, but there are some concerns about in higher doses cancer issues here. So that is, again, the ABVX story. I'm also just seeing more quantum news here from IBM. The stories do not stop, guys. Just seeing come across my blotter, IBM committing over $10 billion to quantum computing over the next 5 years. Not a big shock, and but stock bouncing a little bit here. Let's see how this continues. In the meantime, I have one man in front of me who I know is excited to talk about Marvell. Good morning to Sean, and good morning to Neil.
Good morning. I didn't realize, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize what IBM did yesterday.
They went down, yeah, some of the software names were downside, but some were upside yesterday. It was a weird one.
Well, I remember it being gapped up. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, I just heard Dara said that. I just pulled up IBM to see if it was moving and didn't realize it had almost a 10% drop from the highs yesterday. Anyways, but this is the market we're in, because if you're flying, a 10% drop is like, meh, is the way you got to think about it. Like if Marvell dropped 10%, like what would you think? Meh. Well, if Dell dropped 10%, what would you think? Whatever. It's been up so much. HPE, down the line. And what's crazy is like the market's basically flat, because for all of the stuff that's looking great and strong and all well and good, well, you got Alphabet with that historic raise. They're off the highs, almost 10% now. So almost correction here for Alphabet. Yeah, so, little value might be coming back into this name. Look, Anthropic filed for their IPO, but I mean, the story today is HPE and Marvell, realistically. Jensen says a couple words and you get 20 points. That's pretty nice.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is, Adair and I were talking about this last week, and we said, as soon as Marvell hits that stage, watch out. And that's exactly what wound up happening. So we're pretty happy on this side here today, as Marvell just creates so much. Last year, guys, we had Palantir, in the account. And, this year we've got Marvell. Let's see what happens coming in the second half of this year, see if we can have a similar pick. But yeah, Marvell, just back in March, was $80. Right now it's $270. So we've been talking about this name forever. We actually had this, I was just looking at it right here. Thanks you to Ramin for putting this out. This goes back when we actually had our picks, and we were able to just find Marvell. It was just a nice move there. And the funny thing about it is, Jensen called it 5 times from here. So I don't think this has a $1,000 handle on it, but if it does, then we'd be quite happy with that. So let's see what winds up happening with Marvell over the next little while. Jensen talking about, and we talked about this the whole time. I mean, that was part of my whole thing, was that this is an ecosystem play, and there it goes to the high side today. It's Marvell, so it's all on our watch list. Everything's ready to rock and roll. That means we got a story coming. Ooh, shake your body. Cuts Q2 outlook citing current macroeconomic uncertainty. Yeah, because a lot of people are, putting their money into Marvell. They're not going to buy burgers. So we got to watch out for what that's SHAK is.
Not that Shack, but the other.
Yeah, 50. Okay, so nice little downside. Did they report or? I mean, I know that's the headline there, so they must have. Unless that's an early.
I'm gonna make a guess and say that maybe.
What's going on with that?
They reported on
$100.
I'm just seeing that they cut their guidance. That's all I'm seeing as of right now. Just a guidance update. If I get more, I'll let you know. But it doesn't look immediately like this is earnings related as of today.
Yeah, take back the dancing when that headline came up. When looking at that chart. The only person you're dancing if you're a short seller on this thing lately.
What is lunch today? I want to get a burger because this is the mood is too good today to be worried about.
What's going on with these
everything? We can actually get Shake Shack in here today, so maybe we should do that for lunch because now that Randy's in here, he's getting the approval stamp.
As long as we're not ordering on Wednesday, because I took a slight peek.
Oh, you're not here one? You're not here tomorrow?
No, Wednesday's a good. Well, remember you put up the lunch and I snuck a peek. Wednesday.
Oh, you saw the lunch already. Okay. Are we using these huge mics that are pointing right at our faces yet, or what?
I don't know, man.
We have a whole bunch of new microphones.
They're intense. You guys can't see
here.
them. We don't have a camera that gets them.
No, don't worry about it for now. Who cares? Don't worry about it, Andre. But yeah, IBM was down, and then we get that little story there from IBM, which I have no idea what it was, but it started to move a little higher there. Oh yeah, investment into quantum, $10 more billion. So, the U.S. government's already sort of dropped a little bit of money into this space, and IBM was recipient, I think it was $2 billion. I guess now they're putting in 10 more of their own money into this. And then, yeah, I only have one name written down today, and it's Google, and it's going to be a short, man. I mean, I don't want this name to be short, but we sold some ARM, we sold some NVIDIA. Well, we didn't buy, sold some NVIDIA, sorry. We sold some AMD, we sold some Intel. Should have sold all of the damn crypto. But yeah, looking to get some more money into something. And you actually did the math already, and Neil had mentioned that it was almost 10% there.
Oh,
no, rough math.
I just eyeballed it, man.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is obviously an eyeball as well. But yeah, 9 to 10% down now from I guess the math is quite easy, right? 405 to 360. So yeah, $40 there on Google, and not great, man. Now that you are finally having to. Raise a little bit more money. Is the CapEx story over with? I guess not. They're dropping in $80 billion more looking to raise those funds. And Berkshire came in and gobbled up some of that as well. So there goes NVIDIA up today on more positivity, right? I mean, this is what we did. We rotated out of AMD and Intel last week and bought more NVIDIA. And we weren't feeling it when it was at 215 is when we bought it. It did go down into the 206, 207, 208 area, and then nothing but upside. Oh my gosh. There
Dragos. Oh, that's right, HPE.
All right, best day in the market for me ever. Well, hold on. The market's not open yet, but we'll just say awesome.
He had HPE.
Yeah, I know, but I just, you never know. You never know.
Options on HPE.
Oh, then you're laughing.
You're laughing.
Congrats on the Marvell run.
30%.
Yes, you are. Congratulations to you too. I mean, it looks like we both hit the jackpot overnight.
Got to ring the red.
And HPE's been an absolute. I mean, if you had HPE shares since January, thank you so much for the.
That's 3x HPE. The number of stocks that are 3, 4x. Well, okay. Well, I'm thinking of 4, but there's probably a lot more. The ones I can come up with, the Dell and HPE we know about, Marvell and ARM are easy ones, but there's got to be at least. I'm sure there's...
All those rocket ones were going.
Well, okay,
now they're back.
Fair enough. I guess I'm really just thinking...
Now they've landed.
X-Base, because they've come back a little bit.
Oracle's on a huge run. They're from 130 almost up to 3 or 280 or something like that right now. But those other names are just gone off, right? I mean, there's been a whole bunch that have gone off the rails there. But Dell and HPE, the computer game keeps on going higher, right? I mean, that's part of the Intel story.
Exactly.
So Intel inside, and HPE, what a quarter that they just put out. And we saw Dell, give us the goods, and then Hewlett-Packard came out as well. I think it might be their best day in the history off of an earnings report. And there that name goes, and $25, like $65, like what a move there. As Neil just mentioned, 3x alone for that one. And Marvell, I think, even from we were looking, Adair and I we were all looking at this back in March, because I said, wow, when we talked about it in January, it was 80, but it didn't really do anything, and then there's March 5th, it was $80. So, 80, 60, 240, so you're just over a third, 3x on this one as well. But hey, man, they're all starting to go, and guess whose turn it is next? Step up to the plate, Broadcom, because you're going to be the next one going, I feel like. There's up another 6%. And actually, oh my, wow, that's hilarious. Last week, we were talking about scanning this thing for a free protein shake from Beyond Meat there, and you would have got that. And then now, all of a sudden, wow, what a breakout. We actually were on this last week, and I didn't realize this had happened. So congratulations to Broadcom shareholders as well, because that chart is looking pretty healthy. You know, base it out down here, break, go higher, make a brand new base, break, go higher, make a brand new base, break, go higher, hopefully there for Broadcom. Thing is, now that I see Randy in here right now, you know, it's like, I'm wondering if he's going to get the coffees. Now I can see the situation.
Well, for you, it's like, I actually sometimes will forget because he's blocked.
Now it's too much. I feel the pressure.
Until he gets up, I can't see the guy.
With Randy sitting here, I feel a lot of pressure. I feel like we have to perform at a higher level because of Randy.
Randy.
And congratulations, Randy's daughter got a gem of a deal.
I was about to say, yeah, Randy's daughter got her first car.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Yeah, when Randy comes back, we'll let him tell because that's got to be a great moment.
Yes, so that was. I don't know if it was her first one, but it was.
No, he said it was her first car.
Yeah, I heard the story, but I didn't hear that part. So
that's a big moment. Everyone, you remember your first car, and it's like,
yeah,
usually.
Mine was. I didn't get one until I started working. So my first was something. I think it was an 02 Accord. Sedan, and it was really, I thought it was pretty hot when I got it at the time, and then I started having a family and had to get rid of the 2 doors. So
yeah, 2 doors doesn't work as well.
Oh yeah,
gotta look the family around there.
You know, I didn't look at Berkshire because they're the ones that put 10 billion into Google already, and I do own a little bit of this, and okay, nothing. I didn't know if there was going to be some market effect on Berkshire.
Oh, what the close today? Constellation is.
When's Quantinium?
$340 million worth of buy at the close. It's only a 1.3 Constellation CEG.
Oh, CEG. Okay,
it's weird because they're coming. It's like it's a float increase on the S&P 500. So it's not like it's not an addition or deletion, but like that could be a little bit of something. One of the I didn't center those.
I got to get
this one could be spicy because I love when you have like a support level and you've got an index action at the end of the day. So you almost want you almost want the stock to be down or like at the support going into the close because we know the close can move things. It's a $270 stock. That's why the 1.2 matters, and that's the offering. Yes, Sean Dog. They had a secondary, which is why the float has to increase. So that one could end up in play. Another name which is breaking out. Stop me if you've heard of this one before. We're thinking of all the names that have gone from January. Well, Nokia. There's 2.5 times. That's gapping above highs after they had a 3-day pullback, and then yesterday was a ramp job. Continuation play. I got this one on the list today, just looking for the pullback into the consolidation. I almost said constellation. The consolidation yesterday. So we'll see. That one looks like a good one.
Who did that? And here's another one, a fully and always investable and a must-have in everyone's long-term portfolio. Just kidding. Virgin Galactic. There's another one that just went up 4x in the last 2 weeks. Trying to pull back, is pulling back. This name was just was that real? 560? But anyways, this name's starting to get whacked. You know, remember Whack-A-Mole? That was a fun game, Whack-A-Mole. I used to be pretty good at that one. All the way back down into $7. We'll have to wait to see if Space and Virgin Galactic gets going there today. RKLB. We're going to throw it back to Sharif there now. But yeah, there goes RKLB up 2%. So that's good. That's starting to get going here as well. So nice to see all the movements. And yeah, just what it is today is a lot of fun and a lot. There he is. Hey, Randy. We wanted to hear when you get a maybe in a couple minutes, we wanted to hear that story about their daughter there grabbing that car because you are very, very excited about it.
We've all been in this moment. What did you get? An Accord?
Yeah, I got an Accord, a 2-door 2002.
Mine was a CRX.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, it's because you're cooler than me.
Mazda 626.
Hey. So, yeah, she's been saving her money for like a couple of years. And we've been shopping and looking around. And she got a Volkswagen Rabbit. And you got to look up all the Rabbit commercials from the early 2000s on YouTube because, man, they're funny. Anyway, she's a Wabbit owner. So we got a Wabbit in the house.
All right. Well, that's a Wascally Wabbit there.
She's a Wascally Wabbit.
Congratulations on that one. We're really proud of that, and yeah, take good care of it. I wonder what insurance would be on that thing. Probably not too bad. Oh, perfect. I was going to say $210 a month, so good job over there, the VW Rabbit, and we've been really happy with my Volkswagens as well, so it's a great little thing there. I got to download some new, yeah, it's almost one, yeah, $210 a month. Just, you know, pick up a share of Marvell, pick up a share of NVIDIA, and put that in your pocket. But all right, so that was good. You guys remember what was your first car back there, Sharif?
Mercury Cougar. Bought it in my final year of high school, OAC, and I had to actually get a job to get that car. So that was one of my favorite cars, and I'm actually thinking about buying the exact same one. It was a sky blue, gray leather interior. I actually saw one on Auto Trader available for sale. I think it was like $3 or $4 grand. Just the problem is, no house to put it in anywhere. So got to get the house first, boys.
In high school, you like those Cougars?
I've never been a fan of Cougars, Katina, man. It's not down my alley, baby.
I like that. I like that one. This guy's doing big things in high scholl over here. All right, what is it, Blue Day around here? I just noticed, Sharif. We're in it, Neil's in it. What does Joe got? Joe. You kind of got a blue collar. He's got a blue collar going on there. Adara. Yeah, okay. Here we go, man. It says Blue Jays, Maple Leafs, Argos, Blue Bombers, Adara. There he is. Are we making that bet, Joe? You want the Canes, or what do you want to go? What do you want to go with over there? You're good with Vegas?
When does it start?
Okay, it's tonight.
It's tonight. Okay.
Tonight starts, and then tomorrow.
I don't want to make a bet. I already
Dude, he doesn't want to go double or nothing. He doesn't trust. But that was a good call against the Avs. But I'm surprised you don't want it against the Canes. All right.
That's no fun.
When you're at the top, Katina, man, everybody tries to come for you, right? So now I get to pick everything.
Joe, I know that. I know the feeling.
Big dog, right?
I've never made a sports bet that I wasn't willing to go double or nothing if it gets to the next round.
Listen, man, I'm at the top right now, Neil. So you can come to me with something, and maybe I'll think about it.
I am trying to come with
the
you with
only
something.
bet Joe suggested for sports is literally it's like all season long. I gotta wait till the World Series. We have.
Oh yeah, you have him. You have it. He has the field. No, you.
I have the field.
He has the Dodgers. I actually like Joe's spot, but
I mean, look, the Dodgers. Is the baseball. I'll take the field in almost any sport. I don't like it in the NBA most times, but in almost any other sport,
I'll take the Rams.
Over
then I got to go against these guys, but
the Rams aren't favored to win it.
Mm-hmm.
They're
heavy favorite.
Let's see them stay healthy first. Let's see them stay
That's
healthy.
always the thing about sports, right? I mean, that's the same thing with the Dodgers.
That's
right?
why you always take
Shohei or something, they're screwed, right? Shohei just missed a whole year 2 years ago, right?
With Tommy John
3 years ago, yeah. So you never know what's going to happen over there. Then they'll just buy somebody else. So, all right, let's go back over the desk. 8:17. Wow, we just killed.
Let's go.
Hey, we still have over an hour to go here before the Open. I do want to talk about Google, of course, but I want to go over this Shake Shack. I know not a massive mover, but just to kind of contextualize this here for SHAK. They cut every aspect of their guidance here for fiscal 26 and especially for Q2. They're now expecting revenue here between 415 and 420 million versus 424 to 428 million previously. Same Shack sales. I love that they call that metric that, not same store sales, but same Shack sales. They initially seeing growth between 3 and 5% for Q2. Cutting that to 2.5% to 3%. Have you ever had Shake Shack, Sharif?
I have not.
Yeah, me neither. So I was wondering how their sales are doing, but apparently same Shack sales, not growing as quickly as we were once expecting. Let's talk here about GOOGL, Alphabet. Not a great look here for this one today. They're trying to raise some money, $80 billion, about $10 billion of that going to be helped out here by Berkshire Hathaway.
Absolutely, that's correct, Adara. But the headlines are a little misleading. The mainstream media is leading with, $80 billion. They're looking to buy more computers, more servers, and invest more in AI. That's not exactly how it's working out. So let's get to this. 80 billion, yes, but when you look at their SEC filing, 40 billion of that 80 is going to be at the market program. It's going to start in Q3, and it's going to be used specifically to switch to a sell-to-cover employee compensation model. So about $30 billion of that $40 billion is actually going to go to pay off the IRS tax liabilities that are going to ensue as a result of that employee stock units that are going to vest. So that's point number one. So half of that 80 billion is not going to be used to buy computers and expand for the AI. Obviously, there are some implications with employees getting paid and the productivity therefrom. Also, dilution, also a concern here. So they're very aware of that, and they're engaging with their underwriters, specifically Goldman, JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley to basically get into these what they're called capped call transactions, and they're basically complex options that mathematically are designed to reduce the potential common stock dilution for shareholders. So they're very alive to this issue. Now let's talk about that $174 billion in operating cash flow that they had I believe, over the last 12 months. Not enough for them to be able to get into this new employee compensation model and also spend on AI. So this has analysts a little bit worried here. They're saying basically that 2027 number, which they specifically said was going to be a lot more aggressive than the 180 to 190 billion in capex that they're going to spend in 26, could be markedly higher than what they were projecting initially. Then let's get the Berkshire Hathaway angle of this. Greg Abel, very, very good negotiator here. What did he do? He basically bought a he got a private placement discount. So he bought about $5 billion in Class A shares at about $351 each. That's markedly lower, obviously, than where Google is trading. And he got Class C shares at $348.20 each. So big savings there for being a bulk buyer. Then last but not least, there's a $4.5 billion underwriter over-allotment option, essentially possibility of another $4.5 billion being bought up by their underwriters, adding more to the dilution concerns. So a lot to look into this Google raise here, Dara.
Yeah, interesting look there for GOOGL. I know you mentioned looking at this one earlier today, Sean.
Yeah, I mean, I have, thanks for that, Derry. I have Google written down here today. I was just a sell. I mean, it's for the exact same reasons that Sharif just mentioned there. And I was hoping for, actually, I wrote down 270, 370. Yeah, well, thank God, not 270, right there for Google. So, yeah, I was just thinking, a bump up a little bit here. We'll try to fade anything. I'm a little bit nervous that Wall Street's reaction is this bad, down another 3% there today. We've awarded and, celebrated CapEx plays before. So today it's just another 80 billion. They're able to raise it. So it'll be fine. Their cash position's pretty strong. I don't really see too much of a problem with doing something like this. I'm surprised it's down that much, but I'm not the one, controlling this move. Bigger traders are, and they don't like it, and it's making a move down. So I think there could be a bounce spot in and around 360. We could maybe wait to see if that gets picked up, or this bottom there is 350. That might be a match. And I remember when this was happening before, and I was like, during this kind of a drop down, and we were thinking, all right, where did we want to see where this could land? Because we went to 350 just recently, and we came all the way back to 280. Like, that was a pretty, right there, this just happened, right? And this was a month ago. So this was, well, not a month ago, I guess. We saw the sell-off at the beginning of the year. But that was down right there, 17%, from February 5th to April 1st. And then we had April and May, and, the market was off from there. So for me, it's just like, is this move about to happen again? Potentially. And if it does, then I think we do want to scoop. And the next little level here would be just where we just identified, right? 340, 350 area. So that's probably where Google finds a bid, and then they release another story, and then it goes right back up to 410 again. So I, like the stock, don't love it here. So today it's the only idea that I have, and it's a short. So I'm going to try to find a few other ones, and I wish we were thinking long, maybe shorting the market or something, but I don't know. For me, Google is a sell today. I don't really like the rhetoric there that we're hearing, and I thought it was a little bit of a overextension on this, but if it pops up a bit, we'll sell it. So that's what we're doing. They're selling new shares to, as Sharif just mentioned there, people in the chat, you can go get it. It's on our watch list, and it's also on Sharif's morning note there. And diluting the shares, diluting their position. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with Google there, downside, and Berkshire's picking some up. So
the good news, though, is if it gets to 350, the Berkshire price, it'll go from 26 to about a 25p. And if it gets any lower than that, then you're talking about buying Alphabet at a mid to low 20s P. And trust me when I tell you this, once SpaceX is out there and people start talking about that and Anthropic, Alphabet will look better and better by the minute once you have those IPOs come out. Like when they hit and you're like, this is the valuation paying for that, Google's 4.5 trillion is going to look very, very reasonable in about 2 weeks when people are paying more attention to SpaceX. And everything you get from SpaceX, everything you're getting from SpaceX and Anthropic, you're getting in Alphabet and Amazon, and you're going to get them cheaper, and everyone's going to realize that in the back half of this year. But we do have our good friend, Joey Options, to talk about some. I wonder if bless you, Shreve. I wonder if Marvell will make this options list today.
Not today. Not today, Neil. All right, let's take a look at some of the activity from yesterday, guys. NVDA. All right. Strike price 225. That's going to be expiring this week, guys. We're going to be looking at the open interest. It's quite a bit. We're now in the money on these, so expect this contract to change after the open. Now, 80,400 at that specific level, with volume at 102,000 open and closed on yesterday's session. Now, sitting on a $5 spread, and that's typical for NVDA. Now, our delta is going to increase after the open here, guys, with that gap up this morning. Gamma exposure, relatively light. It's under $2 here. And then the at-the-money IB sitting at 49%. Moving forward, thank you very much. DRAM on the list as it continues its climb, hitting all-time highs yesterday, guys. We're going to be looking at that $75 marker. Open interest around 17,600 with volume around 3,820. Now a $10 spread here, guys, on that $75 strike price. That's going to be expiring a couple of weeks from now. Now, as for our Delta 22, that's going to slightly increase as well to gamma exposure. You're sitting around $2.50 there, guys. Nothing substantial just yet, and our at-the-money IB sitting around 89.9%. Now, to move over the contract itself, 26% over the past couple of hours here, sorry, on yesterday's session, I should say. So that's not bad whatsoever. When you're climbing except in the actual underlying, you get 3 times that in the options contract pricing. Moving forward, we're going to be looking at HPE. Neil, we got this one on. Maybe we'll take a look at Marvell tomorrow, but no open interest on this one. All right, guys, we're going to have to wait until the open. There is some liquidity issues. You usually get that metric, but with the names that aren't as commonly traded, you're going to fall into that realm where it's like, hey, I can't actually see where the supply is lying in some strike prices, and that strike price is going to be at the $65 marker. So we are out of the money on this one, guys. 16,800 contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session, and you can see how wide the spread is. We're sitting at $1.72 on the bid and $1.95 on the ask. Now, as for our delta, expect that to increase after the open, considering we're up substantial here. And then your gamma exposure, relatively light, sitting under $2. Our at-the-money IV sitting around 281%. So a lot in what we're going to see in the change in the ask and the bid here after the open is going to be priced in from your implied volatility. Now, as for the underlying, this is just a steady climb from $1 up to $2. So you get a little bit over 100% on this specific contract, and congratulations to Dragos on that big move on HPE. Also, my first car ever, a 1996 Hyundai Elantra hatchback, guys. Yeah.
Hyundai. Well, Sharif's shaking his head at that, like that's whatever.
Yeah, Sharif doesn't approve of that one. Yeah, that's awesome, Joe. Thanks for, we love those recaps there of the options. And I mean, I think it's important to see the open interest, as Joe said. Those are names that you might, especially for us as day traders. And we actually did that scanner video yesterday, and that's part of it, right? Is that, you may see an opportunity, but are others also seeing that opportunity to create volume? And you actually just showed me one name there, this PMI there, Picard Medical. The captain is involved in this one, I guess, because this has gone now from 16 cents all the way to 40 right here. It's already done just a small 220 million shares here today. So PMI, is that on our radar here?
It's on the watch list.
Okay, so there we go. Once again, I'm gonna pop this watch list out. Even I don't know what's on it apparently, but you guys should all know what's on this one, because if you scroll right to the bottom generally, and there it is right there. Adaira's always including a couple wild ones, and there it is right here. On Monday afternoon, the company announced the ouster, of Bernard Skaggs. That's an awesome name, Skaggs. CFO, I think that used to be a wrestling guy's name. CFO and the appointment of Georgina Smith. So there we go. For some reason, out goes Bernard, in comes Georgina, and the next thing you know,
100%.
This stock is flying right now to the upside. So there goes PMI. So it's not Chicago PMI or anything like that. This is Picard Medical happening.
Why not? do 1 billion shares today, probably. Like, it's crazy.
I think at least, man, at
Yeah,
this
at
point.
this rate.
And the Amex stocks do that, man. The NYSE American, when they start flying around, I don't know what's up with that, but they do so much volume when there's something like that. We had that one name that was forever.
Okay.
I forget what it is now, but it was doing like 1 billion shares a day.
Randy was just
running
saying
some energy
Neo
name.
to us.
Yeah, he was saying Neo. Yeah.
Neo.
Yeah, we got it.
We got it. Neo had deliveries, obviously. Well, it's the beginning of the month, so they pretty much always.
See what I'm saying about the pressure from
deliveries.
Randy over
I
here?
know. It's like now.
It's like now we have to know everything about everything now.
It's done
like,
less than 1 million shares pre-market. We were just talking about Picard that was doing 220 million in volume, Randy.
He's like our manager or something
Now all
now.
of a
He's just
sudden we got
supervising over us, and I have a direct look at him, so he's like shaking his head. It's
At least for me,
I gotta
like, I don't,
all right,
I
I got-
see him. Like my monitors are blocking, man. I have to do.
I got to perform better over here. Okay.
It's so dark. You gotta get a light over there.
Yeah, no, he doesn't. This fits him perfectly. I don't need less light
likes
on
the
that man
darkness.
over there. There he is. Hey, wait, give a wave, Randy. Andre's got you on. Randy, give a wave. There he is. Okay. All right. Let's go back. Unless you wanted, did you look at Neo? Or?
No, there's nothing. I mean, there's nothing. Yeah, I looked at it because Randy said it, but this is what Neo's
boss.
doing. We're, like, first of all, you can't say barcode. You said it for another stock. That's a barcode. This is a barcode on a stock. And there's nothing wrong. It's up 3%. There's nothing wrong with 3%. There's nothing wrong with it trying to maybe break a bit of a trend here. Maybe there's a $6 level out there. But there's so many other names that are running on high volume. Is AIM going? Oh, that's the stock. Was AIM the stock you were thinking about? No. Maybe not. It was another Amex runner. Just be careful with this one. They ain't known for the old.
No, I was talking about
Something
not CEG. There was an energy name that kept on getting split, and I could look it up, but it was setting records for volume. So that maybe someone in the chat would know what it was. There used to be an old NYC American .am name.
Did it go under?
It might still be around. I can't remember what it is. We'll figure it out after a minute. But anyways, all right. Let's go back over to the desk now. 8:30. I don't think there's any major numbers. I wanted to show you that watch list, right? And I think that
It's
if you
just
guys
Jolts today.
Yeah, if you guys want to sign up, you could get that for absolutely for free. There's everything on here, including, Fed's Hammock is speaking right now. Then there's the jobs opening and, all the highlights that you possibly need. We're going to do the rundown around 9 o'clock, but everything on here is tradable. That's the whole point, right? This is kind of like it is a curated watch list for you based on stuff that we'll be talking about and based on things that are moving. There's always hundreds of names that are moving, but we do a good job of drilling it down for you. So check the link in description and make sure that you do sign up for that one as well. But all right, Adara, let's go back over there. Some interesting stories developing as we speak.
Yeah, of course. One thing I do like to do on the watch list is also have events that maybe haven't happened yet, but are going to happen. And one of those that is on our watch list today is Microsoft Build. MSFT is holding this Build event, the keynote with CEO Satya Nadella, to take place at 12:30 p.m. Now, he doesn't name any other speakers, which a lot of places will do if they're doing keynotes, but he did, I believe the keynote description said there's going to be some kind of special guest, so we'll have to wait and see. Likely they're going to be internal, so other people from Microsoft. But this MSFT event could get interesting today, Sharif.
Yeah, the annual Builder Developer Conference. Some of the headlines we're expecting today are, the Copilot agents throwing their hat into the agentic AI ring. Copilot's really kind of been behind some of these frontier models. But we're also looking for a plethora of new Windows ARM-based systems. Now, if you know anything about ARM-based systems versus x86, you know that it was much maligned because a lot of the software that runs off Windows didn't exactly vibe well with some of these ARM processors. But Windows and Microsoft specifically really likes ARM because of their power efficiency. Also expected today is the embedding of a 3.3 billion parameter small language model going to be on device. We've been seeing this a lot, whether it's from Microsoft, whether it's from Apple. The localization of small language models on device needn't go to the cloud. Last but not least, here to kind of win over developers who are still skeptical of Windows on ARM-based systems, they're touting this new Prism emulation engine, and it claims that it runs legacy x86 apps as efficiently as it would on an Intel or an AMD system. So we'll watch out here, see exactly what they've got on tap for today, Adara.
Yeah, also on watch here today, a name that I know you were talking about earlier here, Sharif, and it also starts with a micro, at least the company's name here, Microchip, MCHP, with some data center solutions business projections of note.
Saying that their data center solutions is going to grow by 65% year over year, roughly to around $500 million in fiscal 2026. But the CEO here really wanted to stress that the media is mischaracterizing this data center narrative as one that's associated or adjacent to AI. Not so, he says. In fact, he pointed out that he only has about 18% exposure to AI-related data centers. The rest of it really is what he calls general purpose catalog microcontrollers. Again, this company is very good, kind of like Texas Instruments, at creating those non-advanced 7 nanometer or above chips. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, let's also see how this market fares today as we get comments from Fed's Hammock. Once again, guys, Beth Hammock is a voting member. She's talking about some inflation concerns, saying as of right now, she thinks holding rates is the right way to go. However, she did acknowledge that if inflation continues, there could be reasons to potentially hike, and they might have to react soon, she said. So we're going to have to wait and see here. Once again, cautious Fed comments as we send you back over to Sean and Neil. Microchip, Microsoft, or both, guys?
Ron.
Yeah, I mean, Micron's way more exciting. Let's just see what
Microsoft is pretty exciting.
Well, value-wise, it gets better value-wise. Just checking out to see if we've actually had any movement. We're still 50-50 end of the year, stay put, or you get a raise. So that's really not changed at all. If we go to March of 2027, then you see a greater chance of a raise. But I think no one's really thinking cuts at the particular moment. Well, Mike, you know what, Microsoft is finally on. We've been talking about the software names. Oh, I always do this. I don't know why it doesn't stay centered, but it's just like, I don't know, for you guys, make it easier. The software names have been on a pretty good rally. What you really want to see, for Microsoft, it did the break. You wanted it to get through that 430. That's now happened. And it's so similar to Palantir. Did the break, saw the 200 period moving average, got a little bit scared, and now it's kind of like backtracking off that a bit here. But it's still putting in, I know it's been a depressing and disappointing stock, but even with a pullback, you're still pulling in higher lows. I doubt you see a retrace all the way to 430 today, but that'd be the next place of interest on the way back. Like that, the prior resistance turning into a little bit of support. There's some history with that price. And you go back into last year, like it started a ridiculous algo buy rally about 425 to 430 as well. If you see that in the next couple of days, that'll be a good spot to look for a bid over there on Microsoft. Just don't know if like it's got that if it's got a nice profile for a potential short trade. And it's already down 3%. And that's the thing, like if it looks like a short setup and a stock is down 3%, then usually 3% is a really good day. Like, do I think there's enough here for Softy to be down 5, 6, 7%? I don't know. Like, I lean back to just go over to like the regular places. Like Intel was a good short, filled in the gap, hit the 113, came back, eventually got down to 107. Like this has been it's like a continuation play for Intel. Already showed you the top at 125. Now you're making another leg down. So I want to be able to short the pop again into the 11s and the 13s for them. So I'll probably favor Intel again. And I mean, Bitcoin's at like 69,000. So stop me if you heard this before. That's also going to be a short.
Yeah, no, I wanted to look at MCHP here because that was a good look there. You could see right now, you don't see too many of these names with a short float like this. That's 6% short right there. And the other thing about this is, look at the market cap, just $49 billion. We did hear NVIDIA today, Jensen give that call out to Marvell, and we saw what that stock did. You know, now all of a sudden, here's another data center name. I'm not going to pretend to know everything about what they're doing. I mean, we just talked about it off of the watch list there. PCIe controllers, things like that. I mean, this is just a storage play. So we've seen Micron really start to go to the high side, and maybe even just with a 7% short float, we'll see if this name wants to break out and take out the top end of that trade. But that is MCHP starting to go a little off right there as well. And, you know, we talked about some of the software plays, and I was like, even debating this yesterday. I was like, and I said this on the show, right? It's Salesforce kind of got to get out of jail free card there with some of these software names going to the high side, but we got to be able to hold. Yesterday we said we got to hold this 205, and then today we come in and we're already down to 200. So, you know, that was a nice little bump up there for anybody that was invested in Salesforce. Mentioned getting some out yesterday for myself. I didn't do it. And remember, we're just Traders over here, you got to trade your own books the way you feel appropriate. And maybe there is a run coming in the software names and in the IGV, but for right now, that continues to go to the downside right there. I wanted to just to say again, a big shout out and a big thank you to Dragos. I mean, I see that it's in the chat there. Your $100 super chat, you nailed that on HPE. So we can just go back and have another look. I mean, this is part of that whole sector that just continues to keep climbing higher. We saw Dell last week off their report, their best day in their history, up 32%. And now today you get HPE on the back of that, up another 30%, not another, but another 30% to be honest with you. This name was $22 back in March. Now we're looking at 60 bucks there. And then congrats on the Marvell. You are welcome for that one, man. We talked about Marvell all year. It's one of the picks of the year. So we're doing quite well with that one. But hey, you know what? You throw a couple darts, you hit it. And it's just about, you know, trying to figure out where is there profit-taking opportunities. If you think this name is still going to keep running, then you've got one, and there goes HPE. You know, congratulations to anybody that played options on that yesterday. Obviously, with an implied move of double what they were looking for today. HPE, I think it was around 10% or so last night. There's the move up 30%. So, you know, those options are going to be flying around. So again, big congratulations to everybody that's looking at that name today. And then honestly, Google downside, but it's NVIDIA that's going to continue. And I hate talking about this. Well, I don't hate talking about the same names, but NVIDIA today, and I even said to Neil, I was like, wow, we're almost back, you know, right to sort of that post-earnings and pre-earnings bump up that we just got there into 240, right back into 210. Now we'll see if we can make a run back to that top. I'm excited to maybe trade that as a breakout, 236.50. Not going to happen today, but let's keep our eye on NVIDIA. If you lose it, then you lose it, and you know you got to stay on the stocks that are hot. And then talk about crypto again today. I feel, you know, like when I, you know, myself, we talked about it on the show, bought some at 66. And now it's just like Tank City again, back into 69. I mean, look what IBIT's been doing the last 2 weeks. You know, 46 back in, now breaks back down through 40. And we're almost at that low point again, where if we don't hold that, I mean, we saw Saylor yesterday talking about, you know, lighting the load there on Bitcoin. I think it was Mark Cuban also dumped all of his Bitcoin. And I don't really hear the bull case too much anymore. You know, Ethereum with BMNR might be a play. ETHA, if we're going to talk about stable coins and we're going to talk about tokenization, we know what Ethereum's role in that is too. But look at this, man. This is the same kind of move all the way back in here. So is crypto dead? I mean, I don't know. I thought we would have got a bump up in the last couple of days with the software cohort going.
Wait till next year, man. It's the whole, it's that halving cycle, and
yeah,
it's probably bearish till it does. This just happens, man. It's just, you got to get used to it, and there's been nothing about this that has changed. Like since we lost trend in like late last year, and it's probably in November you could make the argument there. But like since it's lost trend, it's been another leg down. You've had these little bit of up channels, but then that's resolved in losing the bid, and you got another one of these. I hate to draw too many lines on the chart, but like this, like little channel broke down heavy. And then this little channel's breaking down now. Why wouldn't we see a 5 handle on Bitcoin? Like I've been believing 5 handle, but I've also been believing 5 handle the entirety of the year on Bitcoin. It's taking a little bit longer to get down there. Well, technically, I think we might have wicked under 60,000, like 59, like 9 something.
Oh, did we at one point?
Maybe it did. If it did, it was by like $100 or something. To me, that doesn't really count. But I still think you're going to see that 500 is the next big test. Or sorry, 50,000 is the next big test. But today, it's another look for the short the pop scenario. But let's see some upgrades and downgrades. Okay, I guessed wrong that we're going to see Marvell on the options.
Did it get upgraded?
But
I'll take it.
Will we see it on the upgrade list? It was just a keynote mention. It might not be there. We'll see.
Let's go find out. Joe.
You're wrong twice.
That all up there. Yeah, this is like clock it, I think it means, or something like that. So clock it. No, I was trying to get him to, what it means? It just, I think clock it just means like book it, like, it's like factual, you know, like, Man, I'm 40 years old, Sharif. I mean, come on, man. You're asking me
I don't know what that means.
clock it?
I don't know.
I think that's about what it is. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyways, all right. Let's go give it back to someone who's going to clock this thing out right now.
All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. We're going to kick things off with Google Alphabet, $80 billion debt raising here, guys. Price reduction by HSBC from $435 down to $420. You're down 2.6%. Now, Okta here down 5.9%, going from an outperform to neutral here with a $125 price target by Mizuho. Now, Intuit also getting the downgrade, guys, going from a neutral way to a sell and slicing its price target in half to 276 from 519. Goldman Sachs giving out that downgrade. And then Sherwin-Williams here, guys, going from a buy to a neutral way, also reducing the price to $330 from $385 by UBS. Moving forward, let's take a look at a name that is up substantially, 25% here, guys. HPE going from a hold to a buy and a price target increase to $75 all the way up from $23. TripAdvisor getting the nod from Wedbush as well, going from a neutral to an outperform here. You're up 2.5%, increasing the price target to $19 from $12. Now Meta also getting the nod, guys. A buy rating now, increasing its target is Areta from 614 to 735. Now Oracle, we're down here, guys, 4%. But Scotiabank increasing its price target to $290.
Should have upgraded that PMI stock, that penny stock. Since we brought it up on the volume, ridiculous volume. It's past the $250 million mark already. Just hit 40 cents, which of course would be the high. So it's on the watch list. It's doing ridiculous. We talked about this with relative volume. So it's doing absurd R-vol there. Oracle, I mean, it's not going to look good when you're down 4% into a flat market. But if you look at sort of the theme for some of the depressed names here, like Microsoft is down a few points after making a good run. You're seeing Palantir pull a little bit back after it's made a recent breakout. This just feels like the 3-day pullback, kind of, bang, 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 and then the third day you get the pullback.
Ooh, triple
So
back.
that's what it looks like here on Oracle. So I wouldn't call it the move being over. Maybe just a little reset. I don't know if it can get down to the 200 period to give you an entry. There, that seems a little bit far away, maybe 225. Kind of like Softy, like it's got some pullback levels that are going to make some sense. Palantir's the same way. Here, yeah, you got your break of the trend, it got to the 200. Now you're looking for, okay, where's the dip buy to be able to continue going to be? This one wasn't real. You can't call it like a 3-day. It was kind of a dirty 3 days, but also 1, 2, 3 strong days, get your pullback day, and then reset. You see that pattern so much that I feel there's a few names that are specifically Palantir, Oracle, and Microsoft for sure falling into that pattern. So I think today will be that settle down day where we try to find a bottom and then resume possibly tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like that Oracle call there. We talked a little bit about where Oracle was potentially going. And, I like that data center look there for Oracle, but at the same time, it's already had that decent move higher. You know what's coming tonight, man? We're going to have some big reports coming. We have Palo Alto. I mean, you want to talk about some names that potentially are AI winners, I think. Anyways, we had that little panic moment when, not CoreWeave, CrowdStrike CEO, and they're reporting as well. CrowdStrike CEO was like asking Claude to replicate his software, and they were like, nope, can't do it. And that I guess that was known. I think it was right about here back in March, and that was, or somewhere when we had these moves down. That was seen as a sign of sort of weakness for CrowdStrike, because why is this guy worried about Claude or whatever AI build is going to help them or not help them? And then we realized that, hey man, I mean the software is what it is, and do you really want to trust an agent or whatever to build you out something that's protecting all your clients' data, your internal data, and everything like that? So CrowdStrike, I mean, what a move higher right here. And if you think that there's a lot of juice in this market for some of these names, I mean, we saw, like we just said, we saw HPE, we saw Dell, we've seen all these names start to go to the high side. So then why not? Why not just continue that rally here today in Palo Alto? However, I think if I ask one of these AI agents, I'm pretty sure, and Sharif, I know that we're both interested, a lot of us are interested in these cybersecurity names, but I feel like Palo Alto always on earnings seems to go down.
They all, yep.
So I don't, it might just be a good buying opportunity, and maybe someone's front running a little bit today, being down 2.4%. So let's pay a little bit of attention today to Palo Alto and CrowdStrike and see if they do get a little bit of a hit, because they are reporting tonight. Am I correct? Or maybe it's... So Palo tonight, CrowdStrike tomorrow. So we'll wait to see what happens there. But yeah, I think it's a perennial beat, but gets hit there on earnings. And we've seen that happen to many Mag 7 names, and they battle right back. So yeah, excited for Palo Alto. I don't know if there's anything. Oh no, they're a New York NASDAQ name. So what do you got on there?
No,
Nokia?
I was just looking at Nokia here because it's only $850, and this is already $1 million to buy, and it's actually sliding lower. So that could be an interesting one for a quick little dip. Hopefully dip and rip, and then Oracle's early sell, HPE's an early buy, but yeah, I don't think Crowd and PanW are chases. I'd say no to chasing up here. CrowdStrike, look at that rally. Maybe you do. We've seen it happen. We've already saw it happen with Dell. We've seen it happen with HPE, but these would be ones that, what I'm really thinking about is, do I just trim? Because it does, you've almost doubled up from consolidation here on Crowd. That's almost a clean double up going into earnings. You can take 10, 15, 10% off, maybe that, and PanW, which has been pretty good in its own right. You just feel the valuations are always pretty crazy to begin with as well. That's the thing, they always have nutso valuations with these bad boys. So I think you got to be careful. They've always been very, very expensive, and to the extent that could end up maybe mattering, think about how far they've rallied. No one ever went broke taking a little bit of profit off, and then you got some cash to be able to deploy as well. Inevitably, when you have some of the Mag 7 coming back in and could present some value, like an Alphabet there, that drops a little bit further. It's going to get really, really appealing. Yeah, I think I like that notion. Crowd's not till tomorrow, so can always just get a little bit out. See what happens with PanDubs.
I've got 8 minutes until Gracie Abrams tickets right here. So we're going to see if we can grab some of that. She toured with Taylor Swift, and the rest is history on that one. So we grabbed some Olivia Rodrigo, and my daughter just works way too hard not to get something like. She actually did 200 shots today in the backyard. So she's trying to do 200 shots every morning before she goes to school. So she wakes up early. She goes out the back and she's doing agility training because she wants to. Honestly, I've never, for an 11-year-old, the fact that she does this all of herself, I cannot be more proud. Much more discipline than I ever had, that's for sure, and even that I have now. So shout out to that. So we'll see if we can get that going. And you don't get what you can't achieve what you want to achieve if you don't put in the effort. And that's going to be true of
doesn't matter what
anything in life, whether or not it's your schooling, your trading, anything like that. Man, our supervisor is just right here.
This is down every time he walks past. Randy does.
We may have to change his desk, man. This is a lot of pressure here.
No, he literally will walk past and just be giving us the eyeballs the whole time.
At least when Brendan's over there, he's got his headset on. He's whatever. He's in and out of the building. He's talking with people, so on and so forth. Randy is just. He's doing what he's doing over there, and it's great. It's great to have him in. We have such a great team here, and that's all what's part of it, right? I mean, we can't have these kind of good feels, and we want to thank everybody. Almost 600,000 subscribers right now. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe, and read the links in the description, and really help support us. We want to thank every single person that's here every single day with us. I mean, the viewership is increasing, and we're getting. Mr. Worldwide right now. I mean, we're everywhere right here, and we're actually going to start to expand. So we're really excited for all this. I mean, the sort of the studio, you guys can all see what's been happening there behind us, and some of the new looks that we have and everything. So we're really
new mic testing that
we're really super excited.
That's a new look too. There you go.
LAC, look, so names you might not even think about on the board over there.
I didn't even realize Lithium Americas is moving. See,
there we go.
There's something
Maybe Trump invested again. We'll figure it all out. There it is. Here's another member. Look at this. This man knows what it's all about. Thank you to Andrew Sandoval right there. 13 months right there, a member. So we want to say thank you. Shout out to that. And of course, our good friend Dragos there made a nice little play on HPE, and I guess he's been enjoying the Marvell run as well. So thank you for everybody for being a subscriber as well to the show. So it means a lot to us. Let's keep this train rolling and throw it back over to the desk.
Time to talk about a name that we don't often speak about in a positive light, but today it's to the upside with a positive catalyst. You've got SMCI. They're teeing up an AMD collaboration that's going to be showcased at this Computex event this week.
Yes, they unveiled the new ARM and AMD-based rack scales. They're specifically focused here on agentic AI and building out the sovereign data centers, essentially AI data centers and cloud deployments there. A few points that I want to make out. They're tying the knot here with Ampere. The Ampere architecture specifically is basically to bypass some of the power allocation limits which had previously plagued some of these servers. So they're able to actually reduce their compute density, or the energy compute density, by about 40%, I believe, here per square foot, without forcing data centers to completely overhaul some of their architecture. Secondly, cooling, liquid cooling, sometimes viewed by the media as, you know, just sort of a frill or an upgrade. Can't be in this case, because the AMD rack servers specifically require them. You can't air cool these. That may make it incompatible with certain data centers who don't have the plumbing. Thirdly, sovereign AI. So because national governments require complete data isolation from the US cloud giants, we're starting to see that a lot more, especially in this country as well. These platforms are pre-configured to kind of prioritize open source orchestration. So it's being built on the likes of Linux, right? Open source materials rather than proprietary enterprise suites. So interesting look here for SMCI, but I also want to bring back the topic here, if I can, for a second, to some of these cybersecurity names. I have a bit of a theory here with some of the cybersecurity names. Now, we've already seen SentinelOne and Zscaler report. They were dismal reports, and they sold off very aggressively, despite the fact that the others, CrowdStrike, Fortinet, PanW, continued rallying up. So I have a bit of a theory here, unsubstantiated, of course, but one that I've been kind of mulling over nonetheless. I feel that with the whole, mythos craze that's happened, the market's gauging that there's going to be a huge influx of money by these corporations into cybersecurity. The mistake, I think, that some of the market participants made was to think that it was going to be equally distributed amongst some of these cybersecurity names, something that we've seen very consistently in the industry, right? You don't want to rely on one company lest they get breached. My theory here is that we saw the aggressive move up of CrowdStrike, PanW, and Fortinet after the dismal reports of SentinelOne and Zscaler, because the market's gauging that they were not the recipients of that new funding that's going to come from corporations, and rather they were going to go to the industry standard, CrowdStrike, PanW. Let's see how they do today. That's just a little theory I have, Adara.
Yeah, let's wait and find out here. I think CRWD should be very interesting. In particular, Sean knows, we've talked about this on camera and off camera, how I feel about that George Kurtz, who's the CEO of CrowdStrike, asking Claude to make him a new CrowdStrike. So yeah, let's wait and find out here what happens with CRWD. But right now, let's see if people are crowding into this to the upside.
Crowding into, well, they have been crowding into it to the upside. That could be the problem. Problem may be the wrong word. Because ultimately, unless you bought it yesterday, are you freaking out? But who's the buy and hold thinking this is, the best entry point 2 days before earnings up at $770 on CrowdStrike? I'm inclined to think that that's not usually the case. You get some shorts covering, maybe you get the day trade in there, but you don't have heavy long betting. Maybe you've got some hedging going on. For sure, but I do feel like they're due for a healthy pullback, and that goes for both Crowd and Palo Alto. And I know it's true. We know it's true of Palo Alto. I'd have to double check to see if Crowd has done the same thing on earnings, where it's been relatively weak despite the numbers. I know that's true for Palo Alto. It's been depressing is not the right word, but it's been an ugly look for them almost every single session. As you look at the earnings, which are usually strong beats, and then as you look at the next day, and some of it has to do with that valuation, which, is always been stretched. These have always been extremely expensive. So you have to sometimes look away from that. I'm not sure the market will tomorrow or tonight and tomorrow night, though.
Okay, yeah, I just want to look here. We have Palo Alto, and you talked about the valuation. So yeah, you're right. I mean, you're going to pay up for these names, that's for sure. But there's a PE for Palo Alto, 75, right? Their current forward PE. Current PE 166 is absolutely, I don't want to say insane, but these are some of the values that we're dealing with. And right here, there's CrowdStrike. 161 as well. So, we talk about being a little bit expensive, and yeah, you'd be right if that was one of your calls because they're expensive. Zscaler is the name that missed last week, and they're look at this forward P, right? Just 33 right now. So, a look right there potentially for Zscaler if you think they can right the ship on valuation. And a name that goes way back in history for me, obviously, and for many of us is Cisco. I always thought of Cisco as a security name as well. I mean, obviously, it's a networking name, but Cisco doing pretty well there with 25 PE. And Cisco stock, actually, if we're going to look at what that's been doing, CSCO, we did have a couple of guests on the show that talked about that breakout. I believe Brian Shannon talked about that, and that was breaking through 75 or something right into here, and it was like an all-time high break. And look what Cisco's done since then, up to 121. This hour, everybody, is brought to you by Centerpoint Securities. Centerpoint gives you access to an extensive, easy-to-borrow list from multiple locate sources alongside a trading platform designed specifically for active day traders. Please, everybody, visit centerpointsecurities.ca/tradertv to try today and get, guess what, 90 days of commission-free trading. So scan that QR code right there, 90 days of commission-free trading.
I just said up to 1 million shares.
Yeah, so spend that next quarter free there. Go visit at Centerpoint. Should be a great opportunity there. Scan that QR code, link in description as well. We want to thank Centerpoint Securities for sponsoring this hour of the show.
You take 1 million of that Picard stock, because penny stock. Speaking of small cap stocks.
And easy to borrow, too. They're very easy to borrow. I mean, that was one of the things there. So we talked about that every day, how important it is to set up your trades and set up your list based on if you can borrow it.
Got to be able to execute. Right? Like if you can't execute, there's no point setting up a short if you can't go short the stock, and we know that's the thing. And also make sure that you have enough in your account to trade a certain name. We were talking about that when you're curating your list. If you can't afford to trade a $500 stock, then there's no point in being on your watch list. Now, Adam James abroad, you've got one for Sharif. Listen up, Sharif. GXAI with AWS News up 66%. That's a small capper. It's a $2 stock. 48 million shares, volume already done. Bit of a habitual line stepper, but if I can't think of something that bounces off a dollar as often as this. I don't know if I've ever seen a chart like this. Like, is this for real? Like, how far does this... Like, if you go back, there's probably, I'm sure these are actual splits. If I pull this up on eSignal, you're going to see that there's probably a bunch of these are going to end up being splits. Let's put up a weekly. There. So, well, no, only one split here, and the rest of it is legitimately bouncing off a dollar. This stock gets defended at a dollar. Like, why not just buy it at 105 every time then? Yeah, good luck, and thank you, Adam James. Well, yet another one as well, so let's throw that one up. Because we did have a second chat from Adam James abroad. Get on the CoreWeave train. CoreWeave is moving quickly for 140, so you give us a target as well on CoreWeave. It's sitting a few points shy of that, so if it gets another 5%, then you're looking at that 140 level, but it's taking the stairs back to the upside. And when we talk about the names that we're breaking out, like we mentioned, like Microsoft, like Pouncer, some of these others, you look for those dips. And when they break, they find a little bit of support on the dip. That ends up being the 200 period moving average, and then you re-engage to the upside. There's nothing wrong with that when you reverse a trend or get back into uptrend. So good look there. CoreWeave trying to get back to what are some recent highs. I mean, you're not talking all-time highs or 52-week, but some recent highs up at that 140, which I guess is your target there, Adam. Let's go back up. It's 9 o'clock. Let's get into the watch list, talk a little future, and get ready for the open.
758.5, guys, is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY. We briefly, ever so briefly, hit 760, but we obviously rejected off it. That is the resistance level that we spoke about yesterday. We're going to continue to use that resistance level as we're down about 0.1% right now on the SPY at about 756, just below 757. First support level, we're going to look to that 755 number. Whatever reason, we start selling off, 755 gives way, look into that next $5 level at 750. If we continue to trend up, reclaim yesterday's closing print, which again is 758.5, resistance level 2 Adara is going to be 760.
Make sure to check out our morning watch list every single day. That's where we get the basis for our rundown and for our morning segments. You have earnings, you have economic events, you have things that are happening to companies today, things that happened last night, anything you need to know that could and or is moving the market. It'll be right in your inbox. Again, you can find the link in our description for that Trader TV Live watch list. At the top of this watch list today was Marvell, MRVL, being buoyed pretty nicely here by really high praise from CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang himself at Computex last night.
Yeah, this was an unheadlined endorsement, essentially, where Jensen publicly declared that Marvell possesses what he says is the structural blueprint to become, quote, the next potential trillion-dollar enterprise. Those are big words and high praise. Fantastic look for Marvell, as the chart shows this morning. Let's talk about 3 important points here. Let's talk about Marvell's connectivity and proximity to Blackwell. So supply chain intelligence does show that Marvell secured an exclusive design win for the electro-optic connectivity modules. That's for the upcoming Blackwell Ultra. Okay, so Jensen is kind of actively hyping Marvell because NVIDIA physically requires their 1.6D optical transceivers. But there is this antitrust angle, with NVIDIA increasingly in focus globally as well as domestically for being, possibly too big for its bridges here by publicly crowning Marvell a Keywood networking partner, of course, as the future trillion-dollar peer. They were intentionally elevating an ecosystem. I kind of try to signal to global regulators that the AI infrastructure market is highly collaborative as well as competitive. So steer clear, get away from us, antitrust regulators. Last but not least, the custom ASICs compute. So Marvell was basically directly competing with NVIDIA's GPUs. They were coming at it a different way. They were coming at it from the custom ASICs. NVIDIA comes at it from a GPU angle. When you look at this actual reporting, you look at the future of their business ties together, Marvell is dramatically shifting its forward design away from direct GPU alternatives and is sort of heavily prioritizing optical. It's prioritizing storage and custom switching silicon that complements as well as both accelerates NVIDIA's hardware. So interesting tie-up between the two companies.
Yeah, I mean, right now, in terms of the actual market cap itself, Marvell, as of yesterday's close, was around $200 billion. So Jensen Huang is trying to 5x this company's valuation. How do you guys feel about Marvell today?
I'm thinking buy at 10 o'clock, 10 or 10:30, because there's a pattern that's been forming, whether it was Dell or Snowflake or, I guess we'll find out with HPE today as well, because you maybe put that into that category. You get like the crazy gap up. It did it with ARM, and then you're just trending down in the morning. It makes this reversal candle. This one's at, on the 15-minute, 10, so like 10 to 10:15 is when that made a bottom. And I don't know if Dell will show you something similar. This was just a couple of days ago, so you should be able to throw it up on the 15-minute candle. Yeah, 15-minute. So it slides. It makes its bottom at 10:45. It ends up back where it was in the pre-market. It's a good move. It's still like a $15, $20 move off the bottom for Dell. I'm not going to. Snowflake is a very similar chart. And if you look at all of the last 20 percenters, they've basically had the same pattern, which is the profit takers on names that have done this rally. And all these names have done that kind of a crazy rally. The profit takers have been heavy. This feels heavier, but I'd still say just wait it out. I can't see it. If it fills in the entire gap, that would be a bit nuts. To say a level up here, I don't know how much that's going to matter because like it's blue skies up top. So more time based. We'll look for a reversion, but I want it to be after 10 o'clock. Let the opening range hit. on Marvell. Stay away. I've already talked about Intel plan there. And we mentioned SMCI, which will be trades for the open. But for this one, waiting for that opening range. We'll be looking for a long, but not right away.
Yeah, I mean, I would just treat this, yeah, exactly. I mean, I might not even trade this today. I mean, treat this as a earnings play, right? I mean, it's a huge move up. We weren't expecting it. So will there be a possible... Okay, muted. I would just agree with the possible play today. Yes, of course. I would treat it as an earnings play is what I was getting at there. Up 16%. I actually forgot. I got to get that sticky note out. I was busy looking at everything today and forgot to get it out. But yeah, I think Marvell, we're always looking at the 200 periods. That's going to be at 250. But yeah, it's a big move higher. And I think he's getting a little overexcited here about Marvell because to say it has, I mean, just saying it has potential, 5x from here, that's pretty lofty. Now, its PE is 54, which is reasonable for what we're expecting right there. But there's the market cap of just 200 billion. So to get to $1 trillion would be amazing. I think it's a long-term hold. I mean, it's part of why, we talked about this in January as being that hold and why we recommended it, why I'm in the name. And I just think it's part of the whole infrastructure that cannot now be avoided. Investments in there from NVIDIA, as we discussed already, of that $2 billion early. So they've made quite a bit of money on that investment alone as well. But here it's coming right back in. Look at the NASDAQ though, right? And I just actually wrote down, I have Google short and I have the NASDAQ short written on here. I just forgot to publish it, so I'm gonna do that in a minute. But here goes Marvell to the downside. It's not prone to what's about to happen here on the NASDAQ. I think we do flush a little bit here today. So I would say watch out for Marvell. Yeah, basing around 9:45, 10 o'clock, that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for it to develop a base so that we can rip this thing higher, right? So let's see if the buyers come in or the sellers come in. There's nothing we could do about it. The indexes will do that. And I think that they'll probably, again, with its market cap, this name's not even in the S&P 500, NASDAQ 100. So we're gonna have to get that going right now. Meetings between the Lebanese and Israeli. We haven't even, this is the first day, I think, that it's now 9/11.
Up until now.
And I haven't even heard an energy talk yet. So energy today, and this is why, not doing a whole heck of a lot. So we'll wait for important headline to come through, and then we'll get that all figured out. But Bitcoin right now is going the way, as I said yesterday, the way of the dodo bird here and dying pretty fast here. Will it become extinct? I sure as heck hope not. But there it is, a nice move down there for crypto, still going. I've got IBIT as a short, but don't we all? So we'll watch out for IBIT now, down 4%. All right, HPE. Oh, we have Bitcoin coming out anyways in a minute. All right, HPE earnings. Let's go talk about that name. What a wild run that's had today and yesterday.
First, I really quickly want to mention this story. It's tangentially related here to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. The chairman of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, William J. Pulte, or Bill Pulte, has now also been appointed to serve as acting National Intelligence Director. So he will now be keeping charge of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac as well as intelligence. If I get any more details on this, I'll let you know. But according to President Trump's True Social post, he will do both jobs simultaneously. So interesting look there. Let's take a look here at HPE. Hewlett-Packard, massive gap to the upside, following in the footsteps of Dell, which is in the same sector. This is quite the beat for HPE last night, Sharif.
This is a good report, Adara, but let's not, just put on our, our myopic glasses here. Let's look a little bit deeper. First, great top line. $7.9 billion in revenue, 6.5% year-over-year bump. EPS coming in at 44 pennies, so they're profitable. Who can complain? Especially with a $3.5 billion cumulative AI backlog. You want to call it RPO, you want to call it backlog, call it whatever you want. But the server segment top line revenue did skyrocket 18%, $3.87 billion, due to a massive AI cluster shipment. However, it came with a profitability penalty. In order to get these big servers out en masse, they're taking a hit on profitability. The market hasn't made them pay for that yet. The market focusing on that top line narrative, not the margins so far. Also, let's talk about one of their most profitable divisions called Intelligent Edge, absolutely cratering in terms of margins there. A 23% drop year over year, down to $1.15 billion. Sorry, I misspoke, said margins. That was actually the realized revenue for that division. Again, not being penalized for that because the market's looking at their AI server business. Last but not least, bullish analysts are focusing on the massive $3.5 billion cumulative AI backlog, but management, they, on the call, quietly flagged a major logistical ceiling. They're saying HBM, as well as a liquid cooling manifold packaging, is basically constraining them for putting out more of these servers and getting through that $3.5 billion backlog. So we'll have to see if some of these AI supply chain constraints hurt the next quarter.
A great look here for HPE, at least on its face, especially in terms of growth. I'm also seeing, we're going to put this on the screen as well. Keep in mind, guys, this is being reported by Iranian media, but they are saying, citing a source, that the message exchange between the U.S. and Iran to reach a memorandum of understanding stopped a few days ago. We know Iran announced yesterday that they were going to stop. It sounds like it's been stopped a little bit before then. Back.
Yeah, that'll be the headline right there that you see on the screen there. So thank you, Adara. HPE, I guess they look past a lot of what Sharif is saying to stare blindly at 40% EPS guidance revision to the upside, which is, I mean, that's hefty. They were already, remember, the expectations were pretty good to begin with on the face of Dell. So to raise the guidance by that much, this is why you get 29 to 30%. We just finished talking about how, treat Marvell's gap up, sort of how the other names have gone this earnings cycle. Well, HPE fits right into that category. Like with the Dell move, with the Snowflake move, it's basically the same thing. They're all 25 to 35% up. The only thing it's doing differently is it's not showing you that maybe it's trapping, but it's not showing you that pre-market glide down yet. But I would still have that same set of caution here. There's enough out there that I think, there's going to be some registers rung at the open here on HPE. And we saw this with Dell. And clearly Dell was able to make that leg higher, and a great ramp job that it did. But the first day after the gap up, that was a cool itself down, find the bid, hold the bid, and then the day after, look at how clean when it broke. That's actually very clean. At 430 on Dell, wow. Hold the consolidation and break the next day. I'd be looking for a similar pattern in HPE, right? Sometimes history just likes to rhyme.
Yeah, I was gonna, you just stole the thunder there. I was gonna go over to Dell, but you just did it. So I think the same kind of thing here. We always talk about when there's a gap, play to VWAP. Well, you're right there right now, as Neil just said. There's actually not that much happening right now on HPE, but despite it being up 30%. Just the market's gonna figure itself out. There's a move down, and here's a move higher. So this is a long. There's no doubt this is a long. Will it be a long right away off the jump? We're going to find out. There's NASDAQ. Actually, this is a New York name. What the heck am I talking about? All right, maybe it's...
It was there.
Yeah, did you just talk about it? Oh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, so it was there. So 700,000. So, that's starting to help give a little bit of float here to this name and float higher. So once that expires, which will happen right at 9:30, then we should be able to see a little bit of a fade, I would think, in HPE as the buyers sort of fall back in a little bit. We'll see if we do get a buy bid opportunity. I don't want to call 58 because... I love where the 200 period is. That's always something that we look at. So I think if there's going to be a first look, it would be 58. But, this is all blue skies. It's up and away. There's really not much else to do with HPE except for wait and see if it does give you that level. So, we did drip down a little bit here this morning at 7 a.m. and stopped at 58 before making new highs up into $62. That this is earnings level. So I would say you just want to watch out for 58, and let's look for a bid in and around those levels. Yeah, we are trying to keep it real, so shout out to you as well, Oman. That's what we do, man. We try to put out opportunities for our kids every day, and I'm always like, you want your kids to live a better life than you do.
That's all you can ever ask for.
Like Josh Allen out of Chili's, triple dipping the Q short. Yeah, look, that was, exactly. What's up to Josh Allen there? Hopefully this series,
he can do what he wants.
Yeah, hopefully this series got a better receiving core, of course. So
it can't be worse.
That should happen.
It can only be better.
But you still have the same coach, right? I think that's potentially a problem. I don't.
No, we got
all of his decisions.
It's a new team.
It's a new team.
It's a new team.
Yeah. But the whole problem is the team is
new,
so that's
OC,
good.
offensive coordinator. Yeah.
I have just on that last note there. We just got the sticky note out, but I do have TQQ short. So I actually said watch out for that 85 level breaking lower. We might have just did that. I'm not even sure if that did break or not, but there it was right here, 85. So that was a level that I'm going to be looking at breaking a little lower there on the NASDAQ. So that's your 200 period moving average rate there. And I was just thinking if we let this go, then we may test in and around this 84 area. So I do think that there's an opportunity here for the NASDAQ to continue to fall back in. Triple dipping on it like Josh Allen, I think that, if we're going to wait for this to go higher, it's not a bad area. I should have actually, it's too bad, but you guys are watching now, so you're going to hear it. So this is probably a shorting area right into there. I wrote down 85 break short, thinking that there could be an aggressive sort of move lower here in the NASDAQ, as you're going to see with Bitcoin in a couple seconds. But we'll wait to see here what the NASDAQ winds up doing right off the open. Could be a good punch short, 85 and change on the TQQs. So yeah, that's what we're looking at over here. We're going to look at some crypto today as well. So let's go get the story from the desk, and then we'll talk about some levels.
I don't know about triple dipping, but I can tell you Bitcoin dipping lower here. We are below 69,000. Forget about 70K. This BTC weakness just keeps continuing here, Sharif.
It's a sad state of affairs for Bitcoin holders, myself included, and this does not look like retail panic, guys. The scale of the outflows is more indicative of institutional selling as they lose faith, I guess, trust, patience in the asset here, and reduce their exposure. Let's talk about some of these weekly outflows from some of these ETFs, Joey. We got $1 billion outflow May 15th, 1.26 billion May 22nd, 1.42 billion May 29th, and this week, it didn't get any better. On the first day, yesterday, $483.75 million left the first trading day out of IBIT specifically, IBIT accounts for 440 of that 483 million. That was outflows yesterday. I really don't have an explanation for this. Let's see where it bottoms out.
Yeah, this weekly chart on BTC not looking good either. We are currently 4 straight weeks of selling.
Well, you know what? We got a super chat right here from Nicole Vada. Look, it's the traditional 4-year cycles that still hold. This is something Joe and I have been talking about. We're likely in a bear market phase for Bitcoin. People forget Bitcoin supply is locked in code. Also, shout out Ford and SMCI. SMCI I'm watching today. We don't look at Ford enough, I feel like, for whatever reason, and it's been a pretty good stock. Look, Bitcoin, it's been bearish for a while. It recently broke this trend that I know we were, ever since this trend broke, I don't think there's been a day that I haven't shorted Bitcoin. When it's win, lose, or draw, even on the up days, where it just immediately flushes, look for some kind of a top reversion. That's going to be the play again today. You just got under 69K to rebound barely above it, so we're just sitting 69 and change. So if it were to bounce, there's prior highs at 40, there's the pre-market lows, and that's all I care about. I'm going to look for a similar, if it does we're not going to actually break out, then you can find the VWAP trend. At 9:30, it failed VWAP, and it gave you another chance to get in VWAP at about 10 o'clock and maybe a looser one later in the session. So if we have that kind of a day, it almost looks like a rinse and repeat of yesterday at this point. So yeah, I'm just going to rinse and repeat.
Yeah, so I was going to look here as well at, I have it written down as a short, but I mean, I was at 40. And so that's not happening. So, yeah, and I even wrote down on the note, trying to get short here. Hey, what's up, high trader? Yeah, I know. And I think that's the problem, right? I mean, I'm not even going to look at any levels. Well, we can, but whatever. We're just going to 39.20, where VWAP is. Let's just see what happens. So I was just going to say, I think that's right, high trader, honestly. It's just there's not enough people right now worried about Bitcoin or looking at it for it to really do anything. And it's been really disappointing to see the NASDAQ go complete opposite of what Bitcoin's been doing. They were attached at the hip for a minute, and now the decoupling is real. I don't think people believe in Bitcoin anymore. And the new money is going into AI and into that space, or into space, space names. There's other things right now, quantum, nuclear names, what we just talked about there, some of the AI, the RAM, DRAM, a new ETF. So there's a whole bunch now that some of these we're all degens, but it's not, we're not running crypto anymore the way we were. I mean, when it was on its way up, these guys on the midday had that bet going. Everybody was talking about it. We had polls about it. We had this, we had that. Now it's just okay, when is the heydays coming back? So we're gonna wait for that to happen on Bitcoin. I think it's gonna be a couple minutes. So good luck to everybody looking at that, but it's a tough road to hoe, I feel like, Bitcoin.
With a couple minutes now to go until the bell, we'll combine these last two. So let's start here with GOOGL. This one was discussed earlier, trying to bounce a little bit here with about 7 minutes to go until the open. But Google, that $80 billion raise announcement, at least on a headline basis, getting some people nervous.
Absolutely, Adara. And let's not forget the $10 billion private placement from Greggy Aces out there at Berkshire Hathaway. Let's talk about this, though, because the entire $80 billion is not going to CapEx. In fact, it's probably a little bit less than half. $40 billion, there's going to be a $40 billion at the market program starting in Q3, and it's used to switch to a sell to cover employee compensation model. And a lot of that is going to that. And then 30 of that 40 billion is going to go to pay off an IRS tax bill that's going to be due as a result of this compensation model. Secondly, the anti-dilution. They're engaging in capped call transactions here with their underwriters, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, basically to prevent dilution, further dilution, I should say, to shareholders. And that CapEx number that we heard about for 2027, analysts are thinking it's going to be way higher. They were guiding something along the lines of 180 to 190 for this year. We're probably going to see probably a 200 print or above for next year. Then, as I mentioned, Greggy Ace is there at Berkshire Hathaway, picking up $5 billion in Class A shares, way below market value at $351.81 a pop. And another Class C share group at $348.20 a pop, Adara. Let's see how this one trades today.
Yeah, Victoria's Secret here also on watch again as we await this bell. VSXY, strong earnings here for Victoria's Secret. We know they came out here, new ticker, switching from BSCO. Stronger than expected earnings, revenue here up by 15% year over year to $1.56 billion. And that guidance also better than people were expecting as well for Victoria's Secret here.
Yeah, not the one that I had reviewed there, Adara, but we'll keep tabs on that.
Victoria's Secret there. I don't know. It is what it is.
Nice
Look
one.
at the ticker, man. We almost should have just put that on the rundown. Why not? We just had 925 hit, so bit of an update in the imbalances. Nokia's still there, 1.4 million to the buy side. HPE was $1 million. It is paired off and used a sell of 850,000. Zeta 840,000 to buy. iBit 700,000 sell because of course Virgin Galactic 600,000. There's HPE that paired off over half of the imbalance for Alphabet. I think the value is going to get good here on Alphabet. 350 looks like an obvious level. It's a prior high. It's where the ramp started at the end of April. So you get there, you're going to be at 25 PE. And then there's there in the 200 period moving average. I threw one stink bid in this morning, and I'll probably park another one at the 200 SMA on Alphabet, which I think once people have to stomach, and I said this time, they'll say it again, once people have to stomach the valuation on SpaceX, it'll be amazing how relatively fantastic Alphabet's going to look. And you won't be caring about this little minor dilution as much relative to what we're going to see in under 2 weeks. I almost want to say 2 weeks, but under 2 weeks till we see SpaceX, which will be at an insane evaluation.
Yeah, that's going to be amazing what's going to be happening there in just a couple of weeks. I'm just putting through those Gracie Abrams tickets right now. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. We're on VSXY.
Both of them.
Yeah, okay.
Both.
I mean, so I wrote down Google here as a short. So, you know, it's made that move. What I wrote down here was 370s. You know, whether or not we get up to there or not, we're going to have to wait to see. The market has made a nice move higher right there into now only down 2.5%. We were down to 365. So we'll wait to see if a break happens right there. Our NASDAQ call of breaking lower hasn't happened yet. We're going to give it a couple minutes. It's only 9:27. So lots to come through here with Google and with the rest of, this space. And we saw Oracle already in this space down quite a bit today as well. SMCI is one of those names that continues to go higher as well. But there it is. We got Gracie Abrams tickets, just $340 each. So, it's nothing.
When is she coming?
Feb.
Okay.
Feb 18th and 19th. So, yeah, it should be pretty good. We got the lower bowl seating there. So it's pretty good. Okay. Yeah, man, here we go. 2 more minutes left, and we can have a quick little look at these imbalances and see if anything's sort of come up here on the NASDAQ. Zeta, what a good call that's been for many of you guys trading ZETA. I've seen that on many of your watches. We had a good move there yesterday. This is a software name as well going upside. I believe it's software marketing, ZETA. HPE, so good name there. Space continues to, hover around that $7 mark. We'll see if that has anything going on. I don't see that PMI on here. Randy's NIO, that's here. It's up almost 4%. So that's a good look there today as well. They're in there as a bid. So yeah, we're getting ready to rock and roll. I'm going to, initially we can watch some Marvell, see if that base is out, but we got to give that a couple seconds. And then it's just Google waiting for the short. And then I talked about NVIDIA as well, looking for those longs in and around 225, kind of where we closed yesterday. We'll see if we can get that bid on NVIDIA.
Oh, and I keep from forgetting that BMNR has shifted from the AMEX to the NY. Look, Bitcoin looking for shorts there. Because you're at 69, I just paid for my locates because someone in the chat reminded me, hey, make sure you look at BMNR because you're so far down. Intel, yeah, okay, fine. I wanted to short the pop like yesterday, but it's already heading lower. It was a small sell, very small sell imbalance that parked this one about $1 into VWAP. But if we get a pop, I'll like that. SMCI did have a partnership story with AMD. That's sliding in. Want to look for that to either fill gap into the prior high, which is at 48, or pretty simply support at 47. Places I want to look to buy on SMCI. So crypto, we're looking short. It'll via IBIT or BMNR. Both of those are going to be in play for me. And then the last one that's on the list, I think we mentioned Nokia looking for a trend break. Hold the little bull flag from yesterday, and then a trend break back in. So lots to get to, lots moving. HPE is a complete ramp job on earnings, same with Marvell. We'll be tracking all of these for you. As we ring the bell on this Tuesday, we got less than 10 seconds. Shout out to Centerpoint, they're sponsoring this hour, and we're ringing it now.
All right, here we go. Yeah, we want to say thank you to Centerpoint again for the sponsorship of this hour. Make sure you do scan that QR code right there, right now. Okay, man, here we go. So NVIDIA is starting to make a move a little lower right now. The NASDAQ is making that move. We do want to be able to watch out for the TQQs in case we do get that 85 breaker. I'm going to put that in right now on the TQQs just in case it breaks. We're going to go 84.99 on the breakdown, and we'll see if we get some prices. If that winds up coming through, we shall see there for the TQQs. But that's so far downside as we had sort of thought about it. Is Google making that same move down? Yes, it is. So there goes Google trying to break lower as well. So some of these names starting to float around a little bit here this morning. Nice move down from Micron. We didn't even get a chance to, we talked a little bit. MCHP, we talked about it. But there it is, man. Micron with a nice gap down, man. That just gapped down $20 right there. It was going to start at 10.50. Now we're starting at 10.30. So down we go now for Micron as well. So some of these names, yeah, starting to flush a little bit.
Intel's already at 105. That's dead at this point. So looking pretty nasty for them. Nokia didn't really make a break to get into this level here, but you know what? If it's going to break the trend here, instead of getting down into that little bull flag from yesterday, this might end up being the first shot for me. Bitcoin's not really moving. It's got some gravity to the 69,000 area. It's basically just holding right at 69,000. So it just needs to make a move. Yeah, just we're chilling. We're not really moving off of that 69K just yet. But I suspect it is going to be a big mover today. It might have to go over to BMNR to get a little bit more juice, because this one hasn't. Load. Because, yeah, it's actually breaking higher on BMNR. So if we see another leg down, at least this could pop up and give you a short somewhere like 19 bucks.
Marvell's finally starting to go a little bit right here as bouncing off of 250. We said that could be a key area there, 250, but that's kind of lucky if you were able to get something like that, because it did look like a falling knife a little bit right there. I'm not into anything yet. I mean, this market has just bounced off of a level that I was waiting to see if it was going to hold, and it does hold down there in the NASDAQ, as you guys can see right here. NASDAQ right now down 0.2. We haven't seen that happen too much lately, but we'll take a down day, that's for sure, if we need to. All right, it's been such a good run. Marvell right there. Micron's probably the one that's going to be battling back. So watch out for this. We've seen Micron get hit a couple times and battle back. I made a mistake on Marvell earning days, and we traded Micron, and that battled way back. That was about $1,000 at that day when that wound up happening. That was that. What about Apple? We actually didn't look at that this morning either. I want to look at names that have catalyst, right? So it was Google, it was IBIT, it was NVIDIA. Look at Apple. Wow, just going the other way right now, looking to take out all-time highs of Apple. I believe that was 313, right? 315 all-time highs there for Apple. So here comes our TQs, man. We're getting ready to go, potentially short on a break of 85. for these guys. And again, that just sort of signals right here a break on a longer term time frame, 85 and change. Maybe it's 85.13 or so, but that's the kind of break that we're looking for right now on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, speaking of breaks, about SMCI, forget about that downtrend and dip. It's up 8% now. So in the market absolutely, well, not dying, but the market flushing, and you're getting a monster breakout here over in SMCI. Well, I'm not chasing the move, especially in a weak market. You got to be patient if you're looking for longs, and in a weak market, you got to find your shorts. So Bitcoin wasn't moving. It's just rebroke 69, but that'll give an opportunity to take like a failed break of the high here on BMNR. Thought we might have to pivot to this because at least it was moving around a bit off the open. So I'm going to grab the short, put the stop at this little wick high that we've got at 18, just above. It's not pre-market highs because this is like 630. It might have gone higher earlier, and it is what it is. So we'll give it like 18.7 or so on that. Do not want to chase SMCI at all. We'll let that one calm down. If the market's going to be weak, we'll try to find another way into it.
I'm going short on a day break rate. Oh, there we go. We're short right now. I was going to say I'm going short on a day break of the Qs right there. So here it comes to the downside. I didn't want to wait for 85. So we'll put a bid here in the 18 or so, just where we just wick down to into 20. Let's see if we can break a little lower. I don't want to be in this name forever if it's not going to be right. We were looking for that, better spot of 85 breaking. We'll take a little bit now. I don't want to break this too much past VWAP here. So, if it does break back down in through this level, I think we can maybe watch and potentially get something out around 85.70. If this does not work out for us, that's that low rate there. So 85.70 coming into play for me. So I'm just going to put it right now, 85.71. If we break through there, let's get out of 75% of this trade, right? I mean, a little early, I feel like, but you never know. The market's going to have to go, right? So let's go have a quick look at Google. We're short the NASDAQ, so some of these components are what we're looking at now. So there goes Google. Nice move down in through 360, not through 360, to 360. Bounces a little off that. We'll see if that can wind up holding. NASDAQ, there it is. Yes, sir, let's go. All right, so a good little trade here to start off as we short the NASDAQ as we had written it down. So here we come back in one more time. Put another bid, man. Put a bid in just before 85. Maybe we did hit the level properly. It's just, will it hold off of 85? I am not sure. We just got to 85.10 right there. So we'll go, I don't want to say one for one. We could get out now, but we're hoping for a little lower rate now on the TQQs. So I hope you guys are in that one with me. IBIT still breaking through 69, so that's not going to happen. And then we got to look for NVIDIA maybe here as a bid. NVIDIA's right here where we like it at 225, 224. So maybe a bid coming here for NVIDIA. I'm going to let the NASDAQ settle a bit. But yeah, NVIDIA down here, 224. Something to look at. That's what I'm doing here. 220. And 224, yeah, for NVIDIA.
Oh, you're waiting for 224.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet. I mean, if it gets there, we'll be laughing because this TQ's trade hopefully goes to the downside, but yeah, so we're short. We're short everything. We're short crypto right now, and we're short some AI, I guess, with the TQs.
Yeah, and the only thing I'm looking long, I'm on the bid of Nokia here when it broke that trend, just trying to get picked up. I might have to move this. Sometimes you hope to get swept up in that opening candle. It's obviously already gone a little bit, but we're holding VWAP. If you confirm the hold of the volume-weighted average price, I'll probably try to jump into it. I really don't want to chase SMCI into what has been a weak open. Man, this was a name that we wanted to the long side. On a dip buy, the market dipped. SMCI has not. VWAP sits at about 50.5. If we get some kind of a dip and go, at least that can be a bit of a play. And then the other short we wanted was Intel, but do we chase this one? There's always a play to maybe short a consolidation at the bottom on Intel to try to join the move. Like yesterday, it gave you the pop and fade twice. Today, it just got absolutely rugged with the rest of the market. As long as it's underneath yesterday's lows, I'm going to be taking shots at this to the short side. I guess the first stop will have to be maybe this $0.50 at 105. 105.5. Just look for something in the quarters and see if this can't get into the lows. Ooh, I just heard, is that what's strong?
IonQ?
Okay. All right, ramp up your, well, I haven't looked at the other ones, but maybe ramp up some of your quantum plays, because IonQ up 3.8%. What's Rigetti doing? And shout out to anyone if you're throwing symbols in there. Remember, put the dollar sign. I just peeked and looked at the chat. $, and then say Oracle, because I just saw Oracle in there. But you've got the quantum names making a nice run. Rigetti, hopefully IBM as well. And I'm only saying hopefully IBM because I actually own them.
Yeah, we have. Yeah, we bought IBM. Actually, we're lucky enough to buy IBM at 220 right there. Yeah, it's well, yeah, they had the news this morning. So IBM helping lead the way here for these quantum names. Yeah, but you know we've seen them dip and dive before, so we'll see if there's an opportunity to get in. Yeah, Dodgeball. We talked about some movies that are always on TV. Dodgeball. 85 right there for a bid on the NASDAQ. We took some of that out. Actually, it was 11s. So we got some of that. It just, we're still waiting for 06s. I'm only out of about 15%. Oh, here comes 06. Only out of about 15% right now. Let's see if it goes just a little bit lower. We didn't look at Tesla yet. We looked at a couple Mag 7 names. Okay, this is broken a little lower now, 414. I mean, the whole market right now wants to go, I feel like, lower. So
Marvel's already making the bounce?
Yeah, Marvell, what a surprise there.
Wow.
There goes Tesla downside a little bit here. Yeah, you've got Marvell. I mean,
yeah.
That name's not going to be stopped.
I thought it would be 10 o'clock. I thought it would do what the other ones did, which was glide down and at least get to past the opening range before it did the bounce. So that's not going to be a chase at all. Whoops. Oh, there is yeah. I love when you typo a stock and then there actually exists a symbol at your typo.
That's fun.
Well, it's not fun. Because what happens if you do it, yeah, there's a symbol and you just get a key
execute
like
on it.
And you execute. Maybe someone will buy that Marvell Biosciences company that's a penny stock in the venture. So I just got into Intel, so I just came in, but I'm looking for yesterday's wick bottom here in BMNR was about 18.2, so that's going to give me a bit of a target. But Intel just flashing higher back into this 105. I'm going to have to jump out of that one right quick. I have to get my stop order in there on INTC because it just came up and retested 106. Hit enter twice, not once. Twice to make sure it actually goes to the symbol. It's a feature.
We've got one on here for the TQs. It's my only trade right now. Yesterday we only had one trade on. At this point it was Pal. Yes. Booyaka! There it goes. Let's go, man. There it is. Daily goal met. That's a chicken dinner winner for all y'all right there. We'll figure out what's for lunch coming up very, very soon, but not really. We still have 2 hours for that. Sorry, 1 hour. There it comes. We just got 85, so let's go, man. Here comes the break that we're looking for. We're going to take out another bid right there at 85.01. So there it is, man. We talk about hitting your daily goals. Hey, man, not bad. 940 right there today, and we're on it right now as there goes the TQQs to the downside. Hey, man, we did it yesterday. We're doing it today. Thank you, everybody, for watching one more time. And I wanted to put this up for you. Well, you're in this, but we've talked about it all day here. And Lindenmeyer, I think you might be right. You know, Michael Saylor yesterday selling, you know, was definitely some sort of a sign, right? So we'll see. Not that he's going to be right all the time, but, you know, a big supporter, obviously, of crypto and of BTC specifically.
If he's on the bid, it's a different story.
So it's like an unlimited amount of buying whenever he's around. So there we go. We get that little move down there in the TQs. I'm glad we sort of were able to sniff out that short might have been better earlier because we are bouncing quite nicely now off 85. So we may have indicated a nice little level there. I'm still bidding 93s, the low of the day right now. And there it goes, man. Let's see if we, yes. Let's see if we can have those diamond hands as we start to get a lot lower now. Let's go, guys. There goes the TQQs as it's going to the downside right now. Triple levered NASDAQ, man. We're playing with the big boys today. Let's go back over to Adair and see what she's up to.
Yeah, just a heads up here, no massive move, but I am seeing a couple different reports, according to the Financial Times, that the UAE is developing its first multi-fuel pipeline to allow gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel exports to continue even when the Strait of Hormuz is impassable. Nothing massive here, but just something, I guess, to be aware of. Also to be aware of, at 10 a.m., you're going to get JOLTS job openings. There is no economic data set to be released here at 9:45, but at 10 a.m. is going to be the next time you'll see me there with those JOLTS, unless we have any news before then. Back to you.
A twofold. I just got reloaded in IBIT. Oh, sorry, I'm not an IBIT, BMNR. Bitcoin, that's what we're looking at, but we're still under 70K. But look at the ramp up here right through that prior low on Intel. So we took the first available short, but it runs right through. So I'll get out, wait for another opportunity, whether that's pre-market high or 111 or 113 like yesterday, then we'll go with that. As I said, BMNR ended up being a bit of a pivot because Bitcoin was too weak, but that's just reloading along the volume weighted average price. So still putting in lower highs over there. As crypto has looked weak, if you're looking at Bitcoin in particular, trending down if you're looking at ETH. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It doesn't really make a difference. That's looking pretty weak as well, but not quite as bad as Bitcoin. Nokia is still trying, but not holding VWAP, so that might end up being a bit of an... Hit enter again. It's like, I don't know, it never flips the first time. Nokia tried to hold VWAP, but did not. So it might have already made its bounce a bit here. So I'll let it set up some higher lows. I'd rather be long VWAP or actually have gotten it on that dip into previous highs. So I'm not going to jump into that one too early, and I'm glad we did not chase SMCI. Sometimes you might miss the trade and you can revenge on it, but SMCI is pulled all the way back to its breakout spot. So it does the rug job, and now you're just trying to find some kind of a bid. It's a false breakout, which is very different than actually catching the break. If you get a false breakout and you look for the long, you got to show me a bottoming tail candle, trend break, double bottom, something a little more decisive than just a price here at like 48, 49. So I might have to wait a little bit on SMCI.
NVIDIA gets right into, we still have some of these shares on board right here on the TQ, so watch out now. Coming up into VWAP, I don't mind. I'm going to put on a short there, in and around that price, but it is going to be a little dangerous right now. So I am on the bid here to get a little bit more out if we can. So we'll see if we can do something like that in and around 85.10 or so right there. I wanted to look at the TQQ, at NVIDIA. And HPE. There goes HPE downside. So those of you that were looking at that one, we talked a little bit about it earlier. Yeah, it is a nice downside play here for HPE. So just be careful if you're in this one. We said the bouncing spot could have been possibly at 58. So there it goes now, 58. Cerebras, again, upside today on this kind of a move, but there it goes up huge, up 5% and taken off right now. Yeah, it goes Cerebras. So we'll have to wait to see exactly where that one is moving forward now, but it looks like it wants to go higher. So congratulations, bless you, to Cerebras shareholders as well. So there it goes a little higher. And then NVIDIA does bounce off. We talked about 225. I wrote down a little lower on this one. I wrote down 223 to 224. So, 225, but look how choppy this is right now as traders looking to get in, but not sure what to pay for NVIDIA. Maybe a break right there of 227.50, something like that as a high. Okay, man, we've basically right now reloaded. So this trade could maybe not work out for us. Where was my stop again? 70s. Yeah, we could switch that over here into the 80s right now, but we'll be giving it back what we made if this market continues to get a little higher. Let's put it to 81. Yeah, I guess this NASDAQ right here may not want to go high, may not want to go lower than where we were. So it's a good thing we sort of adjusted our expectation there. But for right now, there she goes, upside. NVIDIA's making the moves, as is Marvell. So there's a lot of names that are starting to go higher. Like Marvell, give me a break. Wow. There's, if anybody wonders why I look at the 200 period moving average, that's why. There's the bounce right there off of 255 clean, up $25 from the lows is Captain Marvell there as it just keeps on going. And it can just, aye, Captain, you are my captain. That is for sure. Thanks for the Gracie Abrams.
My captain.
Yeah, thanks for the Gracie Abrams tickets, Marvell. Nice move higher right here.
And, Patrick, Neil, Palantir, dip by. Palantir wasn't necessarily on the list today for me. Like every other, the last couple of sessions, it's been a long. But like the rejection of the 200 period moving average here, it made me feel it was a risk-off day that I didn't think it had a short setup, but this is a short setup. It is now because support got a failed break. So huge topping tail topping tail candle on PLTR. I hate to say it.
I'm down with the calendars.
Yeah, I would be looking for some kind of a 155 to 150, like hold this trend down. That'd be the short I'd look for. But I just prefer the crypto play today. So, that's what we're going with. So I end up in BM&R because Bitcoin's not really moving much. I don't know what to tell you, but like BM&R is at least giving you some like pop and some fade, whereas IBIT is doing a whole lot of nothing. It's still trend down and still looking weak, but the best thing about the market is I don't care what sector you're looking at. If something in the sector you wanted to trade isn't moving, I promise you there's something that is.
Oh boy.
So it's that simple. So BM&R is the reload for me. I probably won't trade Palantir today, but that does look like a big time fail break. I'd be careful there.
Yeah, big time right here. Well, forget about, we already talked about Marvell. Look at NVIDIA right now, ladies and gentlemen. This name just continues to snack right now. Nice moves there on NVIDIA. 230 right now coming into play for NVDA. So watch out now. Another hot one here that we've got. It's a hot NVIDIA summer right now, and that's going to be all over the place. So there it goes. Nice move higher here for NVDA. Taking out its pre-market levels now as well. So there it goes, right through these key levels of 227. We'll see if we can get back up. I mean, I was saying 236 earlier today. I thought that was maybe a little bit of a pipe dream, but it looks like it's going upside. And, you know, with that kind of a move higher here, we do suffer through the NASDAQ as it's just going up right up to its 200 period. You know, we love that. I love that 200 period so much that I have to respect it here. So if it does break, we will have to slap the fail and the flush bus. There it is, going to break right now on that trade. So there it goes, man. We flush out on the TQQs. Took a little bit of profit there, gave it back on that flush higher. And sometimes we get stopped out a little too early on trades. This time around, man, I think this is, you know, maybe something that we want to just wait around for, because no real idea what this wants to do here on the NASDAQ, and especially because we have our big guy, NVIDIA, leading the way higher, as well as
Is it anybody but NVIDIA, though?
Well, Apple's up a little bit. I mean, yeah, not, to your point, not like what NVIDIA is doing, that's for sure.
Like, what is leading us so far? Like, I'm looking at, look at Broadcom. Broadcom's not putting in any work. I mean, you got to put up or shut up here, like some of these other big names. Microsoft is at the lows. Alphabet is, bouncing, but at the lows as well. Amazon, what are we doing here with Amazon? Same chart, at the lows, looking relatively weak. And I get, some people have been saying, like, oh, Neil, you don't care about us.
What do you mean you don't care about us? For what?
No, I think it was probably the Palantir comment. Look, man, I bought Palantir on this trend break in my personal account. I like the trend break. It's just that today looks kind of weak to me. Down 4%, weak relative to the market. Even right now with the market bouncing, it's heading to the lows. Look at it holding VWAP up. It could always reverse trend. I don't have to explain. It just looks relatively weak, man. That's all I'm going to get at. But with the market breaking higher, I'm going to take another leg out here. Just at the current low, still waiting for the break all the way down to 18.25 here on BMNR. But I gotta keep in mind that IBIT and ETH are just kind of holding sideways. Yes, down. Yes, trend down. But they're holding some support here. So make sure you get that profit when you can. Nokia still a bit of a nothing burger for me. I haven't traded it yet. It can't seem to hold above V. It can't seem to break down to where I wanted to buy it at support, so I'm in a holding pattern on Nokia. I do like some of its strength. I do want to be long this stock, but it's too much diddling in the middle here for them.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we were right about NVIDIA. Now that's at 230 right now and breaking a little higher, so we have to watch out for that one. And then Google was maybe the, whoopsies. Google was maybe, what the, Yago? Google was maybe the one that we wanted to look at for the short. So we should probably re-engage in that one. I mean, the NASDAQ's not going to be a short if we have Apple and NVIDIA doing what it's doing, and Marvell coming back to life as well on those plays. So let's look at SoFi quickly here to see what that's doing, some of these bank names. SoFi did get a bump down into 18 bucks early, yeah, so down 3% right now for SoFi, not doing well over there. I can't imagine Robinhood's having itself a day. Well, 88 I think is pretty stable. We actually saw, yeah.
That's not bad.
No, we actually saw yesterday, you know, them sort of decouple a little bit from the Bitcoin talk, and I think that's happening a little bit more today as well, as they did have that flush early, and then a little bit of a buyback rate there for Robinhood. Wow, man. That the only long we had written down here was NVIDIA right now, but we don't have it. This is like an absolute monster move right now. Boy, oh boy, this is going to be a good day to check the old PA. I mean, we sold out of some ARM. We bought some more NVIDIA down there at 215. Really love that stock. You're seeing ARM come. I mean, ARM selling was never a good idea anyways, but there comes ARM back in just a little bit, down 3% today. So that could be something that we want to pay attention to. Micron, another name that, you know, many of us have traded. And even when Micron was down here at 1,000, I said, this is probably the name to look at if the market's going to come right back up. And oh boy, did that ever just happen. So rewind the time 20 minutes ago when Micron was all the way down here and we were excited about it. And now you can see why Micron doing damage right now, upside for traders. So there it goes, man. Congratulations on anybody that hit that Micron level. But there it goes, man. NVIDIA popping, Micron popping, and it's propping the market higher. There's Intel as well, not going higher. So I think we've identified the longs in this market and the shorts in this market. Now we got to see if there's a trade associated with that. Wow, NVIDIA now 231. This is going meme crazy, man. This is just, look at that. Right, boom. It just went 40 cents as we stared at it right there. It was just at 230.80, and there it is now, 231.20s inbound now for NVDA as we approach near the highs, all-time highs of 236 and change. So let's go NVIDIA here, sparking a nice rally in the NASDAQ. Guess what? We green.
Yeah, you can't stop the NASDAQ, but you just gave me a name that I'm going to go back to, and that's going to be SoFi. Yeah. Inadvertently, because the second you mentioned Robinhood, I was like, well, you know what? SoFi, is it holding that 18 again? It's 2 days in a row. Obviously, look, stablecoin, they rug jobbed it on Friday, but it's been able to hold right around this level. Same thing again here. There's been big time breakups each time, so we're just going to pop the trend line in. Obviously, I'm looking crypto short and reloading it every chance I get. But if there's a trend breakdown of this downtrend, break of the downtrend, I'm going this one long. Like breakout 18.2, you'd be busting this trend line, and I like that. It's all about the setup, and I love that setup. If we can get it, haven't got the third reload in BM&R yet. The market is strong enough that this should end up. Yeah, like the market's going higher here. Bitcoin's not really falling all over itself yet. I feel like there's a chance to get another reload at some point here on that volume-weighted average price and see if we can't run this one back into the downside, get a couple points there. Bitcoin's still trending lower, so everything seems fine in that regard. But SoFi is now on my radar for sure, and still looking for something else that sets up as a short. Because if the market doesn't actually hold, if NASDAQ doesn't
why don't you guys let us
hold up here, I want one more thing that I'm looking for that just isn't crypto related that can be a fade. And I'm not really seeing anything that I like. You know, Nokia long is not really setting up, but I hesitate to flip there. Still want to try to be bullish on it. There's always the quantum stocks could end up breaking trend. That could be something. But then I'd rather not short a strong stock. It might just though.
Yeah, exactly. You don't have to go back and forth too much. I did, though. I went right back into the TQs, kind of for that same reason. Let's just wait to see if that top has been made. There's obviously a lot of exuberance right now in this market. We just had a pretty nice move higher. We do have Jolt's job offerings. So I only have 2 units right now on this, 2.5 units. So we'll wait to see what's happening here. We are red on the TQs today, so it's going to be a red so far day. If we can get back in just a little bit here, then we can change all of that. So let's put a bid here in the mid-80s, and then we'll wait for mid-70s as that's looking like where that 200 period moving average is, and then we'll work off of it from there if we do get a little lower. And remember, I've changed the strategy. Like, we don't need to, well, there it is. Okay, so we'll go bang on that one. Hopefully this comes back in now. We don't need to make hero plays and make for, like, amazing moves up or down. You know, I've decided to up my shares a little bit, so, you know, we can take profits where profits lie and then not necessarily worry too much about having those huge home runs. So there's an 81 fill right there. We're going to take 17 cents as it comes right back in. And just as Neil said, we're going to stick with some things that we know. I mean, we are, you know, we always trade the futures. I do, and I really enjoy it here. So let's see if that continues to work out for us as we look at the TQQs on the downside. Hey, man, I'm bidding mid-77, sorry, and we just bounced off of me. So that was not bad, but we just did miss it. I'm going to put another bid right here at 86, see if we get that one, and just try to massage this. It looks like, I mean, the market probably going higher. You know, we don't have too many on the board, and right now we're flat. So, yeah, good couple outs there at the 200 period, but this trade still has a lot of room to go here.
It's worth mentioning that USO has been trending up. It's not like you're getting a reprieve from the oil market. This is very much all pre-market been putting in higher lows and got back to flat. So, I mean, that would still favor some weakness in the market, but we'll see. Like, you know, Palantir was the one. I know people were looking for a long trade in Palantir, but that's now double-barreled the volume-weighted average price. So that gives me something else to look at. We'll hold on to and short any pop that we can get when it comes to BM&R or possibly IBID, but I want to add Palantir to the list. There's your false break of the high, there's your lower high. This one is trend down, and there's tons of room. Like, there's actually, to 148 this has room to. So, like, the next available pop, it seems like a short to me. And Nokia, thank goodness we didn't trade it. because I'd just be trying to force some kind of a long that isn't there either. Like, that's not a long. Forget about that.
On my phone.
It looks pretty weak. Well, we're almost at target on BMNR, because basically just looking for here where we could get in, right into the low, and then move on to the next. That'll likely be IBIT or Palantir. IBIT could just be almost anywhere on this trend line, and any pop on Palantir. The market is looking like a little.
Market's going up, so.
Well, this is what I'm saying. Like, the market is looking strong, but crypto, it's just weak, and Palantir is just weak. Might have to go and slide over to where there is movement for the next available trade. Because I just got that bottom there in BMNR, so we'll ring the register. But now the quantum names are setting up a false break as well. So false break of the high here on Rigetti, and then a retracement. Shoot, we don't have locates. That's right. We got to pay for locates. We just got a nice, it's going to break through, isn't it? We just got I don't know what just happened there, but we just got a nice move down. We got the short, and then we're able to cover some down there. But now you're starting to go higher on this Jolt's job openings. So we're going to have to wait to see what that number is. We're just going to get stopped out of this. Like, we just flushed down and we're able to get something out of this NASDAQ, but it is blasting higher right now. So yeah, this market is definitely off right here, off to the races, I should say, happening now with numbers and Adara. Let's see if it can control this market a little bit.
Ahead of the numbers, seeing some comments here from Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel saying that the Iranian regime is destined to vanish and we'll, meaning Israel, will end it. Also saying that they're going to be staying at the forefront against Iran aggression. Let's talk here about these Jolt's job openings for the month of April 2026. We are looking here for a forecast of 6.866 million. Prior print here, 6.866 million. So we are expecting no change, guys, for those Jolt's job openings. We've got about 28 seconds to go until this number hits. Now, it's also worth noting, because it's always sometimes kind of interesting here when we have a lot of talk of layoffs. You know, a lot of companies announcing layoffs as of late. Been seeing a lot of comments that this could be impacting some of these employment data we get this week. Later this week, we're going to be getting NFP data on Friday and the unemployment rate. That would likely be a larger impact, but either way here, guys, in just 7 seconds, let's find out if that Jolt's job openings is, in fact, 8.66 million, much like the prior print. And we should be making these numbers at any moment now. Jolt's job openings higher than expected, 7.618 million. So higher than expected job openings. Let's see if we get that quits number. Quits actually lower than expected. I was seeing 2.97 versus 3.17 million. So higher than expected Jolt's job openings, lower than expected Jolt's job quits. Here is the NASDAQ just continuing this push to the upside off of that wick low that we got earlier today, just below that 740 level to start the day. HPE on watch here with earnings day one. A couple other earnings day one plays on watch here, including DG. You had VSXY also in focus here. So lots of earnings plays, but HPE, you had a double beat. You had a raise. Strong report across the board for Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. You also have ABVX, not one that we mentioned earlier, I think briefly during the opening rundown, but on watch here. Generally pretty strong data for one of their treatments. However, unfortunately, if you take the larger dose, I guess there were some cancer indications found. So Jeffrey downgrading the stock due to those concerns, understandably so. This is down about 30% today. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe as we send you back over to Sean and Neil.
Thank you very much there, Adair. I want to give a big shout out to our good friends over at Trade the Pool, because they got something a little bit big. It's the biggest trade event Trade the Pool has ever been part of. The Trading World Championship 2026 is coming together with top trading brands from across the industry, and it's all starting on June the 8th. It's your chance to win big prizes, including over $20,000 in cash rewards, evaluation accounts, exclusive giveaways, and access to special live events happening throughout the competition. The only way to win is to join, and registration is completely free. Don't miss your shot. Especially don't shoot it over the crossbar, Scan the QR code on your screen right now. Sign up and join the Trading World Championships 2026. That was an unnecessary dig.
I saw you.
I don't have a dog in the fight, but Arsenal, hey man, you make it to the final. I'd be happy when my team make it. Well, game 7 sucked, but I'd be happy if the Bills made it to the Super Bowl at this point. Get there, it's a victory in and of itself. Bit of a breakthrough. Let's see. We got to target on BMNR, but it's still heading a bit lower. But that's the move we were looking for. effectively like just hold under some key levels, do a topping tail break. We got to look for the next available trade. Intel, of course, turned out to be the L for me, and that's still going higher, so I'm not going to mess with this. If the price I liked, excuse me, if the price I liked was 111 and 113, and we're trending higher, let's let it work into that. Like the high came at 1130 yesterday, and then it reversed course. So this can easily trend up before returning back to course. We talked about the quantum names possibly doing a bit of a trend break. I had to go over, couldn't actually punch this short on the trend break because we don't have any locates. Well, we don't have any free locates here on Rigetti, had to pay for them. So now after missing that entry, I'll just simply look for some kind of a lower high, put in like a little bit of a flag and then break that flag down, or just confirm this trend in here at about 26.6 and take it back through VWAP. So gonna look for a short pop situation on either IBIT or, it doesn't really, I don't care which one. At this point, it could be BMNR, it could be IBIT, just want some kind of a pop. Like follow the market up and then I can get a re-short in this name. And then one breakout trade long would be this SoFi. That's about the only thing that's looking like I love this all morning long trend down, still holding the 2-day lows, so still holding these levels. SoFi made the break at 11 o'clock yesterday and earlier the day before. This was, actually this was 10:45. So it's in this hour that SoFi has made its break from about 18 to 18.6, 18.7 yesterday, 18.5 the day before. So that's one I want to look for through VWAP here. And it's catching a bid. The market's strong enough that it can bring it up. It's probably getting pulled down by crypto somewhat, but once that releases, I do like this trend break here on SoFi, so that could be the next one. And Alan Burr, we should be all over on other names. I know we're talking about what we're trading, but IREN, anytime you see a bullish move,
Love IREN.
And you get like from this one from the 50 period, the big bullish move right into resistance. It takes a couple of days off to do what? To consolidate. There's your consolidation. It ends up being 3 days of consolidation, and now this is breaking out. The reason this works is because you forget about it. Like there's less people on it when it's gone sideways for 2 or 3 days in a row, and then it's got a little bit more energy, right? There's less people on the offer. They're trying to get out of their longs. There's, the shorts that are in there have been building into some shorts looking for the pullback, so you get a better breakout. Look for that 3-day rule sometimes on consolidations, because we like some IREN, and congratulations to everyone that was looking at this one. It wasn't on the list today, but clean break.
Yeah, no, IREN, CEG, you mentioned some sort of an index event later on today.
Yeah, 1.3 million shares that should be on the buy side. Expected. Remember, just because it is, doesn't mean it will come out as a buy and go up on CEG. But if it does, I'm going long.
Good. Yeah, I like that. I like that play there at 350. We'll wait to see what those imbalances sure look like. Marvell, I mean, when there's a gap, we talked about playing 2 VWAP. We actually mentioned that. There's the higher there. There's the playback. There's the playback again at 265. So maybe an area there to look at with Marvell. So we'll have to wait to see there. But yeah, the IREN army is strong. That's a name that I missed getting into. We were able to get into ARM at $2, but we missed IREN at $45. That was a great, here's the level right there on IREN. We have to let's take a look at Big Bear AI. Why don't we do that in a minute? I don't know what it's doing, but yeah, we tried the futures one more time there at the top and it didn't work. We were able to get a little bit every time, but then just kept on blowing through. So yeah, man, the NASDAQ is going with, we couldn't be. You're not going to wipe, even though we're making some hits here where, we've been really, really surprised and happy with today's developments in the market, especially for some of the names that we're holding. But there's NVIDIA falling back in just a little bit here, so watch out for that name, potentially making moves that we don't agree with back here for NVIDIA, back into 230, so that should be a decent look there if there's something that you're looking to do. NVIDIA at the 25 period moving averages, we don't get too many pullbacks right here, so watch out for 230 right now on NVIDIA. I think that might be worth a little bit of a look. Micron just ripping again, all morning here. We had that move down lower, and we were like, wow, this name probably, if the market's going to go back, this would be the one to look at. There goes Micron. That NVIDIA at 230 is something interesting, but I don't know. It's gone so hard there up to 232. It almost took out its all-time highs there at 236, and I wasn't even really thinking that was going to happen. So, 228 would be a great level, I would think, here for them as well. So that could be something to look at. I'm going to try a bit at 228 if we're lucky enough to get that. We'll very soon find out. But I'm going to try NVIDIA at 228. Give it to like 227.50, this 200 period moving average or so. And if we really break the lows on that one, then I don't know. And maybe if we're going to look for a short, it would be some of the names that we thought were shorts. Okay, Google.
Crypto related.
Yeah, that name's just going upside there. Yeah, maybe just IBIT and crypto-related names. Yeah,
I literally had a stink bid today on Alphabet. Like,
Google might be short. I don't know.
Look at that's a buy. No. I was gonna Google. It's
on Google.
That's a program. This is like a program buy. One of the things you look for if you're looking to fade this is the second it just looks different. Like, look at the 3-minute chart. I don't know what it looks like on a 1 or a 5-minute, but on a 3-minute, it's all green on the 3-minute. When it does some kind of a distinct change, that can be your program. That can be your program turning off. Seriously, yeah, okay. So BMNR, the market goes higher. This will happen. Like, you get to your level, the market breaks higher, and then the thing you're looking at ends up breaking lower. So that continues to go down. Anything that's crypto related, we're not be able to short a pop here. And this might think that this would be bad for SoFi, but SoFi is still, despite the weakness in crypto, is still trending toward this breakout. So everything in front of me says SoFi breaking this trend line is going to be the next trade. It's maybe 10 cents away. Get above VWAP, break this 1810, hold above, and then we go long. In uplift markets, Google bounced exactly off the 50 SMA on the daily.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we look at those.
Yeah, it was just exact. Yeah, my pea-sized brain put my stink bid in front of 350, the prior high, instead of just putting it at the 50-period moving average, which a lot of times that's where I would do a first dip buy. But nope, I'm sitting at like 351.22 because it's always 22.
I thought the news of diluting shareholder value here to get more into the data center would have been a negative, and it looks like it's not really. You're down 2% here, which is against the market, so we still are red. I'm gonna get stopped out of this short again. It looks like, man, another 80-cent hit possibly coming here for Google. We only have one unit. I mean, I'm not, got to get better at trading these trends, like instead of just what my opinion is, because Google right here is straight upside fire right now. We could have switched over and got long in the futures. We didn't do that, and now we just wait for Google. I mean, look, it's not. I'm not going to cry over spill milk here. This is not the end of the world. Just what we've been doing here. We're trying to trade a little bit lighter shares and trying to see if we, because a couple of times we've gotten stopped out like right at the bottoms of moves or tops, and like look at that. That just, okay, Google is so strong. It just was in the 30s there, and now it just broke through 368. So we'll have a fail on anything short right now as these markets are just blasting, and that NVIDIA is probably the one that's going to work out, but that's coming back in. So what was weak is now strong, what was strong is now weak. So everything's sort of taking a little bit of a turn here for the worst for me because we've been shorting this move. But yeah, Oracle, I don't know, do you want to short that? I mean, that looks like a decent short, but you're above VWAP right now, so that may not work out. We've talked about some relative strength maybe coming back into some of these bank names with JP Morgan, and that's downside right now. Pretty good. Hit to $300.50, now back into $297. There's the pushback on Google. Damn. We might adjust. I'll try a little bit now. We won't. Again, we're just going to see if we can grab that on the way back in, maybe on some sort of a trend change there for Google. So there's, like I said, trying to hold out for a little bit longer. And look what happens, man. We still make that high. That high now is 368.25. And if you keep on trying to pick levels, you're going to make highs every time. So we got to be very, very specific and careful with exactly how many shares we're throwing around here at these names, especially going counter trend here with Google. So we're short right now at 367.65s. We'll see if we can make back what we lost. But right now, Google is just sending me in a tizzy here as it's just going upside. Congrats to anybody that had that one right. And we got Dragos with that super chat on HPE. And like we said, man, we wanted to celebrate it with you. We did. There's the look right there off the open. We absolutely ramped into 64.50, and so make sure there, Dragos, that if you haven't gone out, maybe right there, 64 and change. We'll see if HPE gets back up to the upside now. 58.50 for Hewlett-Packard Enterprise looks like a good bouncing spot.
And remember, that was a big buy and balance that paired off too. Like it was a 1.6 million buy that paired down to 500,000. It doesn't mean that it was going to make a high early, but it does. Sometimes sometimes that's just actually true if you look at those imbalances going to the open. Okay, so SoFi, I lied. SoFi wasn't the first thing to try to break the trend. It still might be. Like, it's very, very close, but I almost said HPE because we were just talking about HPE. Nokia, for the first time today, doesn't hold VWAP well the second time through. Didn't grab it the first because that's right at the open, but now it's got this bottom tail and this little bit of a trend break. It's still underneath VWAP, so it's not perfect, but we'll take the first shot at it. Just give it to the prior low, right? I want to see this thing get to, like, ultimately, when I put this down on the note, like, I was thinking all roads leading to the 17 even at that pre-market high, and it already put that move in, which we missed right at the open. Market is, like I said, the market's bouncing. The crypto names are starting to move back to the upside. That might still be a short for me. If IBIT can go, oof. All right, this could actually come pretty heavy to VWAP here because you got a big reversal candle and you could come into VWAP and be really strong. So look for something in around the 39 level and that 69K on BTC. You want to hold underneath.
Oh boy, yeah, wow. I can't believe the move there. Sometimes in crypto, it's
I for one am shocked at this.
So wild.
Nobody should be surprised about Virgin Galactic. Took a massive dump. Why are the option calls and puts so expensive? Volatility, baby. I mean, it's 32% down after, what was it up yesterday? I don't know. What's the move in the last couple of weeks? At one point, it was 350% from the lows.
$2.50 stock or something like that.
Yeah, on May 21st, it was a $2.50 stock. So that kind of volatility is going to be insane. And yes, it'll be SSR. Once you get 10% down that day and the following day, the uptick rule is in effect. And for anyone that doesn't know what that means, it simply means you can't go short by hitting the bid. You can still short, but you can't do it by removing liquidity from the bid unless the last print was an uptick. Everyone's favorite rule, if you like the short stocks, the uptick rule is in effect. So makes it just harder to get, like, say breaking $5 and you want a $4.99 stop. It's harder to get that short. Just ask anybody that tried to grab that Cerberus trade on day 2. Like, it was a money short, but probably it was so good because nobody could get filled. Like, it broke, like, I think it was like 200 and...
Oh, Cerberus is up today, though.
I know, but like, it was the day 2 play when we were on. It was like, I wasn't the only person that swung and missed at that. It was in the money if you got the fill. Instantly $10, and then another $5 within a minute or two. But because it was SSR, when the level broke, you couldn't hit the bid to go short. So people that are selling shares they own long are the ones that won. Well, I mean, they're the ones that are getting the fills.
Right, we are now, we're in a short again. What a surprise with Google here. It's trying to break through. Oops, that's still HPE. It's trying to break through okay, there it is. We got a 97 fill. So here we come back into the downside. Oh. What a bounce again. I'll put another bid here at 10s if we get, okay, we're at 9s actually. There it is, we get those 9s. Yeah, wow, what a wild ride this is for Google. Like, this spread on some of these names, this is what's taking me for a little bit of a ride sometimes. It is the spread on this. So it's like we're getting stopped out sometimes, and the momentum is just carrying these names through crazy levels. So I'm like bidding 70, there, like I'm just bidding, look at this. Now I'm bidding 75. We're almost green now on Google on the day, considering how stupid we traded this pretty much. It's gonna be lucky, I feel, obviously, to get back to Greensville. Let's see what happens here. I'm gonna put another bid in the 60s and see if we do flush just a little bit downside there on Google. But we did try to play the short in and around 368. We have it now at 368.50. I don't know if it's gonna be any good. Another bid out right there. Now I'm gonna wait for 367 and change and see if we get something down there. 267.30s. Okay, here it comes. It's just bouncing just a little bit. I see Sia is in the house right now. So we say thank you to everybody for that comment there. People are excited yesterday. Where was Sia? And she's back here today. So that'll be good to have her back and probably joining us very soon. But there it is, man. Now we are $1.50 in the money right now. So we want to thank everybody for all their super chats. And here we come right back in, man. We've got it. We got it good. And there it is, man. Now we're green on Google. So, hey, man, sometimes it takes, a little bit of a move, and, that happened there for Google. But now it's coming back upside, so good covering. We only have a third left on this trade, but Google to the downside there temporarily and just bounces nicely off of 367, although that 67 thing.
Yeah, that number, look, man, you see it more often when you're thinking about it. It doesn't show up all the time, but it's still a bit of a thing. Can Bitcoin only rally literally nothing?
Rally? Oh, yeah.
No, there's one solid green candle off of the lows, and I'm thinking that's where we're going to get a chance to get short, and it's just not really happening there. BM&R, I don't know if I want to go back to that because look at how extended the move already got, and it hasn't really popped. So I'd rather join something I think has more room to go. And as long as we're underneath this 69,000, I'll just take the wick it gave me is 38 change, 38.83 or something like that. So I'm just gonna throw the stop up there and just short it where it lies effectively. Just try to get it in here and then play it back in as far as it wants to go. Like there's no obvious level when you look at the daily chart until you get like $1.50 down here. You know, we're at 68.5, so call 68,000 the next obvious place to go. But I think there's still room to get to the downside. So I'm gonna short here. This is not a hold till VWAP. This is just like that whole prior bar because that's what it gave us as we continue to head lower. Crypto's bad, bad, bad. Everyone's saying Tesla in the chat. Remember, make sure you do the $ in front of your symbols. Tesla's got strength. Tesla's breaking out, maybe a 420. I don't want to take a breakout. The market's at the highs. Be careful with breakout trades. Market's at the top.
Ripping, huh?
But it is absolutely ripping. There's one that we didn't look at. No catalyst today on Tesla that I was aware of. Probably the reason why it's catching some people off guard. But it's green into a relatively flat market. I think as long as it trends up, it's got plenty of room because yesterday was a dump job. That 420 could be something, but I don't know if that's the one I want to jump into. Like Bitcoin doesn't get to VWAP, it's at the lows like 2 minutes later or like a minute later. Bitcoin is dying. It's weak, it sucks. Michael Saylor, get back on the bid for everyone out there that likes it. Who knew? The guy who has been the bid steps off the bid and all of a sudden it gets, you know what, it sucked anyways. It didn't even make a difference if this guy got off the bid recently. He should have started selling it in November of last year. That's where he should have started selling the sucker. I still think we see that 50,000 by the end. Well, forget about by the end of the year. Sometime this quarter. Why in the banks for that? Joe liked that.
Oh, all right, so Google just broke 370, by the way, so we're able to get out of some, and then it just blasts through one more time. So not going to be positive there on Google as we go. Okay, here comes 229. I mean, this might be the long then. I mean, if we're gonna try to play some kind of trend, I mean, NVIDIA's been upside right here, trying to barcode right now. We'll wait to see what this market wants to do. Wow, that Google is like crazy strong, like was not really expecting, like, you know, we had that move on the way back in there, just took out 370. So yeah, there goes Google again, upside. You know, they could probably get to positive land right now on GOOGL. So nice move there for Google. Was definitely not expecting that one. Wow, good move up to 371 now for Google. All right, yeah, we'll go back over to the desk with who?
Small cap.
Small cap recap. C is joining Adara here. So let's go back and see what's going on back there.
This first name here brought to you by Randy. He put this one in our chat. I looked at it. So this one is Blue Jay Diagnostics, a name that's rallied in the past, BJDX. Thank you again to Randy for bringing this to our attention. Blue Jay Diagnostics and Argonaut Manufacturing Services entering into a strategic partnership with one another. $6.5 million market cap for BJDX and a float of 910,000 shares. Next up, HPE. This one at highs. This one trades. It feels like constantly you're seeing this one rally. HPE does have A, the name's Hub Cybersecurity. We know cybersecurity names on watch, and B, you've got only a 560,000 share float, I believe. So sub-million share float, pretty significant there. Last but not least, GRRR, Gorilla Technology, entering into a $2 billion AI infrastructure deal in India with none other than Supermicro Computer. GRRR, another name that's rallied in the past with a $637 million market cap, 25,000 share float, and a 13.3% short float. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. So finally getting going is Nokia. It did this at the open. We're just looking for a repeat of this move into the 17 level. So there's your trend break here. We're at VWAP, so the stop moves up to just underneath the break even at this point. Because remember, the volume weighted average price just got rejected. Like, this isn't a downtrend from these highs. So I want to see continuation, but I don't want to be stubborn about it. So we'll give it back into that break even stop. Bitcoin's still looking relatively weak. And I get it. There's been some chatter saying, well, Saylor only sold 32 Bitcoins. True, but it doesn't take, when you stink or when things are in a downtrend, you don't need overwhelmingly bad news for it to continue. That's all you got to really think about. Like right now, there's a million places to put your money that are getting, not a million, but there's a lot of places to put your money risk on, which have been just yielding ridiculous returns. Just ask anywhere in the AI trade. So then why does money need to go here? And then we're just waiting for a point where people like it. Maybe that will be down around 60 to 65K where it bounced before. It could be true. But until then, let it do what it's doing, which is fall. Every single day. Just about. Without much reprieve. Like you'll have some up days, but they're not really that great. Like you'll have a breakout day and then it'll fail. Look at this. Like it'll fail the prior day high and end up doing nothing, and then you get more of a rollover. When even your up days look pretty relatively weak or sideways on the chart, that tells you a lot for Bitcoin.
Yeah, for sure. And it's not been a good ride for Bitcoin. It's not been a good ride for AMD either right now. AMD just, like I said, man, you're trying to play some strong names. I mean, there it goes up to 520 and you're like loving life. And then all of a sudden comes right back into the 200 period moving average again here for advanced micro devices. So, going to try to just do what we've been doing and try to play off a little bit of technicals anyways. It's going to take a minute to get filled. I just put a bid there at 50 and that just, damn. Like the spread here, like I just could have punched 50s or 60s and then it goes immediately $1 there to the upside. So we're trying to have faith in these names, but they still got to go for us and give us the right fills to make sure that we don't break too much lower. 505 50s or so would be a breaking spot for me on this. We'll put a stop order just in case it does, come back in and we're able to, have a quick little look at some more trades here for, there we go, we get a little bit of long now on advanced micro devices. We'll see if we get one more long. We're fitting at 506.50s. Hopefully that fills and we'll get a little more shares than we have right now. Not a huge bid for me here. We'll just wait to see what winds up happening now with AMD on a little bit of a take there. Like, look at the spread. It's 50 cents. Right now on advanced micro devices. So let's see if we can close that gap a little bit and take advantage of that. There it is. So now look at this. Now we're all the way up again. We'll see if we can ring the register on $1 just by playing the spread on advanced micro devices. What exactly is happening here? This is a very, very violent spot, and I'm not sure I'm comfortable trading.
Volatility's up.
Yeah, like 40, 50 cent spreads. So again, but it's a $500 name. I mean, it's kind of like, what do we expect, right? We are expecting some
AMD needs to split, actually.
Yeah, these all could probably go for a split at some point.
Micron first. Micron will split first.
I hope so.
I think Micron's the next stock in the market to split. And
That'd be nice.
Not counting IPOs, because whatever.
Just put it back.
SpaceX already did one.
We'll put it back into a trading zone for us, right?
Exactly.
I think that's $1,100 or SanDisk or something.
A lot of people don't trade those, and nobody wants to play. Not that they don't want to, but a lot of people can't play options when it comes to that. But with this pullback in the market, move the stop close to break even. As I said on Nokia, I like that it broke the trend, but I don't want to be stubborn when it loses VWAP. And it'll seem like a random out. Trust me, it's not. It's like, whoa, look at that. You got the temporary bottom on IBIT. That's because we're at 68,000. So when I took this little topping tail candle short, the play was 68.5 on Bitcoin to 68,000. Like, that's all I was looking to express. And now we'll look for the next opportunity. Maybe it's just short the next thing in crypto land that looks good. Went from BMNR to IBIT. Heck, maybe MSTR sets something up next. I don't know. Maybe Robinhood sets something up next where you can just continue in the shorts. Let's go over to SIA for the first time. MSTR SSR.
Thank you, Neil. Today's hot pick is AADX. I know it's not a name you've heard before. That's because the company is not public yet. AADX launching tomorrow with its IPO on the June 3rd. This company is transitioning to the public. I'll give you a bit of a history, but it's based in Huntsville, Alabama. Now, the IPO valuation target currently stands at $3.59 billion. The company's capital raise goal is seeking up to $682.5 million. It will be offering 32.5 million shares that will be priced between $18 to $21. Now let's take a look at a little bit of the strategic growth and portfolio of the company. The company's financial momentum for the year 2025 stood at $498.8 million, which is up 24.8% from the year 2024, where the number stood at $309.8 million. Moving on to strategic origins of the company. Now, Applied Aerospace and Defense was not just that. It was Applied Aerospace, and it has been merged with PCX Aerosystem. This was formed by Greenbrier Equity Group last year. Now, moving on to critical hardware. What does this company do? Well, let me tell you, it's a leading producer of flight control surfaces, engine shafts, as well as rocket motor cases. That's all. What are you excited for this company's IPO, and are you going to invest in it?
No. But yeah, I think we have that Quantinium coming up on June 4th.
Oh, that's Thursday, not tomorrow.
Yeah, so that should be a good one there for sure. But thanks, Sia. That was a good.
Could be bad timing for these guys.
Oh, NVIDIA.
Well, no. I just mean it's INIO, and because that's like an energy play on Thursday, and Quantinum, whatever. I don't care how you pronounce it. It's QNT on Thursday. You don't wonder if we continue to see this kind of like fail breakout pullback, those IPOs could end up being those quick little rug jobs because market sentiment matters a heck of a lot. Let's go back up to Adair, I believe. Adair?
USO and watch. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is currently speaking at a Senate hearing, and if you guys know me, you know I'm listening to this. He's been talking about Iran, also saying that the U.S. is in talks with Iran, and, quote, there is a prospect that Iran has agreed to negotiate aspects of the nuclear program that they previously refused to mention in discussion. So obviously that's very wordy, but basically it sounds like there's at least the potential of Iran having agreed to negotiate aspects of the nuclear program. We'll have to wait and see exactly what that means. I'm sure he's going to get questioned further on Iran, but I'm very excited to listen to this entire Senate hearing, so we'll keep you posted if there's any more Iran talk, or less likely if there's anything else related to the market here. Back to you.
Okay,
Thanks,
so,
Adair. Yeah, and we'll keep our ear to the ground. I mean, USO's not
bouncing a little bit.
Here, I'll show you. USO's not doing anything too crazy. Although, look, if you're paying attention here, how about this? 135.5. Look at all these wick tops at 135.5. Because what you usually want to watch for here when you've got a resistance like that, if it breaks out this high. If USO takes out 135.8, we got problems. Yeah, the market probably holds red. You get that steady uptrend going. I was looking to see if maybe Robinhood could be like the next thing short after getting out of that IBIT trade and BMNR, and then looking for something to pivot over to that'll give a good setup. This could be a VWAP play. I don't know about SoFi anymore. Thank goodness we got out of Nokia. Like that took, like the second I got out, Nokia flushed right into the low, but it's coming back. So Nokia's holding the bottom. I still like this for a long. I don't want to be sitting on the bid at the lows for it to break down on me, but it's holding prior highs. It hasn't made a fresh low at all, but it is downward trending when the market is not. And when that's the case, I just need it to be breaking the trend. So it broke the steep trend here. Now just look at another trend break on Nokia. Just wait for the next opportunity to get in. Not chasing any of those crypto moves. We've already come a little bit too far. And we're still at 68,000, so nothing really changed on Bitcoin. But I'm feeling like I don't want to be short the bottom at 10:30. 10:30 is that pivot time. Like it's the time in the day where I start thinking about reversions for good. So that could be this. SoFi is not really playing out that way. It's nowhere close to the trend break that I wanted above VWAP, so it looks like it'll be another shot in Nokia for me.
Yeah, I was a little distracted there because we could have taken, I mean, I'm thinking about this. I'm short right now on Google, which again, we've been short Google the whole day, which has been wrong. We're just playing small to see about that 371 area, which we're coming up here. I'll show you. Coming up to it right now. I think I want to try a 371 area on Google. And again, it's just coming right into your 50 period moving average right there. So we can see if that winds up holding or not there on Google, as we now have a position short here. Just wait to see what winds up happening here with Google. Hopefully a little bit of a pullback, and we'll be able to capture said profit here on Google. But that's what we're trying to do right now, and go for it on Google. Nice move lower now, so we're gonna have to get out and capture a little bit of this profit here on Google as we make it I mean, now we're green on Google again. It's just a absolutely wild ride. They're waiting for that 371. But hey, I'm hitting keys like a madman right now to make sure that we do capture, because the last time I said, oh, well, we're green on Google, we were red pretty fast on that move. So here it comes right back up. Couple good fills down there near 370, but here, see that? Here it comes right back up again. So that was a really good fill for us up there at 371, but here it comes right back in again. Thanks, Google. Can't get me a winner, I guess. Back, we'll bid some 50s. But with the spread, I'm not really sure where this thing could go. So I'm bidding at 370.25. We just took some more out there at 370.50. Okay, take another bid there. There we go. That was me bidding 53s. So we get filled there, and now we'll wait to see if we do get another fall back in. Hopefully, this time breaking 370, then maybe looking at 369.50 or something. So we'll put a bid at 370.05 and see if we're able to capture something down there on Google. But yeah, so far, not the greatest trading today, trying to go short on everything. We did just capture some profit there, but you know, we're only out of half. So let's wait to see. I'll take another bid right now and see if we can get another fill at 50s. There it is. So let's see if Google now can finally collapse for us. That would be nice. And then we'll make a little bit of this money back for you guys on that one. Really, my only red stock, if Google can hold, would be the Qs. We did short, and there's that bounce again off VWAP that we just talked about. So maybe a potential trade happening right in front of us there on the TQQs. But yeah, man, Google's a surprise to me today. You know, we were down that 3%, almost a little bit more, and it battled all the way back up. So congrats. Trading there, guys.
That the 50-day moving average is just on big cap stocks, especially Mag 7.
It's been good.
It's just a place where people like to buy. So is the 200. It should have been looking there instead of the even dollar level at 350. Birdman, ASTC is threatening. SQYT quickly becoming your favorite sleeper that no one talks about, because we know Astrotech. Astrotech, they were the guys with the best press release of all time that went parabolic. And so, yes, recovering is the right word, because for the last couple of days, it went from 56 and got cut in half. So put it in perspective. And then, shoot, what was the other one?
Well, I have one of these.
We have that Rubik's Cube.
Well, maybe this is it. Yeah, look, we got two Rubik's Cubes. Yeah, night trading.
Yeah.
Back in the day. So there you go, night.
Is that
security?
It's probably still even wrapped. You know what? Whatever happened to our Remember we had the Instinet football?
Yeah, we had little things you could.
Someone taxed. First of all, that was my football from the other office. I had the little mini football, and then all of a sudden it disappeared when we moved offices.
Like my vest, my blue vest has disappeared. It was here when I left from Minnesota. Now it's gone. So who knows? Maybe that got.
Sometimes, like, you know, like Instinet's just, well, people probably know who Instinet is, but they have like nice little mini footballs, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a good idea by them back then.
It disappeared on us. Things always disappear around here. I'm not saying back in the day a trader probably walked off with it, but back in the day a trader probably walked off with it. This SKYT I'm not familiar with. Sorry. That was the other name from the super chat. It's done 300,000 shares. We never mind bringing it up. We appreciate the super chat. It's clearly, it's on a break, but this would be in like the no day trade zone. What it obviously, I don't need to, but I can do any one of these. Like, you've got a long-term trend line, you've got a short-term trend line, and if you're long these, like the way I always play them is the hold till they break the trend kind of deal. So great runner you got there, but ASTC is the one that'll likely be a little bit more exciting to you day traders out there. Nokia is still trying to break, but not doing much of anything. And if I'm going to jump back into a short, it feels like it's a race for something to pull back into VWAP for a lunchtime short, whether that's IBIT. It's not going to be BM&R, I don't think. So I'm thinking IBIT. It's something crypto related. So BM&R or Robinhood, those are the two that I got the eyeballs on. Sorry, not BM&R, IBIT or Robinhood, as BM&R is just too far gone, and I don't want to chase that low. Nokia did not. It still hasn't really held above VWAP, and I feel like that's what I'm going to wait for. Let it try to break out above the volume weighted average price, and let me get involved in that break here, because the one underneath just didn't go, Adara.
And GM both bouncing off the lows in a pretty notable way. Now, I'm not sure if this is 100% related, but the headline that made me look at these stocks in the first place was Canada formally pursuing the USMCA renewal while demanding relief on sector tariffs. Now, again, super unclear if this GM and 4 bounce has anything to do with that, but that is the reason I pulled these up in the first place. Once again, here, keep an eye on Forward and GM strong, and then also we have Canada formally pursuing USMCA renewal, but they're also demanding relief on sector tariffs. Back to you.
Nothing, thanks, Darren. Nothing is stopping Google here. That just mooned again, but good thing again, like we only had a third left, whatever we said. So we covered a lot of that, but just didn't help us by going any lower. So it's running, that is for sure, right there. But yeah, you know, we looked at Ford the other day here, just talking about maybe some deals here coming through, you know, on the space. We saw Tesla making highs. There's Ford making a little bottom there at 15 and change. We'll see what winds up happening there, but not too bad of a look here for Ford today, off the bottoms of 16 bucks. We'll see if that has anything to do with anything. Again, 371, I thought could have been maybe a short for Google. Let's try one more time. I mean, I don't know. we're definitely going against ourself here. That would have been a good trade there. I'm looking at, I mean, now we're just going to lower and wait for a flush on Google. I'm going to lower the shares, wait for a flush on Google, and see if that wants to go. NVIDIA might be the better trade. You know, it's just, this is also fallen back in $4. Will Google have the same fate? Don't know, but there it is, 232 down to 228. You know, maybe enough juice is now out of this name that we could catch something at some point here on NVDA. So, all right, here we go, man. It's coming right back in to the levels that we didn't really defend too well last time. We got some out, but not everything. Google coming right back in into the 20s again. Let's see if we can catch a bid downside and then wait for that break. But the way this name is going, I almost feel like Berkshire is on the bid today. Like just, you know, they've already got their shares. They're going to get some more in on this name, and they want to support that $10 billion that they threw at Google with those shares. So I don't know. Maybe there's something going on with that.
It could be people just chasing Berkshire buys like they tend to do.
Yeah.
Although I don't know if that's going to be this. I don't know if that'll be the same weight as when it was Warren Buffett making those calls.
Well,
that
that's
remains
the
to
other
be
thing.
proven.
We have to wait to
because
see.
back in the day, if Warren said he was getting into something, you were good for a day or two. You know, you'd follow that, and it's like, imagine just being able to announce that you're in something and then get an immediate 5 to 10% bounce.
Yeah, well, that was.
You know, and then congratulations, all credit where credit is due to be able to have that kind of clout. But it does make it pretty nice for your positions that the second everyone knows you're in, you get an insta 5 to 10% bump. And he had that.
Gives you a little floor.
But for the entirety of my trading career, that's been true for Warren Buffett, or was true for Warren Buffett. You can't say that anymore. Greg's got to prove himself. All right, Nokia, here's our other chance. It's breaking out above VWAP, so another potential trend break, holding the volume-weighted average price. Just looking to get in. I'm sitting right here at VWAP. Pick me. I am on the bid. Oh, I'm at 70. I'm on the bid at 73. It's at 74, 75. All right, I'm going to move to 75s. Get some there while leaving the 70 as well. So just trying to get hit on the bid in front of VWAP. Keep it the same. Like this prior bar low here is going to be the out. And we'll just give it to underneath that little trend break and see if this one wants to go. Nokia has been, hey, it's on a good rally. But what I like about this is you're still, relative to some other names, as much as you've been pulling back, it's consolidating above the highs, like above these prior highs, above the yesterday's tops. So I think there's room to this 17 and then go from there. If it can break 17, even better.
Okay, yeah, we'll hope that we can get some more names in here for you guys. Halter yesterday was Jay-Z. It's halted again a bunch of times
Probably
today.
down.
Yeah, what was it at yesterday? Yeah, now it's only down 83%. And again, we had, forewarned, we're not the smartest guys around
That
here,
was
but
easy. What?
Yeah, we had talked about, this, and if you were holding this one, sure, was there a chance for it, for it to moon? And, yesterday in the after hours, we did start to go up. I mean, right at 4 o'clock. And then I always feel like, and again, maybe this is cherry picking because we already know the results, but, when a stock doesn't get going in the after hours, sometimes, that's it because there's no halting. So if it can't get going, the buyers can step in the sellers can step in and sell this thing down. So, we kind of.
That's so bad.
I think we did a good job of trying to warn you guys a little bit here about Jay-Z, but there it is to the downside. So yeah, not great there today. Halter multiple times today, Jay-Z. So be careful with that one. I think it's back over to the desk to Adara, I believe, or. All right, then let's go.
Yeah, I guess if that Jay-Z stock doesn't work, you can just get that dirt off your shoulders. In the meantime, let's take a look at this sector board because there is, I would say, pretty distinct divides here between the sector performance. You've got a lot that's green, a lot that's red. I would actually say in pretty equal measure. Industrial services, really strong. Utility strong. Non-energy minerals, strong. Producer manufacturing, quite strong here. Electronic tech, strong for the most part. There are some asterisks here. Micron down about 1%. AMD down. Intel weak. GE to the downside. Boeing red. But then you've got GLW Corning up about 13%, Cisco up 5%, Apple, Nvidia, and Broadcom to the upside. Tech services is going to be a lot weaker with the notable exception of our friend Meta, META. This is actually holding on to that 600 level. You've got Google, Microsoft, Palantir, Oracle, ServiceNow down 8%, Accenture down 5%. A lot of these software names that had a bit of reprieve yesterday, they're pushing right back lower today. Consumer services weak, retail trade weak, health tech weak, and commercial services weak. Back to you.
ServiceNow is down 8 points today.
Exactly.
Yuckity yuck yuck. We got teriyaki.
Ooh.
Well, we're not eating. Maybe we're eating teriyaki, but teriyaki.
This guy's
Hi guys, hope you're doing well. What is your guys' opinion on Hood, on their annual meeting today and the WonderFi acquisition? We're here in Canada, so I would love to be able to tell you that I think WonderFi acquisition is a gigantic deal for Hood. I don't think it is. Part of what made being long late last year in WonderFi when people were like, oh no, they pushed back the closing of the deal. I'm like, look, man, they're gonna close this. This is a rounding error. They're not pulling out of this deal. Because WonderFi was like a 35-cent stock and incredibly small. So unless you were sitting there tied up in some shares at like 26 and 27 cents like myself late last year, you could probably not care whatsoever that this deal is closing. And I don't think it moves the needle whatsoever for Robinhood. I would say Robinhood would be trending much better than this if not for the fact that crypto sucks right now.
Yeah.
Like Bitcoin sucks, but you are putting in a bit of an upward channel. So the good news is upward channel off of the lows. The bad news is we're at 67.9 on Bitcoin. We were just at 75 last week, and we're losing 72 support. Then we lost 70 support. We've already lost 68. So that's gonna weigh on it a bit. Remember the PDT rule? I think on
June 4th, I thought.
Yeah, 2 days. So I guess Thursday we'll get the PDT rule gone. That should be a good little spot for them. But the buy is at the bottom of the channel until proven otherwise. Either it breaks the top of this channel and can accelerate, or it's just slow channel up, 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of thing. And someone said I was making a Paula Abdul reference.
Paula Abdul, you are making.
When I did that yesterday. Yeah, that was her joint.
Of course that was her joint. Paula Abdul was fantastic.
She was
yeah, she was like a boss back then, man, when she was
yeah. She had some hits.
Dancing, singing.
She had some
like
hits.
a J-Lo, basically, you know. Yeah, good shout out.
Probably
there.
more talented than J-Lo. J-Lo has like some of the songs that you think J-Lo was singing. Remember?
She wasn't.
What was that?
She was
What was
not
that?
singing.
Remember Ashanti?
Yeah, yeah.
One of J-Lo's biggest hits. You go back and listen to it. The hook. That's Ashanti. It ain't J-Lo.
Oh, the hook. Okay.
No, but it's literally Ashanti did the demo.
Yeah.
And it's her when you listen to it, and you listen back to it. You're like, oh shoot, that ain't J-Lo. It is.
But what is J-Lo pretending it's her, or because
No, well, they just bring up
she gave credit.
Well, what happens with this? The song gets demoed and put out to people by the person who does the demo, and that was Ashanti.
Right.
But when
Oh,
she was singing, when she was singing the track, all they did is bring up Ashanti to like 80%, and then a little bit of J-Lo. So when you're listening
focus
to
on
it,
that sound.
you can't hear J-Lo on it, and maybe she doesn't perform live without heavy
That's
backup
Jenny.
tracks.
That's Jenny
as
from
well.
the block, you know. So watch out. What
I said it.
Watch your mouth.
I actually saw her at South Beach one time.
Oh yeah. Okay.
That's the best thing about South Beach. Like you just be walking.
Walking around.
Yeah, and then
Remember, I thought when I was there at a couple of years ago, I thought I saw Rick Ross, but it wasn't. You know, when you're in there, you always.
if you're in Miami and you think you saw somebody, you probably did.
That's why I was like, and it was at Fontainebleau there.
You
and
probably did see.
I don't know, man. They were all around a pool and they had it like cornered off. I don't know. It looked like they were doing some sort of video, but
Dude,
I'm not. I know who Rick Ross is. I don't. I think it was Mick Moss.
No.
if you know what I'm saying over there. I think it was like one of those copycat Rick Rossers.
For sure you did.
Over there.
For sure you did.
I don't know if every
Miami dude.
I'm not sure if he was hustling every day or what was going on over there. But right here, there it is, man. SMR. Every day we're hustling. We're trying to hustle, and right now we're getting hustled by Google. We're trying to wait for that short. We're flat on that trade right now, waiting to see if that can come through. But there goes Sam Michael Roberts, and this is new scale, of course, SMR breaking higher right now on the day. This was a name that I did not average into my portfolio. I was trying to get some, and again, we missed IRA and we missed SMR, we get ARM, but so that's been a good trade. But there it goes right now. So far, so good on this trade for anybody looking at SMR today. I mean, you're able to grab that at 12.50. I don't, daily, it's not like this is looking like a banger here or anything, but you're looking for it to break through this level. So I was trying to front run a little bit of this move and try to catch it down into here. I think it was 11, I think I was literally at 11.50. And we just missed it, and we didn't activate that trade back through. So we should have potentially punched that long. But hey, maybe you're at a top, maybe you're not, who knows. But there it goes right now for SMR. trying to go. And yeah, like we were just flat there, and like I'm just waiting to see if this level breaks. That's right where I am right now on Google. So I want to try to give this a little bit more room to see if there is some settling down right now in the market, because for right now, the names that are really starting to go, there goes bring it back for NVIDIA. Rubio's talking more about Iran right now. So,
we got a super chat in here. I just thought I'd throw it up.
Yeah, what is it doing? Big Bear AI. I mean, this has been.
What up, Luis?
This has been quite the day for trading, and Big Bear AI not giving the looks today, but we had a good level for Big Bear AI. And we just mentioned yesterday, you know, some of these names probably are getting a little frothy. You know, they're not making a whole bunch of money. The PEs just aren't really there. So just be careful with some of these names. I mean, we can't ever guarantee where they're going, but I would think that Big Bear AI does have a chance to move. But there was the 200 period moving average coming right in right now on BBAI. So it could be a good sell. I'm long at 420. I'm going to hold on to this. I want to wait for a break higher. But right now, yeah, Big Bear AI at the 200 period moving average.
If you zoom that out further,
yeah,
Big Bear AI for like a year held the 200 like a champ.
Yeah,
So like
so we're there.
If it held the 200 on the way up or on the way down, first resistance, it bounces off that level so many times, for sure. Well,
anyways, good look on that one, but 200 period moving average. Be careful there,
exactly.
Luis.
So you know what? We got some out there on the bounce. It's still looking good. I just want to make sure that this trend break holds on to the trend. Like we're still at prior bar stop, but I'm going to look for a reload at the volume weighted average price and play back into the highs. What's IBIT doing? Maybe making a, it's trying. Look, Bitcoin's trying to get back to the upside. That was a pretty decent bottoming tail candle.
There goes SMR.
This was 68. This was 68,000, by the way. If you're looking at IBIT, 38. I don't know, like 38.35 or 38.4. That was right at that 68,000 level. So a bounce here can possibly give us that VWAP. This might set up SoFi. Okay, this is going to set up SoFi for that trend break. So we're going to go up to Adara at the desk. We've got money talks and we've got some news.
The news is Marco Rubio, and he is currently just speaking here about the Strait of Hormuz. There's a lot of questions coming from senators as to what is the order of things. So basically, we know that they want Iran to reopen the strait. What are they looking for to get the strait reopened, et cetera, et cetera? U.S. Secretary of State Rubio saying that any sanctions relief on Iran would be conditions-based, so it's not going to be, completely free reign. That we already knew. We've already heard reports that any sanctions relief would be kind of fragmented and also based with specific conditions. Iran also apparently has to commit to specific negotiations on the disposition of its uranium, again, according to Sec State Rubio. If I get any more details, I'll keep you posted, but he is still talking, and I will be listening very excitedly to as much of this Senate hearing as I can. This daily chart here on USD, super choppy, guys. It continues to make these highs here around 99.50, make lows for the most part here around 98.9. So pretty tight range there for DXY. It is worth noting we did get some economic data. JOLTS job openings, those came in above expectations here. 7.618 million versus 6.866 million expected. That 6.866 million was also our prior print. So again, guys, higher than expected JOLTS data. Tomorrow, we're going to get ADP employment change, so get another employment print. Then on Thursday, guess what? We get another employment-related print, initial jobless claims. And then on Friday, we have more employment-related data. You get non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate coming through on Friday. We are expecting a market drop in non-farm payrolls. 85,000 here is the forecast versus 115,000 prior. Let's see what happens here with the jobs data in store for us for the rest of the week. Back to you.
Well, you'll have to if she keeps playing.
I know, that's...
Well, I don't know. We have to only have one diamond. That's the problem for us. But we were just talking about baseball last night. So right here, Google, we got some in the 30s, at the 25 period. So that was a good trade, but still waiting to see if it can fall back in. Doesn't look like Google wants to participate on the short side. I thought that break right there, like we had barcoded a little bit there, kept on trying to break, thought we were breaking down, and then, of course, stupid line that we have up here held, and that is your 25 period SMA on a 1 minute chart just held smooth right there. So yeah, now upside. It looks like Google's going to take out the day's high. I'm still, because we were able to get some out, I'm going to wait around a little bit here for 373. But yeah, we are now really starting to get going here on Google. It looks like it has some rocket boosters underneath it all day. And you know, I had written down the short. I'm trying to sort of stick with it, but yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to be a winning trade at the end of the day. We almost, like, if that would have gone back through and just give me 371, we would have been flat, like, you know, honest truth there on the day on it, but we can't. We're not. We're definitely not flat now as it's starting to go back upside. We're trading a little less shares, get a little bit more around 373. I just can't believe where Google's going today. It's going to go green on the day, and that's pretty incredible considering what we've seen lately in this market. So good job there for Google. I guess they don't mind all that spend after all, and you know, a little dilution of shareholder capital there never hurt anybody, I guess. So there goes Google upside as they're buying it up. So shout out to Berkshire, who I believe is probably doing a lot of that damage here on the sell side.
Yeah, those that are kind of following it. A lot of people in the chat are saying what's going on with NVIDIA. Probably some rotation, like from NVIDIA to some of the other mags, right? That makes a little bit of sense to me. But it is definitely trend back down here on NVIDIA. I hear Randy in the back, and I see you guys talking about Rivian up 4% today. Do they have deliveries? It's the beginning of the month, so maybe that. You know what? Forget about this. It doesn't matter what it is. Rivian hasn't had a red day in a week and a half. That kind of went unnoticed. It certainly did by me, because Rivian's just not on the radar. I stopped trying to long this stock. I was in it a couple times. Each time, it just couldn't seem to do much with the $20 level. It did it, like, broke 20 one time, and every other time you're just sort of sitting there, you know, getting your 12 or 13 to like 18 bucks, and then next thing you know, you're back at 12 and 13. And I'm watching a bunch of other things in tech go crazy. So I'm like, what are we doing with this? Like, I'd rather be dipping arms in the GEVs, the things that were working other than Rivian. But it's done the same move. If you like $13 to $18, Rivian is your stock. You can get that anytime you want. Every couple of months, you can get 13 to 18 on Rivian. And that's a good return. You're still talking 30 to 40% on a bounce play until that one time you get rugged. And then
That's the thing.
Well, that's sort of how it works.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know,
it's good. It's always good till it isn't.
I think the car's going to deliver, right? I mean, I think they're going to hit their goals, and you know, I do believe in Rivian, and
take them over Lucid. How about that?
Take them over every other name.
Non-Chinese?
How about that? Yeah.
Well,
every other EV name.
Over
Tesla. Tesla's not. You know,
that's
people,
why I like Tesla, because it's not just EVs.
Well, exactly. People holding Tesla. Rivian is very much a pure play.
Well, now they're also the services too is part of Rivian as well. So but
that's EV. Like, it's based on their EV. What I'm saying.
Of course.
Like, Tesla has.
Tesla's got way
obviously other things available there, including what they're trying to do with the robo-taxis and things like that. Rivian just trying to stay in their lane,
baby.
Right now.
And robotics.
So, yeah, in the robotics. So that's what I'm saying. So Tesla has
a
lot going for it. That's for sure. So if you like your Tesla stock, it might be on sale these days. It just tried to break through 420 actually, didn't it? Yeah, so there it is. So now it is at 422 right now, Tesla. So watch out for that name starting to go higher. They're breaking through the high of the day. So yeah, you can't, you know, we talked about it, you can't keep a good company down for too long. Yesterday we had a decent lunch. It was Thai food. All right, let's find out what is going on today. Yeah, I heard you gave it a 7.4 or 7.1. I think that's probably right. Pretty good. Always a little salty though. All that stuff. Yeah, I know what it is. It is a Jamaican flag, and whenever we get a Jamaican flag, Sharif's already told us what it is, and we look at the map, and it is right on the menu. It is, this time it says authentic jerk chicken. Okay, so there we go. Authentic jerk chicken.
Watch out in there.
It says jerk chicken brown sauce.
We'll see about that. We'll see about that.
Yeah, it's coconut rice and peas, so that's good. I mean, that generally, bless you, that generally gets going there as well. Roasted seasoned vegetables, not bad. And then a coleslaw. So that's not bad. That's what's for lunch. I think that'd be decent.
The slaw's okay.
The jerk chicken plays, you know, it can be good. So we'll.
It tends to be, you gotta be, look, they're serving to an office, so it's gonna be mild in my books. When they say authentic, I don't think it's gonna have that much heat, but I don't know where Adara is, but my guess is Adara is not going to be eating it. She doesn't do spicy food.
They are really avoiding the tilapia now. We haven't had that in a minute, so I think there's been some feedback.
Wait until I finally got off of it, and then we haven't had it since. But the salmon, we haven't had the salmon either, so I should.
The salmon, that'll probably be coming.
Salmon's delicious.
Yeah, that'll be coming soon there for salmon. Remember we talked about SMR? Oh yeah, IBIT 68. We talked about SMR breaking out and I didn't take it. Well, there it goes right there. 3 1325, busting up to 1360. There goes SMR. Nice move higher right there as we continue to get going on that one. Yeah, jerk pineapple would be good. Their barbecue pineapple is actually really good. So we'll have to watch out for SMR. There it is. ARM making its move back. ARM had, yes. Okay, well, there you go. So all these names, man, like the strong names, the Microns, the ARMs of the world, and apparently the Googles of the world continue to make new highs here. Approach 11 o'clock, and the market is now well into green territory, both on the ES and the NASDAQ. Will we hold? Nobody knows except for somebody smarter than us, and we'll wait to see what winds up happening here as we are off to the races in many names this AM. Micron, chief among them. That name is absolutely ripping right now. Sorry, I did Micron, didn't I? There it is. Oh, wait a minute, my bad. Micron did fall back in there, not Micron apps. Wow, there goes Google, by the way. Just took out 373. So Google's low today was 59.
Can't believe it.
So now you're up huge, man, up $15 right there on Google. So all day, every day, man, Google, you know, making the shorts like myself look pretty foolish there for just shorting that thing. Pineapple tilapia, that'll be a disaster.
Yes, that would be a disaster. You'll see, I'm back into BM&R. It doesn't get to VWAP, but it got close enough and put a topping tail in, so I'm going to jump back into the crypto short's been, they suck. CPCO, I don't know, whatever. Thanks for the super chat. I can't figure out what that name's supposed to be. Thanks for all you do. Thoughts on Oklo and CRML, in outs.
Nvidia's coming down.
You're probably just looking for levels on those stocks, so you know why not? There is an energy name doing an IPO on Thursday. This will probably be good if you're going to get some strength. You've already mentioned SMR. Sean has anyways. But if you're looking for Oklo, I feel like it's still doing this higher low consolidation without the breakout. SMR did a break, if memory serves. Here, let me. Oh no, SMR is the 50-period hold, is in the midst of breaking. Hasn't really done it yet, but it's in the midst of trying to break out, and you're getting a similar look for Oklo here, but its breakout is closer to 80. So a little bit more strength breaking the consolidation, but Oklo needs to take out that 80 point. It's been good from the low mid-60s to the 80 level, which is not a bad return. It's kind of like Rivian. You get your 20% bounces, you don't complain too much. But when it breaks 80, a little bit more juice to be had there. And the criminal is critical metals. This is Sharif calls it criminal all the time. I love MP. That's what I'm in. But this is definitely holding the uptrend, hugging both major moving averages and heading higher. I think it's put in like a little temp bottom and you've got a wedge break forming as well. I just personally like I own MP materials. It's finally making a move. I roll my eyes when I say that because if you weren't basically you could buy this thing at 40 and that's about it for the last year and a half and it's done nothing with the 75 level. So like, yeah, like it'll go in the money, but then it's back at the 50. Then it'll go in the money 20, 30%, and then it's back at $50. So hopefully this time you actually get the breakout. The longer the consolidation, the better the break. I prefer MP, but I think you could look at Caramel or Criminal and say the same thing.
We're finally off the struggle bus and on to Nvidia right now. So we just got out 75 cents there for it. For the low of the day at 25. We had written down, shout out to you guys in the chat there talking about the sticky note, but it did come into some levels. We could wait, you know, so I do have lower bids as well. We were trying to wait for maybe 223, 224, but that level doesn't necessarily have to hit. I mean, we wrote that one down at 8 a.m. or whatever, and so, you know, when it's coming back into there, we just looked at yesterday's closing area, and that's what we based it off of. So, oh man, of course we get stopped out. Like, this is what I mean. As soon as we give up on Google, we get a nice little downside play there, which now would have been well in the money on that short. We were short at 80s right now, and it just printed O's. But here goes. It's Nvidia right now that's really starting to spike up a little bit as we make a little bit of that money back. And, you know, we're always looking to make something back. So we'll go there at that 50 period, move 25 period. Oh, wow, we're over time. 25 period moving average,
really?
226.50.
Yeah, we are.
We'll put something out right there and see if we get it. And maybe Nvidia does scream back to the highs, and we're able to put a little bit of a winner back on the board. $1 coming on Nvidia right now. So yeah, thanks for the show. It was a good one. Thanks to all of our sponsors today as well. Make sure you do check those links in the description for more details on them.
That's real trading too. And they'll owe us a couple of minutes here. So we're going to have some jerk chicken. Watch out, Adara. They said it's authentic. The jerk chicken is authentic. It might be spicy. You never really know. I'll enjoy it either way because I think it'll be fantastic. You guys are about to enjoy the Professor and Joey Options.
Joey Opsh.
See you.
Boom, 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 boom. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. Got your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And welcome to everybody. Let's say hello to everybody in the chat. We got Daniel, we got Mike PD Rada, we got Benton. How about Christmas? And shout out Devi, Dr. Shuttle as well. Brandon, Nick, and Jacques. Yes, happy Tuesday. Right back at you, brother. Mr. Janky Stock and the OG Gorev, Angry Wife, and Rex Banner joining us as well as Dino Vincenre. And Ghani Patel, shout out to my man Ghani. The G is back apparently. Film World, Jesse Hernandez is in the chat. Christ, God, Son, One, my man, the Dean, the Maniac. We got Georgie. We got the Auspicious Turtle and Micron Millionaire. There's probably a lot of those now, I'm willing to bet. Zenga, Robert Lewis, we got Ashko, we got the Long Brady, Big 40 Nephew, and Casey Mint. P-Max in the house, Locksman, Stone Broke since yesterday, Trading Nurse, Kirk D, Robert Lewis, Cosmic Connections, Customer ATH, and Kobe the Kid. We got Rofco, we got Mr. T 24/7. Love the way you spelt that, by the way. Interesting look there. Shout out to Dave Law and Diamond DNA. Peter G's in the house, as well as Rofco 304, QB's Mo. Who else, Joey? Nick, Chris, Roulette, G-Talk, Pop, La Cork, and Angry Rob Entertainment. Are you entertaining when you're angry, Rob? Because I know some people that make me laugh when they're mad.
I do?
No, not you. But that's probably one of the more infuriating things somebody can experience when you're fuming livid and someone's just chuckling at your anger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what's real funny too is like when you're in so much pain, it's funny. Like when you hurt yourself. You ever been in those situations? Just all you can do is laugh.
I guess. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get some housekeeping out of the way. I'm in sim today. I did not do my compliance test, so as a result, I am banned from trading. Yes, please, Assassino, switch me to sim. No, Joey, I don't.
Yeah, make that two.
That's two. Yeah, Joey's staying in sim until the SpaceX IPO. I just didn't do my compliance test, so hopefully we'll get that done today. We'll be back and good to go. So it's gonna have to just take me a few moments here while I organize because I haven't been in sim in a while. So all my screens are all over the place. So I'm gonna send it to you, Joey.
Yes,
give me a few moments and I'll be ready.
All right, guys, let's head over to a couple of stocks here that were hot. Not so much now. The Nasdaq the SPY stronger than the Nasdaq. It was inverse that yesterday. I wonder why. We're going to take a look at the financials momentarily, but we're being patient, waiting for a potential bottom here on NVDA 225.30s. That's a level. Are we going to hold up? And a trend line. So we've been selling for the past hour or so. What time was this here? Go away. From 10 o'clock to where we're currently trading, straight channel down, guys. So we'll be patient, wait for things to be broken, and I think that'll give us a good opportunity for a move back into the volume-weighted average price at least. We were talking about $232, $6 off of the previous all-time high. And then if we're going to stick with strength, here it is, DRAM still hovering around some of this pre-market consolidation. So not too bad of a look there. HPE, this NYSE stock over here, guys. We tried something. Once again, this is going to be paper, but it wasn't horrible, right? We're not going to complain about it whatsoever. You're still up 25%. And then it comes back to our break even now, just moving sideways. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a little bit more of a move in the latter half of the session on that specific name. Now let's just be patient, sit around to see if we're going to get any form of a turnaround here in this name. I know Katina Man's long from 225. He's going to catch $1 just like that. Nice move there, brother. And we are starting to like what we're seeing. Base at 30s, and then continuing to slowly climb higher so we can get involved in that bad boy. Let's actually head over to our options chain and see what we got going on. Why did we reject 232? I wouldn't say aggressively, but there was just no participation north of that from the buyers, I must say. So with that being said, we head over to the options chain. We take a look to see if there's any form of supply zone in the 31s, in the 30s, or 32s, I should say. NVDA is that ticker. We're going to take a look at 232.5 and not too much expiring on the 5th. So this Friday, 42,000 or 48,000 at that $230 marker. I think that can be absorbed, but hey, doesn't seem like that's going to be the case for now. So we'll be patient to see if these are going to roll over. And don't forget, we do have a lot of size over here at 225. Do you know who 225 is?
No, brother.
Shout out to that guy. If you know, you know. He just walks around the street and just benches 225 everywhere, just in case you were curious. Exactly.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. But yeah, other than that, there it goes, Katina, man. Nice little move there. A little bit more than $1 for our boy. Ride that wheelbarrow for sure. We'll head over to NVDL to see if we're going to get any form of a pop back up. Wait for the pullback and the retest. Get involved with that bad boy. But we're liking what we're seeing so far. Hopefully we can recover, and then by the end of the week, we can touch into all-time highs on NVDA. That's what I'm looking for, my guy.
Just give me a few more minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, yeah,
I just need a few trading screens.
Yeah, no
the setup
worries,
is
man.
complete bonkers.
I got you covered, brother. We can ramble on a little bit longer and just scroll through some options chains, see what everybody else is looking at. I know there's a couple small cap trades. HUBC, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about this here earlier this morning, and I remember it being in play maybe last week or at some point. Bang, 92 cents, breaking out since 9:30, starting to form this 5-minute bull flag. Is there going to be a high of the day break play? I think so. If the volume really starts to pick up, there it goes. We can take an attempt on this bad boy, HUBC, and see what we got going on there.
The best one of the bunch, man.
HUBC?
Far and away.
That's the best one, right?
The best one of the bunch, far and away.
All right, man.
Oh, this guy's getting good.
Well, no, hey, listen, I'm not going to take any form of credit on that. That was everybody in the chat mentioning it. Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, it's also not rocket appliances to head over to the scanner and see it being the top volume.
I thought you earmarked the chart or something.
See how I said rocket appliances like Ricky instead of science?
Oh. So how does this guy walk around with 225 anyway?
Well, he just like sets up like 225, like
that's
in a parking lot and stuff. He's just weird. And he goes around, and he tries like rizzing, and it's horrible.
Well, whatever,
it's
bro.
It's
mogging though?
No.
He's not mogging?
No, I don't think so. He's definitely not. Like you gotta watch a couple.
Drake's new video with Chromaz in City Hall, sitting on the mayor's desk?
Chromaz is that Toronto girl,
yes,
right?
Bro. You didn't see the video?
I don't pay attention to that
Oh, my God. It's a little embarrassing.
Like, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm going to just be frank. Like, yeah, I don't really care what those people do, man.
Yeah, well, I care about our public institutions and not being desecrated by... Okay, let's go. Let's have a look over here. HUBC, the best of the bunch, 94.43 high, up a respectable, a very good, and not so bad, 78 2/3%. Looking for that 95 break. There does seem to be resistance at 95. Guys, I got to tell you, the charts are still temperamental today, man. They're going to load up. They're going to freeze up. Nothing I can do about it. Let's just go with the flow. So 94.43. We're looking for an 85 penny dip trade here. That would be the 10 EMA on the 5. That gets me into the trade. Otherwise, I'm looking for an aggressive flat top break through 95. But if you're going to take the flat top break, you need to think about the $1 resistance because you likely will encounter a dollar resistance. Now, it may not happen in the traditional way where you get to that dollar reject, drop back down. It may breach $1. It may breach $1 by like 15 pennies. Let's just go as far as 20. And then you're going to have that zig and zag, though, as the shorts get into it. The longs take profits.
Oh, bang.
95 pennies as we speak. What's up?
Yeah, what's up? I just did, Fabian. But
Nice.
He's still showing some positions from yesterday. I don't know why. Pardon me? Oh, yeah, sorry.
Should I
can do
take
that for
over?
you.
Or
Go ahead.
are
Yeah,
you-
go ahead. Go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
So HUBC 96.46 area high. So there you get the breakthrough 95. This looks pretty good. I also want to mention LASE. It's not as good as HUBC given that it's off the highs. We'll just have to wait till that loads. I do apologize. But LASE, a bunch of lower highs here after putting that $1.37. Now, well, you're probably asking, why is that $1.37 the high of the day? Because these two prints over here that worked their way up to high 140s are in the pre-market. So that is the 905 and that is the 910 print right there. That's a double top. That means we are below the pre-market high as we currently speak. I want to talk about STAK as well. It isn't the best of the bunch, far from it, but it's also got a higher low, higher profile. So my suggestion for STAK is try to pick this off the area low. To me, that area low has been screaming 130 to 133. You're going to have to trade this as a bit of a consolidative range until you get that decisive 150 break. Alas, we have been up above 150 into 153, but much like this one's pre-market action, all the major highs, area highs, have been immediate retracement. And you're able to kind of dissect that by looking at the topping tail candles that are immediately followed by candles that breach the topping tail candle low. Case in point, you get it right at 8:35. You got it again at 9:35. You got it again at 10. You got it again at 10:40. Point is, try not to take the breakout here on STAK. The breakout here typically results in a move down. And that's probably going to stop you out unless you DCA into an oblivion. And we know how that works out for some people. So STAK, definitely in focus here. NUAI, a holdover from yesterday, liking it less and less the more I look at it. Just lost the volume weighted average price, fighting for its life at $6, but it's got an uninterrupted lower high setup, basically off that 6 1/4 pop. But I'll submit to you guys that the real resistance was 6 1/5 as a result of no closing prints on the 5 having closed, above that 620 area. DXST, fantastic look in the aftermarket yesterday, right around 430. Don't know why it broke out, don't care. But by the time when all was said and done, when this one closed out at 4 to the high there, I want to say at 630, was up 180%. That 630 high was $4.50. Take a gander at today's high, 547, essentially $1 higher. So we're holding the trend. Locally, however, we are putting in a whole bunch of lower highs with just that volume weighted average price and or the $4 level keeping us afloat. So those are the ones I'm looking for. I got URG as well. I've got LEGN. LEGN a bit more expensive of a name. URG, a bit more down our alley. Taking a bit of a dive off the 215 high, coming into 204. I wouldn't mind an entry here with a breach of $2, getting me out of the trade. Case and reason is you have that $2 area, obviously psychological support, but you also have a lot of support at the 10 EMA. This is the first time I want to say since the breakout candle at 9:45 that you're actually touching that green line. And that green line will always be the 10 EMA on the 5, okay, on my charts. So that's what I'm looking at. SDA as well, a bit of a slower mover. Also, it's got some liquidity problems. It's sporadic in its volume. Like this is a $1.36 name. It's only doing about 75 to 60,000 shares per 5-minute candle. That's not that much. However, locally here, it has a lot of bottoming tail candles off the volume weighted average price. To me, that's indicative of buyers picking it up at that level and or short covering because we know the shorts like to aim for the volume weighted average price as their cover spot. So it could be that. You're going to have to make your own decision on whether or not this is an appropriate one. So those are the 8 that I'm watching, Joey. Let's see how they act.
Sounds good, man. A little pop-up. I'm thinking maybe we can head into the dollar here on HUBC. We did get that original about 96 cents or so. Coming back in, we want to see some strong volume uptick and then bang, maybe off to the races. We did have that high of the day break. That was the ideal setup here. You've seen me try this setup multiple times within small cap land because I believe they'll head into new price discovery once that pivot level is broken. Now we just need a new wave of participants to really kick in. Otherwise, it just might fail. We can obviously draw our basic trend lines from the lows over to where we're currently currently trading at to see if that's going to hold up. And once those are breached, then you can just get out of Dodge. What state is Dodge in anyways? What was I about to look up? Yes, why is the SPY so strong? Well, what are the banks up to, right? The second heaviest weighted sector within the SPY, the S&P 500. Michael Noss was talking about that yesterday. So are we going to start to see somewhat of a rotation into these names? Morgan Stanley, 4 days in a row, printing all-time highs as it climbs up to $215. Seems to be them right now, the best performing bank, if you ask me, a dollar dividend. You know we're always going to keep an eye on that. How has Goldman Sachs been doing? Multiple days of all-time highs. 3 in a row to be exact. And then we have Citi. I don't believe Citi has been performing that well, but we're heading towards this $135 marker. And you guessed it, that is around the all-time highs. Now, the one that I'm in here, JP Morgan, just stuck in this chop zone. But at some point, I do believe we're going to be looking at this as a laggard play, and it's going to decide to play catch up. So we'll be patient. We'll continuously buy some more, especially within this consolidation. So maybe what we have going on is just an accumulation phase. We're in an uptrend. Is it the prettiest? Absolutely not. You have a couple whipsaw moves in between, but I think at some point, it's going to catch up to its peers. Now, as for Meta, got the upgrade this morning, not doing too much, and gave back the majority of its move and then some off of the paid tier catalyst that came in last week. Now, are we going to start to find our footing in this and maybe start to inch a little bit higher? We'll have to be more patient. But Tesla was nice and strong here today. $421 was roughly around that high, maybe a little bit more, $423.50. And I know Luis Valencia in the chat was trading that one. So good look there. And then we obviously have HPE, a name that we were looking at today. No continuation just yet, but it is a NYSE stock. Sometimes these things take a little bit longer to get the ball rolling. You had those strong upticks in, or that strong momentum move in the post market yesterday with very little continuation. So now we're holding that support level at $58. We're going to look for that to remain obviously how it is right now, and then you take that additional leg higher. You can see from the daily, big time gap up. So you can also ask the question, are we going to slowly start to fill this before we continue to the northeast? But what I was seeing in Google today, and I like that the boys were mentioning this, you were down, I mean, what was that from a percentage standpoint? 13%. You feel the majority of this gap, and then now you're starting to form this indecision print. Guess who's going to be looking to get back into some Google momentarily?
You?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's the plan?
A small bit, right? Grab a couple. Yeah,
do the options out or something.
No.
Okay.
Shit, I want to forever hold it. I want it to be one of my long-term holdings on it. Options play is just more momentum.
Yeah.
Right, just get in there.
Let me ask you something. Do you ever hedge your positions via the options route? Like, you know how all the big
covered
players,
calls?
Yeah, or to take the opposite position of the one that you're long in through the equities.
No, I've never done that. And so let me tell you this. So in TD, right?
Yeah.
So my largest position was IBIT.
Okay.
But the contract pricing with TD, obviously web or whatever they call it here, it's extreme. Web broker, it's extremely expensive, right? So it's just like with transactions, it's like you're collecting a couple $100, but by the end of it, when it's all said and done, you're paying like $60 in fees.
If you do it through IB, no.
But no, but my largest holdings are in TD, right?
I got you. Yeah. All right, guys, let's get down to work over here. Volume increasing on devs, says TT Mass. Taking a quick look, nice breakout there in about 55 pennies. I've weaseled into Lace. I did like the look of this one's jib, and I want to see if this one can try to finagle back into that $0.50 from where it rejected at 9.05 and 9.10 this morning. That is the double top you're seeing there on the bottom right of your screen. One green candle, one red.
Oh, let me say one thing.
Go ahead, Joey.
So yeah, to answer your question, what I would do, and I've done this previously, my latest one was with my IBIT contracts.
Right.
I would do the poor man's covered call
Explain.
to hedge it. So I had a bunch of contracts that were just getting absolutely destroyed.
Okay.
So what I did is I sold contracts against those positions.
Okay.
So it's like, okay, so say I had 600 shares of IBIT, I was selling covered calls against that position to reduce the loss that was almost inevitable.
That's the options wheel though, right? That's not like a technical hedge?
No. It's a technical hedge. The options wheel starts with either our cash secured puts to shares to covered calls To assignment, back to cash secured put.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. Okay. All right, there you go. You got your options lesson a little early today. All right, there goes Lace into 146. We've got 37s on. I just want to remind everybody, I'm in the simulator today. Hopefully we'll be out of the simulator by the end of the week, as we will be doing our yearly compliance test, which I did drag my feet on. It is my bad. Anyway, looking for the move here. Seller at 145 that we can't shake. I think we did, no, so 145 is the candle high. So there's somebody selling up a storm here at $1.45 in anticipation of a possible breakout. There's 46s on Lace. We're up a respectable 56 and a third. Can we see the $0.50? The answer immediately is no, as a seller comes in right at 146, pushing us down into 4.3. So what's the move here? Well, I see a consolidative zone between $1.30 to $1.35. That's where I end the trade. A loss of 130 gets me out. The reason is couple. One, 130, a very obvious area of resistance. Double top on the 5, failed, went to 115, then we took out $1.30. After that taking out, take a gander on the 5 here of how long we defended that 130. That is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes of support at 130. If that loses, I want no part of the trade. It's turning into an ugly topping tail candle right now. Into 140 it goes. I'm talking about LASE. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Looking for a move above 150. And then I hope people were, thinking about the topics we discussed yesterday about these these small cap gappers that have very big moves and then prolonged lower high downtrends, much like we're seeing here on DXST, because what these ones end up manifesting into is a failed breakout. So here we are taking out that 450 area on DSXT, and we're weaseling into 475. Now, I want to caveat that statement yesterday, because what we had been seeing for I think the past 2 or 3 months is the continual failure of that lower high to continue and take out the previous intraday high. What we were seeing is it ended up being a bull trap, pulling people into the trade only to fail the prior bar low. That didn't happen yesterday. I forget the name of the ticker that didn't happen on, but it was a clean setup. I can go back and look at my trades. And that one ended up rocketing. So let's look here on DSXT for a decisive taking and a clearing of $4.75 and a big move into 5. If we get that on DSXT, I think we might be back into that 547 area sooner rather than later. Be on the lookout for that, okay? I want to mention as well, LEGN is really continuing to go here. A bit more expensive of a name. Haven't quite seen what the spread on this yet. Okay, it's showing me 6 to 9 pennies here. On my scanner, 11 pennies now, so you're going to have to basically deal with that if you were going to trade this stock, which means your stops and your profit takers need to account for that as well. So this is very clean. This is as clean as it gets. 930 breakout, doesn't even look back, not once, at the 10 down the 5. You get a couple of profit-taking candles here and there, litter in a couple of red candles just to keep it colorful and interesting. But the fact of the matter is, this is on the way up. I want to see how it acts at 35, okay? It could be on the way to 35. And then I want to weasel into HUBC here, okay? I'm liking this flat top a lot more every time I look at it. 95, 96 pennies. HUBC could absolutely be him, but the problem with having a flat top break this close to $1 is it presents you with that, continuous problem of using the dollar area both as support and resistance, psychological, of course, right? There doesn't actually have to be a technical reason why it's rejecting there. So HUBC in focus for me. Where is that screen? Let's go ahead and start building a position here on HUBC as we weasel into about 92, 95 pennies. I didn't set up my hotkeys on Sim, so we're going to have to use the old way over here. So what's the deal? So what do I do here if HUBC goes against me? 85 pennies, a loss of that and I'm out. Reason is that's prior bar low. I'm trying to ride trend. Now, you could be a bit more aggressive of a trader and give it to 80. That would be the area low of the 1055 bar. So if you want to do that, just account for the shares you're taking, right? Take less shares. That gives you a bit more breathability with respect to any downturns here on HUBC. But I'm looking for a flat top break. Are you still in it?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm
not-
kind
it's
of
not
punching,
showing my positions,
Yeah, no,
by
I'm
the way.
punching keys too. It had it for a second there, Sharif, and then I'm like, okay, why isn't it displaying mine? Because we have the exact same entry on this thing at 91 cents. No, NVDL and DRAM are from yesterday. The HUBC ticker is correct. There it goes. It loses. Yeah, so it's displaying information from yesterday. There it goes, Sharif, losing that 90-cent marker down to 88. Let's see if some momentum steps back in. NVDA crawling a little bit lower here, guys, and you can see some of these support levels starting to be breached. There it is. You have a 5-minute candle open up below that 58.36 marker that we were talking about not too long ago. And then now we have kind of this bogus head and shoulders here with the resistance at 227.57. And then now we have a key support level. We're going to look for 225 to hold here in NVDA. SPY, I mentioned this before. I'll mention it one more time. Why is it stronger? Well, shout out to the financials who are continuously putting in all-time highs. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Citibank not doing that good, and JPM still, I believe, 10% off of its all-time high. Which, I mean, are we going to be buying this? Absolutely, via the Canadian ADR, the CDR there. So we're happy about that bad boy. Apple to 312, Katina Man in the CDR. It sounds like as well. 312 on AAPL. That's not quite the all-time high, I don't believe, but relatively close. 315.14 is that level. But man, oh man, what a potential to buy and what an opportunity to get something off of the lows here on Google, which I was looking to do. I was going to be more patient, but I don't know what for. You almost fill this gap entirely, and then now you're having a strong recovery day, down 7% off of the highs. You buy the dip. Need we go back in history any on this name, Sharif? Because look, every scenario is like buy the dip on Google. And I remember when I first purchased this stock years and years ago, that's all I did. And then I made the most. I think this was probably the worst investment mistake I've made, was selling around here and then off to the races it goes. I mean, I was buying this name when it was sub $100 and I sold it for not as good as a price as I should have and held on to, but that's just a lack of due diligence on my behalf. We're not going to allow that to happen again, and the names that we get involved with, we plan on holding for quite some time. Speaking of, thanks to our boy to the right of me, Sharif, telling me, hey man, did you see this ETF? I'm like, no, I didn't, so I had to look into it. I mean, I don't think we can hold as much weight into this ETF as we can with the Google aspect, but if we're going to be having a 10-year outlook, 10.7% of it going from preferred share in SpaceX into actual common, I like it.
Cool, buddy. Cool. Watching DSXT here, guys. I wanted to see if this was going to lose, and it does look like it is failing again. Let's see, though, what it does at 4.25. That's VWAP. I don't want to, start writing this one's obituary just quite yet. But the reason I say that is because it made an attempt at a lower high over here, consolidated, and then breached that 1045 area high with this 1115 higher high. So technically, it has 2 higher highs and 2 higher lows. But it still looks like that bull trap pattern that we've been talking a lot about lately. So I want to continue to watch this a little bit more. If it wants to catch a bid, then maybe we can get in maybe above 475, 480, really depending on my decision making at the time. I did add into this position on Lace right where I got in previously. It doesn't show the position board. I do apologize. Don't worry about that, SS. It's not your problem, brother. I'm just mentioning it to them. So I'm just going to give my cost basis here on LASE, 136.6. So I definitely am looking for that 130 hold. 130 gets me out of the trade, but here we come again into 39, looking for another beak wetter here. Let's put one at 142, see if we can kind of clear some of the liquidity out of the way there, or what the situation is going to be. Also, I want to mention URG. I ran out of trading screens, Joey. So what am I going to do over here? BATL. How many? Let's see. BATL. Do I have another BATL? Any more BATLs? No. So I just want to take these ones out of the way so that I can have another trading screen. We'll move VSA over. Let's go, VSA. You can do it, baby. Good job. All right, here we go, Katina Man. We're set up, baby. Let's go. Over here, We'll put this one just like that, and we'll put BATL just like on the bottom like that. All right, we're perfect timing. Fantastic. We're going to Adara.
And I'm going to talk about crypto because BTC, last time we discussed this properly this morning, just below 79,000. As of right now, we're trying to hold on to set 67,000. So sorry, 69,000 was where we were just below as of the morning. Currently trying to hold on to the 67,000 level, breaking below 70,000 and just really not looking back in any salient way. Now, obviously you cannot attribute all of this to the sale of 32 Bitcoin by Michael Saylor. That was, again, that happened last week. It was disclosed yesterday. But I think certainly it shows a sentiment shift when you have someone who has been, and people have been reposting in the days since the sale was disclosed yesterday. You're seeing a lot of posts of, at one point, apparently, Saylor saying like, oh, sell X, Y, Z instead of crypto. Sell your kidney instead of your Bitcoin. So the fact that he sold Bitcoin with that in mind, even though we did get a sense that they were going to already consider selling Bitcoin in their earnings report, it does mark a very significant sentiment shift. And as such, you get this big drop here in BTC. For the week, Bitcoin currently poised to close 8% lower. Obviously, we're still early days in the week, so things could totally change, but lots of weakness here in Bitcoin and Ethereum. Mirroring it, we were just below 2,000 as of this morning, currently trying to hold on to 1,900. So at sessions lows, let's see how far Ethereum and Bitcoin can fall. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to pull up some of this MSTR stuff. I'm pretty sure he sold 32 Bitcoin. I mean, out of 700 and something thousand, I don't know. I don't think that's too big of a deal. This guy probably needed a little cash for something. Again, sentiment shift, absolutely. And someone mentioned it this morning. It's like, what are we even doing talking about this crypto trade other than it continuously selling, aside from the fact that it's like everything else is hot? Why aren't we involved with this AI trade? And I think that's the narrative. That's why I've been trimming on the way down. So, I mean, it is what it is with Bitcoin. We thought that it was going to be performing significantly better. We know Sean's good friend Tom Lee was pumping boat on this and saying, hey, 250K, a lot of us were thinking the exact same thing. We got to half of that, and I mentioned as soon as this trend line broke, be prepared for this to head towards the lows and start to crack some of it. So keep an eye out on that. You're good? Okay.
It's fucking SPCE.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is what it is, but I don't think selling 32 Bitcoin is a complete his sentiment shift or anything along those lines. But, yeah, 35.59 is going to be a key level in this bad boy, and it's just been straight downside. Obviously, this isn't 24 hours. You can go and look at the actual underlying itself, and it's not looking pretty whatsoever. No strong days. I mentioned this time and time again, right? Like, you're looking for those strong sessions that we never got. So maybe it was just some form of a cover rally or accumulation. We head over to Ethereum. We'll actually pull up the underlying $1,900. Talking to Chris in the back, he's like, man, oh man, why didn't we get out of this at $5,000? I'm like, it's a great question, brother. I mean, if we could all see into the future, then we all would have been out of it at that price. Sold some on the way down, but the crypto space just isn't in play right now, and I don't think it's going to be for a little while.
Yeah, well, kind of a tough one there, Joe, but it is what it is. Looking for, where is my screen's gone? Okay, just give me a minute, man, because I'm still setting up my thing.
No worries. I'm trying to find this actual article on what he actually said. So I'll have to scroll through it a little bit, but again, just to get the numbers straight, I'm sure Dara knows that he sold 30. How many did he actually sell?
32.
30, yeah, so I mean, like at the end of the day, out of 700,
2.5 million, I think was.
Yeah, so out of like almost $750,000, 32 is chump change at the end of the day. Yeah. But like, do you think selling 32 is more or less a sentiment change? I don't think so.
I mean, I know it's so minor, and I think the thing is, we already knew they were considering doing it because the CEO, who always worth reminding people is not Michael Saylor. The CEO during their earnings call was like, yeah, we were at least open to the possibility of selling it, but I just think the fact that it's coming now, the fact that it hasn't happened in 4 years, I think it may be a bit of a shock, even though it theoretically shouldn't be.
I mean, if this guy's like, yeah, we're offloading 100,000 of these or like 50,000 50,000 of them, then I would be a little bit more concerned.
No,
but like,
it is small, but yeah, it's interesting always to see how the market reacts to things versus the proportion of it.
Exactly. So well said. I like how you mentioned that, just how the market reacts. So if you got the individual who's hoarding this stuff, looking to offload, I mean, it's not, it's a fraction of a % of his complete holdings, then sure enough, everybody's like, why would I even hold off on this, right? We're selling this stuff, and I'm happy that we have been offloading, and I'm still sitting on a good chunk of it. Am I going to be selling at the lows? I don't know. But are we going to be talking about here momentarily the fact that, hey, we've seen the 70% pullback before. We're now sitting at 47%. Are we going to drop? So are we going to continue this slide? Potentially. And what we're looking at right now, I feel like we might.
All right, man. I think it's going to be tough for a while until we get some good legislation. The thing is, though, if this isn't for you, if you can't deal with the volatility, if you don't have the conviction in the bigger story, just stay out of it, man. There's so many other things that you can get. Why stress yourself out with this whole thing? You got to have a lot of conviction. I always give this story about, when I was doing PT and I would be selling these personal training packages for thousands of dollars. I was working for Good Life. They weren't my own, that wasn't my own income. And it would always come down to the end of the sale. I would always be hesitant because I didn't have conviction in my own abilities to be able to actually, develop somebody, to actually help them lose weight. And so my fitness manager came on, he's like, listen, man, if you're gonna sell these $1,000 products, you gotta believe in what you're doing. If you don't, it's gonna come off immediately, and you're gonna struggle with the sales. So unless you have conviction behind this stuff, just stay out of it, man. It's not for everybody. There.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'll let you guys know here with the market, nothing massive, but I think certainly worth noting. We know there was a while ago that executive order that President Trump was supposed to sign about AI. It was delayed. Now it looks like he signed it. So again, seeing tons of comments from the White House. President Trump signing an executive order promoting advanced AI innovation and security. Once I get a readout of what that order entails, I'll let you know. But it's also worth noting we're going to be getting a White House press briefing at 1 p.m. Now, this briefing is led by Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services Administrator Mehmet Oz, Dr. Mehmet Oz. So we're going to have to wait and see what Dr. Oz tells us, but I'm expecting we're going to get some more details about this order during that press briefing. Back to you.
What I was going to say to you, Shreve, is it's the cyclical nature of the market. Like one day you're the hottest sector. Like look what happened to quantum and silver. The next day you're not. Right? So you just have to wait for that new wave of participants to step in. It may take longer than what we're anticipating, but I do have confidence in the actual asset class. It's just that when it's cold, it's ice cold, and it sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it does. It does, Joey. It does. Getting out of HUBC here for a loss. It is not holding up. Came back to 80. This isn't for me. Continuing to watch, though, LASC. Good position here. There's a lot of accumulation at 145, 146. It's having a lot of trouble breaching, but we're going to give this one the old college try because you're getting multiple moves into this critical area of resistance. I'm layering my orders to possibly take advantage of a price spike up. It has a good amount of shares, about 60.75 million shares traded on the day, but it is $1.50, right? So we need to view it in that perspective. There's also the 130 failure that I'm earmarking. I've added a number of times into that 135, which seems to be the local area of support. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. Thank you, Heaven, 4426 for the $5 super chat. Sharif, I was planning to buy BTC at 67.2 to 97K. Now I'm freaking out. Should I go for it or back off? Never can I give you financial advice, brother. But again, it comes down to what I just said. Do you have conviction behind the story? Do you think it's going to be a store of value? Do you think it's going to be a possible hedge against future inflation? Do you think that it has any value other than, the greater fool's theory that everybody says is sort of behind the whole thing? If you do, add into technical levels, you throw on that chart, you put exactly where the area of support and resistance are, and you throw out orders there, and you forget about those orders. Set it and forget it, right? And there's a reason why I had a ton of Pan W at a certain level, because I put my orders out at technical levels, I didn't look at them every day, and when they triggered, they triggered. And when I took them, right? If you're gonna monitor your positions every day and live by the minute, you're gonna have another thing coming there. So keep that in mind.
You be hella stressed out, man.
I'm done talking.
It makes believe people do not understand the Bitcoin 4-year cycle in math. Bitcoin is going under 50K, having no one should be shocked, GPUS and SPY. Well, obviously people are shocked because we talk about it. Were they expecting this? Again, we can just continuously talk about this all day. We're going to end the conversation at some point, but I think the narrative was supposed to change and people were looking for it to change once it came into more or less the public markets. Like IBIT, you thought that you wouldn't have these hefty pullbacks, and when it became optional with the feature of hedging the actual asset, that you wouldn't see these dramatic pullbacks. That's not the nature, right? So again, you have the mass liquidations, you have the over leveraged plays where people are just getting absolutely wiped out. And they're like, well, what am I even doing here? So you need to wait for a new wave of participants to step in. And that may take some time. The halving cycle, absolutely. But I think there's a couple other things that are coming into factor here. We see some of the Bitcoin miners transition into some of this data center play and cloud providing aspect of things. So that could contribute to more selling as well, because a lot of people seem to be fleeing from it right now. And why? We can trade other things like the AI trade right now. Other than that, NVDA heading towards the low of the day, guys. HPE putting in a new LOD, giving back some of that room. Support level broke right there at $58. Now, once that's cracked, $57 and change, and looking to continue its slide. Now, as we get a pull back here, we slowly grind up here. Now, with that being said, what is Google up to? Because I believe this is going to be a key driver. Is it moving higher? Oh, did it get back a lot of, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I don't understand. All right, yeah, this doesn't really want to cooperate right now.
Want me to take over?
For whatever reason. No, I just go to a different stock. Tesla back up to 421, not too bad, starting to form somewhat of a bull flag. So once this price pattern is complete, you want to look for volume to kick in, and then that way the break is going to be a little bit cleaner, and hopefully it is to the top side for all the long Tesla shareholders.
All right, URG continues to stair step up. It's super slow, but it's trying to make a move back into 215. So just with the beak there, super quick at 212, still continuing to watch LASE. It's still rejecting that 146 seller. There is a big seller at 145, 146. That is the bad news. The good news is generally we're holding up at the 10 EMA on the 5. I'm seeing people, what was this one? GPUS? Somebody was telling me about this one. Yeah, GPUS, not bad, much cheaper, still below the pre-market high, but let me just bring this one in. Yes, so the pre-market high was at 5:40 a.m., the high of which was 25.15 on the dot. The current intraday high is 23 pennies on the dot. But we have cleared that sort of double top close at 22.5. This one's a screaming buy to me at about 22.5, 22 pennies. You just ride trend with a loss of VWAP at around 21 pennies pushing you out of the trade. That's how I would trade GPUS. It's not bad on the day. It's actually up 28%. $110 million market cap, so very, very small. Who are we going to take off here? Because GPUS does look tradable. It's just about who I want to take off. SDA, we're going to take off that one. We're going to put GPUS instead. This one we can possibly finagle a trade into. I'm hearing people also talk about ASTC. This one's a bit more expensive, but it's absolutely jettisoning up right now. It had a closing price yesterday of about $35. We're still below the day high yesterday in the pre-market. We got to about $58 or so. It was essentially a sell all day from, I want to see exactly how much we sold off from the 4 a.m. low to essentially the aftermarket low. We had lost about 50% of the value of this name. However, the aftermarket isn't the end all and be all. The closing print yesterday was 35.5. And off that 35.5, we're up a respectable about 30%, a little bit less, 28%. This one is making another move here into 46. I would say watch out for the squeeze here from 45.5, 46 into 50. It could happen pretty quickly. Now, if this one clears 50, there's a good chance that we could see that 58.5, 58.45, whatever it was yesterday at the high. So ASTC, watch out for this one. I do believe it is a little spready, so you're going to have to monitor that. I'm seeing right now about a 30 penny spread, 20 penny spread. It really does change. No, I see a $2 spread right now, actually. a dollar spread now. So it's quite spready, but it is ripping up into 48. Here it comes. We were just talking about this one at 45. This one could see 50 very shortly. I think this candle high is 48 on the dot, showing 47 3/4 right now. ASTC looking real good, Adara.
Keep an eye here, guys, on Warner Brothers and Paramount Skydance. WBD here at PSKY Paramount Skydance. Bouncing a little bit here, seeing that the company is seeking EU antitrust approval for their Warner Brothers acquisition. EU's decision here is going to be due July 7th. So more progress here on what is hopefully the end of the Paramount and Warner Brothers back and forth as we hear that WBD and PSKY just waiting that EU antitrust approval decision here on July 7th. Back to you.
All right, good stuff. Yeah, Chris Arthur. I mean, hey, man, it is what it is. We're going to try one more time here off of the lows. I think this was just a little bit of a liquidity grab bouncing off the support level right now. If that cracks, then you know what? You just get out of dodge. We try to keep things plain and simple here. Either it works or it doesn't. Black or white like that. All right, guys. Oh, I'm going to do our social media moderator a favor over there on TikTok. We're going to give a couple of shout-outs, even though we didn't get the list here today. Wish we can see what we got going on here. Give a couple of people. Buddy, Ahmed, Healing, and Miss Unknown. Welcome, guys. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic one. Let's send it back to what we have right now as NVDA gets a small pop. We'll bring this bad boy up, and we'll take a look. You stop out, you get right back in. I said, you're not going to fool us on this liquidity grab as it punches through support and then decides to turn price action right around. We'll look for that move back into this pivot of 226.94. You can see that we are long up here, stopped out, and then we just re-enter that trade looking for the continuation move that was the initial thesis. Heading back to our scanner, Shreve's got the small cap. We'll head over to the large cap one and see what some of these other big names are up to. Nokia has been on a big time run and still moving here. Wow, like this is a name that we don't really talk about too often, 162%, but it's been in play for quite some time. Marvell, thinking about a 5X. All right, yeah, right, man. That's just so crazy where it opens up, 229%. That is insane. So yeah, you're looking at a 5X right there, Katina, man. SoFi, how have you been performing here today? Not doing too much. After that stable coin news came out, you thought you'd find some continuation. Not necessarily the case here in SoFi. I'm not in love with this name. Robinhood was hot for a little while, but then started to cool down a little bit. Let's see how this PDT rule comes into play. And they're talking about a tidal wave of new participants stepping into the market, retail traders, that is. So I'm curious to see how that is going to impact some of these earnings plays.
All right, Devs is moving up pretty aggressively here, guys. Good look for DEVS, up 74% and into that 69.90 area. Nice flat top break, I want to say, through 50. A lot of resistance at 50, and then it started using 50 as support, which is good. So it started ranging, a little 53, a little 50. Then that 1135 candle came and rocketed this one through 69.90 now. HOD on DEVS, having done a lot of shares, about 48.2 million. So ample liquidity to go around for those who want to take this one. I also want to mention ASTC is halted to the upside at around $48.12. Not going to be able to update you on the theoretical auction price, sadly, as we are in the sim and we do not get the tap in the sim, but we'll continue to watch this one, let you know exactly what's going on. The halt time on ASTC, just so we can take a quick look there. Last print came in 11:46.13. The earliest this one will be open is 11:51.13. So we're going to keep a close eye on this monster here, and it's done about 2.5 million shares on the day, but it is a spready animal over here. Let me tell you, the spread, $1, $2 at the extreme. So you need to consider that if you're going to trade this, because it can just cost you money getting in and getting out almost a second apart. That is part and parcel of trading spready names. Birdman dropping 20 in the chat. Thank you for that. ASTC, baby, turned 2K into 8.5K, and right now back in with 5K pilot position, currently halted. Great look there, Birdman. We hope you print up several storms on your side of the screen. Good look on you, and way to follow your convictions with this name and punch in to what could be a very volatile name. Have at it, buddy. I hope you print up. Continue to print. Let's see if what's it called, ASTC can get to $100. You never know. I've seen more aggressive moves than that, and quite frankly, ASTC is not even that up big that much on the day. 36% or thereabouts, 35.93. So it's got room to go here, Joey. It's not too bad.
All right, man. Let's see what we got. SMCI, IBIT. We were talking about that one trading at 37.99. Neil was messaging me. He's like, "Hey man, did we think we find a bottom right here?" I was thinking the exact same thing. So he was probably over on the 3-minute time frame, looking at the exact same candle over here. You do get somewhat of a bounce. I'm like, you know what, man? I just don't know. The momentum is most definitely down. So if you're looking for that retracement play back into the volume weighted average price, you're not going to get it here today. So yeah, poor thing. Now moving forward, let's send things over to Adara. I want to take a look at K-Web and some of these Chinese ADRs.
Keep an eye here on the market and on USO. Hearing from the Associated Free Press that Hezbollah will not be accepting a partial ceasefire with Israel. Now, we know apparently we have Israel and Lebanon discussions. I heard this could be like now the 4th round that's happening. That was as of earlier today. Unclear where that's currently happening. I also have some more details here in that AI executive order. So apparently this order will be directing federal agencies to prioritize AI-enabled cyber defense across national security, defense, and civilian government systems. They're also looking for an AI cybersecurity clearinghouse to coordinate vulnerability validation, et cetera, with industry and critical infrastructure operators. So whole point of this order is to create a voluntary framework for frontier AI developers to work with the government in classified cyber benchmarking and pre-release model access. So they will be getting access to some of these frontier models before the rest of the world does. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. All right, NASTC here looking for a hold of 49 and the trade right there. So we did take a nice little scalp on ASTC through 48 and change. We took it up to 52. No continuation, at least of yet, losing 48 here momentarily, but that just could be the spread. Seeing some 47s come in. Let's see if it fails this halt level at 48 on a decisive basis. If it does, and it looks like it will, here comes 47. Can we get flashes of 46? Here on ASTC, we're seeing 47 on the dot, and oh boy, the bottom just dropped off. That 47 in the 46 we go. Still showing a wide spread here, about 25 pennies. Let's see if it's able to recover above this level. But the current candle on the 5 doesn't look appetizing, promising, or good at all, quite frankly, especially through that 50 rejection. Now, mind you, we did get up into 52, give or take, 51.91. I'll just classify that as 52. Back above 47 we go, so it's not as bad here. We didn't find our way immediately into 45, having breached that halt level. So look, let's talk about this. Prior bar low is 45 on the dot. Current bar low is about 46 and change. Let's say 46.20, 46.15. So technically, we still have that uptrend, higher lows, higher highs. Below 45, though, does really change things, and that's my concern. Here comes 45, 45.20 showing up here. So the selling unabated to the downside. Do we lose 45? That breaches prior bar low, and that puts a gnarly looking red candle with a higher high and a lower low, basically engulfing that prior halt candle, the green one that is. So let's continue to watch here as the buyers do step in, generally at 45. Bit of a tougher look here, though. I was looking for a continuation possibly, but it'll end up being a profitable trade on all of it. But yeah, we would have definitely liked to take a little bit more into that 52. I didn't, so we're going to keep tabs on that. URG continuing to kind of put in higher lows. If it breaks below the candle, 5-minute candle, I want to say at 11:15, the low of which is 203. I'm out. I've got 210s right now, so we're going to risk another 7 pennies. And I'm talking about this candle, bottom right of your screen. That's the low of the on the 5-minute chart, or if you're looking at the one top screen right there. So 203, 202 gets me out of the trade. Geez Louise, ASTC still holding 45. How's my other trade here? See, there seems to be a continuous buyer for whatever reason at $1.35 on Lace, right? Now, I didn't add this last time around, but I've already got a good position here on Lace. I've got 38s, it's showing me 39s. I'm really trying to pack the patience for a decisive move, both above 46 and above 50. However, those expectations are being tempered by the local trend, which is area high into 1120, which is $1.46, And then another area high, 1135, which is $1.45. So the fact of the matter is, whether I perceive this as a flat top brewing or not, we do have lower highs here locally on the trend. So I need to temper my expectations, but I'm buoyed in by the fact that the buyers keep stepping in at the $1.35. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. DVES as well, finding some resistance here in around 70 pennies. Not an area I would have earmarked for resistance. I thought maybe a little bit higher into 5 pennies, 75 pennies, give or take. But look, man, if it comes back down into the 10 EMA, give or take around 60 pennies, I could be a buyer around there. So let's see how this one does, Joey.
There's a couple of things here. I mean, we got all at NVDA. We switched it up on our chart. There was a big volume spike, and then it just never bounced off of that level. With that being said, we're going to avoid this name. What we do have is Tesla starting to form a bull flag on the 5-minute. We were talking about this not too long ago, price compression. Now you have that wedge forming, and then now where's the volume going to kick in, to the top side or to the downside? I'm like, what is holding the NASDAQ up? And then you guessed it, it's going to be AAPL at the high of the day. Now, if you go through the other names, it's like, okay, cool, Microsoft down, NVDA, yeah, down at some support levels. Google wasn't performing too bad, right? Like you have that initial 5-minute selling candle and then off to the races, back towards, like you literally tick. That's crazy, man. That post-market level, you tick that almost, and then you sell off a little bit. So very interesting stuff. And then Meta, how you been doing? All right, not horrible, but you're at some pre-market highs. So I think what we're getting held up by right now is AAPL. Oracle got the upgrade this morning too. Didn't do much after the bell. Now trading around $242. Yesterday, not a bad session. I believe it was a 10% day for that name. $83 on Netflix from the daily. We talked about this shelf. All right, so $85 finally snapped in the flicks. Now, where's that next level potentially? I'm thinking $78 here, mid-70s here before we find any form of a sustained move on NFLX. Ethereum, we've been talking about that. We had the investment from the government. Now, how are these quantum names performing multiple days after, a week or so? Rigetti, not too bad, starting to form this bull flag. And you know what? IonQ just absolutely really engulfed the losses, and this is supposed to be the leader, I believe, within the space. You're down 17%, with the stock at one point was down 68%. So that's not too bad. If you got in on that news, which was around this neck of the woods, $45 or so, then bang, you get a nice 33% return in IonQ. Now, Robinhood, $87. I like the inside day. As long as we don't break down too much, I do believe we can continue to climb a little bit higher. C3AI, a good thing the CEO is starting to see a little bit better there. The stock's performing not too bad. And then Pandub and CrowdStrike still holding up around their highs.
Okay. Continue to watch LASC here at $1.35. This one is still dropping, but there is continuing to be a buyer at that 135 level, continuing to watch that. But I'm also seeing a pretty aggressive buyer here on ASTC at basically 45 on the dot. So multiple candles coming into that 45, all of which held up. In fact, on the 5, you've got basically a triple bottom at that $45 level. Now, it's the intervening candle, the red one there, that has me a little worried, quite frankly. So the chart pattern isn't what I need it to be in order to get in. Now, you can make the argument, all right, you know, why don't you just get in here, risk to 45? Well, because, you know, this one could absolutely drop, right? We've seen the spread on this one. This could cut you up pretty aggressively. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Separately, though, I want to mention that LASC lost that 35 buyer. It's trying to move above it now. I'm going to give it to 30, as I previously articulated, but the fact that it wicked below 35 already tells me that that buyer who was there at 35, preventing this one from even wicking below it, at least for the moment, has had their shares exhausted. Whether or not, you know, they re-up or another buyer steps in, that's we'll have to wait and see. But this one is looking a little bit more concerning for me. So ASTC, here it comes again, though, man. That 45 buyer is an aggressive buyer, and now we've just taken out prior bar high. We're into 48. The spread is the same issue that we've had, but this looks a lot more consolidative with a 45 base. If this drops back down, closer to 45. I could see myself picking this up in and around there with a tight stop right below 45. Let's see how ASTC moves. But if it breaches 50, don't forget that it breached 50 last time by $2 and then lost it all the way back down to 44 and change, right? And that's because the nature of this one, the spread is really wide, so you're going to get those outsized price moves. Be careful with this one. Keep your eye on it, but it does have potential for big moves. We're going to pause for a second. We're going to happening now. Then we're going to Neil's lesson of the day.
What's happening now is a NASDAQ that's trying to take out yesterday's highs. Nice strength here for that market. S&P 500 rejected yesterday's highs, so that prior day high level, certainly an area of interest for both of these major indices. Let's take a look at the Dow because we can. Dow rejecting, Dow actually already above yesterday's highs, rejecting that pre-market area, though, from Monday morning. We'll take a look here as well at the IWM. IWM on a nice little upward trajectory from yesterday's low. So let's see if that upward push can continue on here. And we'll take a look at USO as we continue to digest headlines out of the Middle East. Both the market and USO, interestingly enough, at intraday highs or intersession highs as we assess ongoing commentary. We just heard reports from the Associated Free Press suggesting that Hezbollah has said that they don't want a part-way ceasefire with Israel. They want a full-way ceasefire or nothing. Let's talk about MRVL because Marvell just rocketed up here today after a keynote between CEO Matt Murphy and Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, during which Jensen Huang said the company has what it takes to be the next trillion-dollar company. Now, as of yesterday's close, Marvell was at $200 million, so that's a 5x valuation in Jensen's eyes. Good look here for Marvell. Now, we've already had this Lip-Bu Tan keynote as well. Not too much of interest. The last keynote here of Computex Taipei 2026. Rafael Sotomayor, CEO of NXP Semiconductors, ticker NXPI. That'll be tonight, late at night. We have to talk here about President Trump as well. We know Trump has signed this new White House AI executive order. This was exactly what reports suggested it would be. The biggest thing here is that they're requiring frontier AI models be viewed by the government first before they're wide released. There's also a cybersecurity element of this. I suspect we get more once we get the Dr. Oz press briefing at 1 p.m. So we know that with Caroline Leavitt's pregnancy, these individuals at the cabinet level have been switching off, taking turns here with these press briefings. We'll have to wait and see how Mehmet Oz fares, but I will be covering this meeting and keeping you guys posted if there's anything of note at 12:30 p.m., so half an hour before this, we get the start of the Microsoft Build event. I will cover these simultaneously, and I'm also still listening to Marco Rubio here at the Senate, because that's what we do for you guys. We listen to everything, we cover everything, and we give you all the info you need to know. Speaking of which, something else you need to know. Palo Alto Networks, they're reporting after the bell. GitLab is reporting after the bell. Ulta, you guessed it, reporting after the bell. I'm going to have infographics here on all of these ahead of their reports that look just like this with some earnings info. These will be released. I mean, this one's already out. Ulta should be out pretty soon. You'll also get GitLab coming out within the next hour or so to prepare you guys for these earnings releases. But I am excited to prepare you now for Neil, which should be an exciting lesson of the day. Neil, how's the lesson and how was the chicken?
Oh, it was good, Adara. The chicken was good. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that there was like that authentic jerk where, you know, like you feel it in your pores and it's just like the spice. But for what our caterers usually do, they did step the game up a little bit there. So yeah, it was the chicken easily better than the last time we had the jerk. It's not gonna be the same as like back home. Rice and peas not gonna be exactly the same, but look, it's absolutely solid. The coleslaw was fantastic. Coleslaw was actually really, really good. I'm gonna give the coleslaw itself will get like an 8.8. The jerk will get like an 8.1. The rice and peas were aight. Yeah, somewhere in the 7 range. But no, the lesson of the day is about continuation. And sort of, you know me, the way I look at it, I want to just be boringly positive as a trader. And sometimes where you look to and how you look to express a move or a trade, sometimes the boring way can be good, but it does require, if you're going to trade a certain style where I'm taking something from leg to leg, you're always actively looking for the next play. So it's easy enough to say, okay, I think crypto was a short, and I like Bitcoin at certain levels. I liked it into the prior high. You getting that? No. I liked it. I wanted a VWAP retrace. So if you can get that, let's get the write-off VWAP. Well, the only chance you got was right here, like 1 minute after the open, and maybe you could sneak it in there in IBIT. So I didn't get what I was looking for in IBIT, but you got to have a backup plan. Where else can I express the trade? 9 times out of 10, if it's crypto, BMNR is going to be the trade for me. So you get a big move down. It's like, well, why do you only have one trade in there? Because I'm just looking for something on trend that sets up an entry that fits my risk profile. So where do I go first? Well, what's one of the shorts that I like? Fail of the pre-market high, hold VWAP. Fail of the pre-market high, top wick on BMNR. So I end up shorting that, not Bitcoin. And then I end up reloading that on the fail of VWAP, not Bitcoin. And then once that trade was done, because it got to a support level, I'll quickly show you. So there's the short, there's to that level, and I'm hunting for the next trade. It's like, oh, but you could have just held on to that one. Fair enough. But I like to bag the wins to maintain like a higher level of consistency and then look for the next reasonable setup. And that brings me right back over to IBIT. That's the point at which we're getting the first bottom tail and attempted bounce on IBIT. What do we get? A reversal candle. So it's in a downtrend. I know I want to short it. I get a reversal candle. I take the break of the take the break of the next candle at the low, and we play that into another key level. This one, I'm getting out because Bitcoin was trying to bounce at 68,000. So this one was short this until Bitcoin gets to 68,000. Well, when that trade is done, I'm hunting again. Where's my next opportunity going to be? Well, on the upward trend, it ends up being what? BMNR pulls right back into where? The prior day low. Rejects underneath the prior day low. Again, another trade that I like. The initial thought on Bitcoin, just to remind you, was pull back. If you get a bounce into the prior day low, I wanted to short it. So you're not going to get that on IBIT. But when BMNR gives that setup, the bounce into the prior day low, well, then I now short that for the next trade. And I'm going to look for and I'll look for another one on trend if I can find it. It's the same thing. It's like you're looking short. Now you can just be like, I'm shorting it at the open and giving it a wide stop and holding it. That's not typically my style because I find it difficult to try to replicate that and be consistently positive. But I do find I can find those quick higher percentage scalp style wins and then go from one good trade to the next. If you've read that book, One Good Trade, it is absolutely not about making one trade and holding it all day. That is like a gigantic misconception, and my guess is anybody that says that didn't actually read the book, because it's not what they were getting at. They were simply like, make one good trade that has a good positive expectancy, and then when you're done that one, move to the next one. You will often see me trade 5, 6, 7 symbols. I've always traded multiple symbols, but I promise you, I'm usually basically focused the most on one thing at a time. I might be in a couple at the same time, like one might be a hold, I'm getting to target, but the one that I'm getting into actively, I'm looking for the reload here, it'll generally be one at a time. You'll see that borne out day to day, almost all the time. And the days that I'll get in trouble is when I'm not doing that. So you've got to just, again, you find what works for you. I'm not here to tell you that's the only way to trade, because sure, you could just have found anything in crypto and been short the whole way, and you would have been absolutely fine, like no complaints there. But if you are going to go with that whole station to station, join the trend, you don't want to miss your spots. And I've found it might be somewhere else on the chain. Like if it's IBIT, the next one could be BMNR or like Robinhood or Coinbase. I could go from, I don't know, like AMD to Intel or something along those lines. And a lot of this got born from the meme craze, because if you were trading back in like the 2020 era, when we had all the meme stocks going crazy, this sort of passing the baton was a normal thing. Or if you're a small cap gap trader, you might find if there's like in sympathy, a bunch of stocks are squeezing, and they could be, maybe they're all in the nuclear space, or maybe just a bunch of random squeezes happening in small caps, but they have similar profiles. You could go from one to the other. Oh, this one's bouncing off VWAP and continuing trend. Boom, make that trade. Okay, let's look for another one on trend that's going to pull back into VWAP and bounce. You've just got to find an execution strategy that works for you. That is the part that confounds people. In all my years of trading, it'll be, well, they're like, I like this long, I like off this price, or I like this short from here. That's not enough, because you've got to have an entry plan or something that you're looking for to happen that gives you the confirmation that, okay, I'm getting in right here, and this is where I'm wrong. I'm in here, this is where I'm wrong. Boom, that's my trade. And I can easily explain it to you, right? Like, it's not as simple as, no matter what it looks like, I'm gonna buy it at this level. No matter what it looks like, I'm gonna sell it at this level. That gets people into a lot of trouble because from that standpoint, you're just like, okay, this level is gonna work. I don't need to see anything. Doesn't need to be a bid, doesn't need to be a trend break, doesn't need to be a bottoming tail candle, doesn't need to be a volume spike, or doesn't need to hold this moving average. There's just no confluence with it. And most traders I've found can explain their execution strategy pretty well. And then you just go out hunting, looking for those. Because at least you're out there knowing what you're looking for. I'm not a hunter. But I would imagine you go out to hunt, you have a pretty good idea of what it is that you were trying to hunt. Maybe you go out there just, whatever, I'll shoot whatever I find. I don't think that's usually the way that it goes. You have a general idea of what it is that you're looking for, so at least when you find it, you can execute with confidence. So there's your lesson of the day. Again, good luck to everyone trading. I mean, it seems like you just buy the NASDAQ and you're good to go. If these markets are unbelievably resilient. As long as you're not long Bitcoin, I mean, pretty much everything else is looking fantastic. So enjoy your lunch if you haven't had it already. I pretty much polished through mine, and it was tasty. So I'm happy. I'm happy as can be. Like, usually I'm not done everything. I'm done it all. Absolutely delicious lunch today. Peace.
Much, Neil. I do look forward to tasting said jerk chicken. Man, it was the Rio Republica where we stayed. Both you and I both stayed there. Some of the best jerk chicken I've ever had in my entire life.
You got it by the beach, right?
Exactly. Dude, and come Thursday, when everybody starts coming Thursday, Friday, Monday to Thursday, you get right away.
Bro, the lineup is
no lineup Monday to Thursday.
Oh yeah, but as soon as
Thursday, Friday,
the lineup's crazy. You know what I didn't like about that place is that some other resorts, the one that I was telling you about, Breathless, you remember? It's like you can get whatever food you want at whatever time you want.
And there's room service at Breathless? Because there's no room service at Republica.
Like if it's 3:30 in the morning and I want some chicken tendies, I'm getting them.
Like, see, that's what I was expecting, but we didn't.
No, you don't get that, dude. There's that one little fridge. I remember, I don't know if you remember this, but there's like a fridge that if you wanted to eat, you would have to go find like some cold hot dogs.
Bar? You're talking about the sports bar.
It was outside of the sports bar, right? So like if the sports bar wasn't serving anything when we were there, like there's a fridge that they literally had outside, and it's like they had like burgers in a container that cold and shit.
By the snack bar where the jerk chicken is.
Yeah. There's like no way to warm it up, really.
There's no way to warm it up. But there was a microwave in the sports bar. So if you want to do that.
But even so, man, like no one. I don't want chips like the tortilla chips and queso at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I want, right?
Dude, I want something like.
I want meat.
Yeah, exactly.
I want meat.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, those were good times. But Breathless is like twice the price of Rio Republica. You realize that, right?
But you pay
Breathless
for what you get.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's not cheap
but
at all.
The Dominican one, they renovated it. That's why it used to be least expensive and more like the crazy one. But then obviously with renovations comes the increase within your stay.
I like that. All right, there goes ASTC. We've been having multiple dalliances with this one. In at 48, scalping, multiple 50 rejections. Now I'm bottom picking here, 47.21, ripping through 48, just got the beak wet there. Looking for a bigger move above 50, man. There is a range established here. It's pretty obvious. It is $45 as support, $50 as resistance. I'll submit to you the support level, at least for the moment, is more staunchy in being held than the resistance is being held, because it does breach through 50 on occasion. So here we go, showing 48.25. I'm looking for a bigger move up here into 48.75. Then I'm looking for 49.75. Alas, that is not happening at the moment. Continuing to watch LASE. Finally back in the money on this one. Nothing to write home about, but this one is breaching that area high. I want to say the 1155 area high, which was, my silver is not working, 140. We're showing 142. I'm trying to pack my patience here for Lace to see if we can break through that $1.50. It's been a tough trade. I mean, the best print that I've got so far has been 143. I mean, I could have sat at 145. I chose not to do that. I chose to sit above that, but We'll see how this cookie ends up crumbling. Continuing to watch ASTC as it works right back into that 48.5, but it's zigging and zagging here, quite frankly. So a loss of 45 does end the trade for me. And then the one that I've been watching here kind of with a little bit of a suspicious lens is URG. The reason I say, you know, with a little bit of suspicion is we have an area high at 11. That's 214. Then we have another area high at 1140. That's 212. And now we just rejected 210. So I'm starting to feel perhaps maybe it's getting a little top heavy. So URG, if it comes into $2, I could pick it up there for a DCA. Until then, I'm just going to steer clear, either get stopped out below 203 or watch this one possibly take out 215. We'll see which one comes first. We're going to pause for a second, going up to the big desk.
Keep an eye on space-related stocks and DX. Here's ASTS at intraday highs. Seeing some more reports here about the SpaceX IPO, which we know is hotly anticipated and expected to go to market here on June 12th. SpaceX reportedly indicating it plans to raise at least $75 billion in an all-primary IPO, aiming for a $1.75 trillion valuation. Now, as of last week, we were hearing over or at least 1.8 trillion, so 1.75 trillion. Slight drop here. We'll have to wait and see if we get any further details. But once again here, keep an eye on these space stocks. SpaceX reportedly planning on raising at least $75 billion in an IPO that would value the company at 1.75 trillion. Back to you.
There goes Lace through 145, 146, 147, into 151. It goes. Lace is ripping into the area high, and it is now officially above that pesky pre-market high at 147. Let's see, does it have the juice, the legs, the compunction to continue through $1.50? It has a plethora of higher lows. That's just one side of the equation. We need continuity now and a decisive hold, a clearing and a hold of 150. We're not getting that yet. Like we just wicked above it. So let's not, get too excited. But the fact of the matter is we've got a 139 and a third cost basis on this. Having added into the highs, I did add into 140, but the 135 prints keep me nicely in the money. I'm starting to like ASTC a little bit less now. It keeps coming back in, right? Rejecting 50 again. I'm just going to either get stopped out through 145 or it's going to take out 150. Let's see how this cookie crumbles. There's obviously a range at play, as I articulated earlier, of 45 as support, 50 as resistance. More strict is the support than the resistance. The resistance does breach at times. So continuing to watch these, Joey. I also want to mention DEVS. Do I have this on a trading screen? I don't. So just bring in the side chart. Looking fantastic. I mean, I see you guys yelling about DEVS as well as you should be. It's been a strict holder of the 10 EMA on the 5. If you want to weasel in here, we are basically at the lower end of the range. You get in at 61, 60 pennies, you give it to 57 or wherever your risk parameter allows you to give it to. But it's okay. It's okay over here, DEVS, but we're kind of we're tied up with a little bit of another one here, Joey, as LASC continues to trade above that $0.50.
I think nearing the SpaceX IPO, I think we should have a four-way conversation about this bad boy. Get all the lads going on about it. All right. Speaking of, let's see what Tesla's up to.
Why don't you tell us what you're thinking? Because you've obviously got some thoughts that you can share. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to, do something.
No,
like that.
because
I want to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think you already know where I stand.
Yeah, I do. But I don't think they
thing.
do though, because you had a sound assessment of this. So.
Yeah. But I'm curious because I heard Neil and Sean, they're talking about, hey, just due to the flow, because they're only releasing so much of the flow.
Remember you and I talked about this, and they prohibited it from being on certain exchanges because they have a 5% minimum. And they're doing like 2 or 3%.
Right, so they have like a very minimal flow. But with that being said, wouldn't that mean there's less? So there's obviously less shares out there, but then what if there's a lot of demand and then you have something like a small cap name where you just have a complete float rotation with demand higher and higher and higher?
Like ARM?
Yeah, and isn't there like yeah, exactly. And isn't there a limit? So if you're in the private market, once this thing IPOs, isn't there in a certain amount of time that you actually can't sell this thing?
Sometimes there is a lockout period, yeah.
Right, like the lockout
But I was
period?
hearing, okay, you're going to need to do a deeper dive on this because I'm hearing that there were certain lockup periods for certain people, not for others. So you're going to have to look into this.
So that could be huge. But I mean, like, there's no way some of these, like Ron Barron isn't selling any of this. Some of those bigger boys who've been early investors, what are the chances? And I heard Neil, he's like mentioning, there's the opportunity to be like, hey, you're providing liquidity for the older ones.
Yeah, that's exactly
right?
it.
So
Exactly it,
that's why we're thinking like it might not be the Circle or the Core Weave because they're just like selling, letting go some of their shares that they've been allowed to appreciate over time.
Yes.
But if there's a limited amount of shares already, and the demand seems relatively high. I'm just thinking, wouldn't we see maybe a little bit of price appreciation?
It could squeeze,
absolutely, right?
And that's why we see ARM have insanely outsized days relative to other, semiconductor names because there's only 10% of the float available on the public markets. SoftBank still holds a majority privately, right? And I have a bit of an issue with that, right? Like you're going into the public markets, you're asking for public money, right? That's why you're going into public markets because you're raising.
Yeah.
You need money, right? You don't go into the public markets unless you need to raise.
Exactly.
So then, you kind of hamstring us a little bit by only putting part of the company into the public markets. I have an issue with that.
Also
the
with
exchanges like it, they allow it, so we got to play by the rules that are in force, but I don't like it.
And to Neil's point, like providing liquidity, like you could be that exit liquidity for some of these individuals. So yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose. I had a point that I wanted to bring. So with Tesla, so I was reading up a little bit on Tesla's IPO. The valuation was relatively like small, nothing compared to what it is right now. Why are some of these companies starting to IPO at trillion-dollar valuations? Why didn't they go through why didn't they go public at a such earlier stage?
Because there's more money in the private markets than there historically have been. There is the fewest. I think we're at in historical terms, some of the fewest publicly traded names. I see this commercial on CNBC in the morning, right? And it's basically it's like a DXYZ, where it's just basically this fund that gets you into the private markets, okay, for non-publicly listed names. And the premise of the commercial is so many companies are staying private, so investors are unable to invest in them, so invest through our vehicle. But it begs the question, why are they staying private for so long? And because you have private credit, you got private equity, you got a lot of private money, you don't necessarily
probably
need
a lot
to go.
less tomfoolery in the private markets as well too. Right? Like if you're owning these shares, it's like probably the majority of the individuals are like, all right, we'll hold on to this. You're not having that back and forth that you see within the public market.
Well said, Joey. Lace is absolutely ripping to the high side now, up 75%. We're wetting the beak along the way. Nicely in the money on this one. Full disclosure, I'm in the sim today, guys, so this is not real money. Looking for continuation here. Looking for basically $1.75. It's a thick trade though, man. Stocks move in the past where they clear 5, 10, 15 pennies all in one swoop. That is not the way this one is trading. It's moving 1, 2 pennies at a time. So 164 area high, stuck here at 163. Keep your eye out on this one. It could see 175 sooner rather than later. And let me tell you something, baby. If it clears 175, you know where your boy's bias is going to go. We're going to start looking at that $2 with, what do you call? What's the word, the term I'm looking for? All right, well, I'll let that one go. We'll just take another beak wetter here on Lace as it rips up into 67. Lace is on its horse, guys. We're into that $0.0025 level here. We're still looking for 75. What's our cost basis on this? 40, only because I added a little bit higher, but we definitely had 135s, and I was repeating that 135 ad a couple of times because that was a very decisive area of support. Now, let me tell you something. This 135 area could have pushed me out what would have been a great trade, right? Because I kept pontificating about the fact that 135 wasn't even getting breached on a wick basis. Well, it did. If I had been less aggressive and moved up my stop, into that 135 rather than sticking with the original plan, which is a 130 stop, I would have been missing out on this entire fake money move right here. So this is a lesson in context, guys. Looking again for another move into 67 here. Let's go ahead and post at 69, see what we get. I'm liking this trade, though, ASTC, a lot less, okay? This one feels like it is ready to go to the downside. It is an uninterrupted 1, 2, 3, 4, now 5 candle lower high. I think as soon as I'm back in the money on this one, I'm getting the hell out of there. I got 47.21. It's showing me 47.18s, but the spread is what it is, so I need that move to come back up on the bid, and then I'm going to get out of there. I'm liking this one a lot less. It does feel like it could flat bottom break through 45. I could be wrong, man. It could hold 45 like a glove and then rip up through 50, and I might miss that. But this one's a lot more dangerous than Lace, given the spread, given the price action volatility. So I would be careful in this one. Sim or not, you got to get the right habits, the right technique. So I think as soon as I'm back, possibly in the money here, I might end the trade on ASTC.
You know Orlando Brown, right?
Remind me.
The dude, like a Family Channel actor. He's like kind of lost his way.
No.
A little bit.
Can I look him up?
Yeah, look up. You know Orlando Brown?
Like. Orlando.
That's so Raven. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know him.
Dude, when he's lost his mind. But did you see
this guy? Yeah, I've seen this guy before. I've seen this guy before.
Dude,
yeah.
He's doing this interview and there's a mic up here like there is right now. He's just completely.
What happened?
No, I'm not gonna.
You can't say it?
Yeah, no, yeah. It just reminded me that, which is absolutely mad. Yeah, let's take a look at New Scale Power here, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna switch that subject real quick. SMR. Pew, pew, pew. Jesse, I hope you're having a good day, broski. And same with everyone else in the chat. I haven't seen Hangry Wife too much in there. I mean, we had a strong move in the market earlier today, and then now Hewlett Packard not doing so well, guys, giving back a little bit of its move here. I mean, yeah, we're at that opening print high from yesterday's earnings report, but SMR, New Scale Power, where's the guy from work at? Hopefully he started to continuously buy this off of the lows. Hey, you're going to take that, right? Like, if you're in at $10, Sharif, congratulations, sure. 40% to the top side. So pick them up over here in SMR. AAL, not doing too much. I mean, we don't really talk about the airlines too much here. ONDS.
You know what I ran into?
Ooh.
This, I forget the ticker. I'm going to find it momentarily, but there's this company that buys, basically hoards these airplanes and then just leases them out to airlines. It's a 3-letter ticker. If you guys know stuff in the chat, and apparently it's like a hell of a business model here. You don't got to deal with any passengers. Forget about the fuel costs that you have to incur as an airline and the variable costs that just basically buying these airplanes. And then because you got a ton of money right ahead of time, you lease them to these schmuck airplanes that either can't get or airlines that can't get their hands on new airlines from Boeing because their delivery cadence is crap, or you just you don't have enough money up at one time, so you lease it, right? What's the name of that, man?
Yeah, we can figure that out. Was that
JTAI? No, I'm gonna have to find it. I think it's the 3-letter ticker.
We'll allow you figure that out there, Sharif. As we take a look at HPE, we're up 25% at one point, down 15% here this morning. Fabian hovering around me currently right now, making me nervous, man. There it is, SPY and the NASDAQ still performing relatively well, and we're being held up by the likes of Apple right now. So AAPL, we tried the long on Tesla via TSLA, and then it broke through the support. I mean, we did catch the lower end of the range, broke down, now slowly starting to grind higher. You got 1.25 here on the actual underlying asset, 2.5. Now there it goes. Maybe we take one more attempt on this bad boy here, Sharif. Hey, Jesse's like, hey, Joe, you actually really trading sim? I'm like, yeah, man. I
both
truly
are,
am.
man. I mean,
I did as soon as I got the notification, I
just been busy, bro. I mean, it's on me.
It's not. I mean, I don't think it's that big of a deal, to be honest with you. You can get it done in a span of a couple of minutes, and then you'll be back tomorrow or Thursday or whatever it may be. But yeah, I'm just like, you know what, man? It's peaceful right now. I'm gonna be patient and start here. And hey, whatever happens, I can switch over at any given moment. Just right now, I'm just like, you know what? don't feel like being stressed right now. Wasn't necessarily in the mood. And I mentioned to a lot of other people, I'm like, you know what, I might do it for like a week. Because Jose actually trades a lot of sim. He's like, you know what, if I don't see anything, if I don't like anything, then we just hop in the sim. No point in putting on risk if you don't have any confidence in your setup. And that's what I was just like, yeah, all right, let's be patient and wait for some other high quality opportunities, some daily setups to be displayed.
AER.
It's an ADR?
AER.
Or AER.
Yeah.
So wait for some high quality setups to be displayed on the daily, and then we take some opportunities on that. Here's Bitcoin, 38.36 now. Man, oh man, that's a hefty slide, down another almost 20% off of that peak. You guys know where I stand on this name. And then Circle was hot for a while, cooled off, double top at $140, $102 now. So that's a pretty hefty slide there, 30% on that bad boy. But let's see if we can get this Tesla rock and rolling. Go ahead.
Lace is ripping, guys. Lace is absolutely on a rampage to the high side. I just got a message from Bovin. Bovin is en route. He's in the car, okay? He's on the way home, and he wanted me to look at DEVS. I was like, Bovin, you're killing me. I love you. The fact that Bovin already knows what the gappers are in the car speaks to this man's small cap acuity. So, all right, continue to watch here, guys, as this one dilly-dallies with 175. Let's wet the beak at 75. That is going to be my highest print on the day. We're still holding some good shares here, looking for a move into 2. Let's keep a close eye. There it goes. Joseph freaking options into 76. I'm posting at 77. I have the number in the same way that I like 88. And then, guys, if we clear 75 decisively, and I submit to you 76, 77 is not a decisive clearance, my bias, we're on the way to 2. LASE is an absolute rocket ship right now. I'm loving this trade. Let's keep an eye out on this. Dear Oil. Oh, Dear Oli. I read it as oil. Sorry, I got oil on my mind, man. We need these prices down.
It's our boy, Dear Ollie.
Dear Ollie, my man.
We called him Dear Oil for a year or so plus.
Did I actually?
Remember when we first started out? Oh, I did. Anyways,
I just made the same mistake right now.
We were calling him Dear Oil for quite some time, and then he's like, it's Ollie.
Yeah, Dear Ollie. Sorry, brother. Lace about to be the biggest market cap and drive the NQ to 45,000 by next month. What's happening over there, brother? What are you drinking over there? It's like 12:30. There goes Lace Joseph into 180. The rip session is on. And then I also want to point out one fact here. We always say sometimes the trades that you lose on sometimes are actually some of your best trades because you could have got even more rinsed. Case in freaking point. Look at that out. And a loss of 45. I felt this one. You can sniff these ones starting to, set up for the failure. I actually took money on this one. We actually made a little bit of money on that ASTC pop back into 47.50 at 47.25. And now down goes ASTC into 42.80. Watch out for a 40 hold though. $40 psychological support. Also, a little bit of an overlap here with that volume weighted average price. I'm going to be keeping a close eye here on ASTC. Should it weasel down into 40, I likely will be a buyer. Continuing to watch though, LASE with a 184 high. We didn't get anything at 84s there because I did go and look at ASTC. So that's on me. But hey, we got 140s on right now. And so that means I'm going to take any opportunity here on possibly any dips to wet my beak and get a little bit more. I see a lot of resistance, initial resistance between 145 to 150, as we spoke about for a long time. So if it does come back into that level, I'm likely a buyer here. All right, interesting headline coming in.
I was going to say here, Satya Nadella has taken the stage at Microsoft Build 2026. He is now talking. MSFT is dropping, unfortunately, not significantly so, but certainly not getting any uptick. If we get anything here of note, I'll keep you guys posted here at MSFT Build 2026. Back to you.
Down goes HUBC, much like Frazier went down in the Thrilla in frickin' Manila. Did you watch all 3 of those fights, by the way?
No.
That's crazy. Your boxing card's revoked.
Why?
I don't know, because you got it. Like, that's part and parcel of being a boxing fan. You got to see the trilogy, my guy.
The Thriller in Manila?
All 3. Because there was 3 big ones, right? That microphone moved, huh? Watch your head there, Joey.
I know, man.
We're going to have to be careful here. HPC is tanking, guys. Lost the volume weighted average price. Could be some support here at around 65 to 64 pennies, given that bull flag that we put earlier on in the implied balance open. But it's lost VWAP, and that puts it on Uncle Sheriff shit list. So we're not going to touch that one for now. But up again goes Lace, and that means I'm going to wet my beak here. Into 183, very, very strong is LASE. You needn't concern yourself with any other small cap gapper right now. LASE is absolutely him. Whether or not it makes it into 2, that's still undecided at the moment. My Spidey sense says 186 incoming. That is a new high a day. My Spidey sense says we're probably going to see that 2-ish area, whether, it's like 205 or 195. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm wetting my beak here, Joseph. 187.
Oh.
The high of the day. Let's go ahead and post up at 88.
That's crazy.
See what we get there. Let's see what people are talking about. Niraj says, check out RKTO. Hypercube says, never apologize. It's what I tuned in for. Hypercube was like saying his wife thinks that he's watching important news and stuff like that. And I come on, I'm like ripping, right? She's like, what's going on over there? Like I thought, you were watching some serious stuff. Yeah, so I apologize.
Oh, you don't think it's serious?
I don't know. Well, if you're not watching, you don't know what the hell's going on there. There goes Lace again, Joseph Options, into 189. We wet the beak at 88. We sold a lot of shares, by the way. But it is SIM, so, it is what it is.
Emphasize that.
Yeah, I've emphasized it multiple times. Yeah. Right, continue to watch your big failure here off that 189 back into 182. Let's see if we hold trend. Prior bar low, by the way, just for those who are following along, 165, 166. Shout out to Commodity King. Are y'all going to do a mid-year stock pick? I don't know. I didn't.
Well, Katina Man's been talking about that for some time. I don't know if it's actually going to go down or not.
He wants to impose new rules. Is that why he wants to do a mid?
We've been doing that, man.
We've been doing it mid.
We've just been rolling with the punches with that stuff, man.
Fabian apparently is the self-proclaimed gatekeeper of this whole thing here.
Give him that, man.
So we have to cede everything to Fabian.
So whatever he decides is what's going to happen.
We're doing one at 6 months, he says.
Well, isn't that now?
Fabian, is it possible to put your connection to me a little bit higher? Because your voice is kind of faint. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you, but it's just tough
that's
to hear.
Showtime. That's exactly what they used to call us. Yeah, thanks, Mr. RJ. I appreciate that, man, for the kind words. And the other individual who said some things nicely, I truly do. Now, let's see if HPE is going to get any form of a bounce here, guys. We've tried this one on multiple occasions, but we allowed it to bottom $54, form somewhat of a base, and then sure enough, now can we find a little bit of a bounce? It's not looking like it.
It's not looking like it, Joe.
No, not at all, man. So we're just going to head over to our... Oh, wow. This thing just absolutely flush city.
Flush city.
Yeah, man. This thing is just like, hey, punch it short. I know a lot of people are saying, man, we're going to have to go short on this bad boy. I think we are, Sharif, as the market is slowly starting to come back in. You know what I want to actually buy here?
What do you want to buy, Joey?
Gold, man. Buy a little bit of gold.
Look at Lace.
I don't know if I love gold, but I like gold. Yeah, that looks like a good chart there that you have going on, my boy. 104%. I'm a little zealous over here.
Zealous?
Yeah.
You're overzealous?
Overzealous. As Lace and HUBC not doing too much. This bull flag failed. Oh, I just actually read a cool stat.
What'd you hear?
I'm going to save it for tomorrow because it's Spain-based.
You're going to keep us all in suspense.
Yeah. What other fun would that
that's
be?
That's not nice, Joey.
I want to take a look at some of these names, Sharif. What is this Trader 2X Long Light DA ETF?
Right click on chart? No. Right click. Oh, you can't pull up
what it actually
fundamentals from there. Yeah.
Yeah, I can
if you click the old charts, you can
like
pull
this one here, like this one you're talking about,
that's
right?
That's not the fundamental though, my guy.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, we got the new one.
Right click on it. Right click on there, and then go Fundamentals Explorer. Right there. Right, you had it on fundamental analysis, and then go Explorer.
Explorer.
There you go, my guy.
Hey, my guy. Group is a company principal engaged in Bitcoin mining. Okay.
Bitcoin mining
and other businesses.
So they're doing data centers in other
right
words.
away. They're doing data centers. We're getting that rotation, guys. But Marvell, $281, continuing to climb. We are momentarily SWMR. This is a leverage play. No,
my
shawarma.
days.
You like this one there, Sharif? You like shawarma? Shawarma.
Absolutely, bro.
Yeah,
I get my
$75.
AAPL card revoked if I didn't like shawarma, man.
Okay,
They do.
It
In
came
the
from that world.
97, we go, Joseph Options. I told y'all, man, this, if it gets into the level, it is going to see two. It is now a decisive moment. Does this clear two? And not just on a 1 or 2 penny basis, guys. We're talking about a decisive clearing so that we can use it as support. But you get that magnetic effect. This is typically what happens with these ones. When they clear the $0.50, we're looking for 75. They clear 75, we're looking for 2. This could be as good as it gets right now. It's a 201 high. I didn't get it because it just waked up super quick. I didn't even see it come in on the level 2, quite frankly. But LASE is just all sorts of strong. Going to Adara.
This Microsoft keynote has been pretty so far, but a couple announcements being made here by CEO Satya Nadella at Microsoft Build, declaring the expansion of Windows AI apps to more PCs, also unveiling some reasoning and planning models. So exactly what reports were suggesting. Not too much of a move here on the stock. Certainly not a great day here for MSFT as we digest comments from Microsoft Build. Looks like they're playing a video right now. That would be the first video of this conference or keynote, which is quite significant because usually they'll open with a video. So again, underwhelming keynote here from Satya. Back to you.
I like Satya. I think he's a level-headed guy. When his time really did shine was when he went on the Gershner podcast with Altman. And Altman seemed unhinged, angry, and, kind of just annoyed of having to do this.
Are you surprised?
Nadella was like that manager, that level-headed guy. He saw Altman wasn't in a good mood, so he tried to shift the narrative. He tried to regain control of the conversation with Gershner. I think he's definitely him and Pichai, I think, are really good managers. Neither are founders, but they're hell of managers.
I like Sundar. I like Sundar.
I like Sundar, yeah.
Yeah, I like Sundar a lot, especially during that Google keynote, man.
Are you guys watching this, guys? We're dancing with 2 here on Lace, man. And I'm leaving a beak wetter just above 2. Just above 2. So I think I've got it like 202, 203, just to test liquidity. It is a 201 high of day. And this is not surprising. We know what happens at these levels, right? You get into that $2 area, people start taking profits, and then the shorts also are earmarking 2 as a possible entry point. So this ends up being a little zig, a little zag. What do you think of this chart, Ram Ram? What do you think of this chart? I love this girl, bro. She just doesn't give. You know what, bro? This is her general disposition most of the time. She's like, I'm not gonna be bothered. I've got too much on my plate. You're not gonna faze me. You like my outfit, man?
Oh.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's like the nicest comment I think she's ever given me. So get it, Ram Ram. All right, Joey.
Yeah.
There's other people on her hate list today. Ram Ram, can I guess? Is it people who assign you work? Oh. They're making it up there. Okay, so then I know who the 2 people who give you the most grief are. I'm not going to say them, of course.
Say them, man.
I can't do it, Joe.
Why?
Because it's recorded.
That's fine.
Right? Well, don't get her in trouble, Joey. But there's 2 people in her life that give her the most grief.
Oh, did one of them put a ring on the finger?
Yes.
Oh.
And then the other one is a family member.
Oh.
It's not her mom today, all right.
Today.
It's her mother-in-law. Oh my days.
Man,
my
that's crazy,
days.
man.
Yeah, that's a sensitive subject there, Ram. So I'm gonna end the conversation
You're done.
right there.
You're
right?
done, man. That's it. That's crazy to say. But hey, man. I think a lot of people understand that.
Yeah.
I can get behind that.
A lot of people can get behind that,
I
Joey.
can really get behind that one there.
A lot
for
of
sure.
people can get behind that.
Yeah, I'm going to get myself in a little bit of trouble here. But guess what, Sharif?
Hold on. So you're trying to say that you've had I don't know. Let's just say a mixed relationship with Selena's.
No.
Is that what you're saying there, Joey?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
12:44 on the Tuesday.
I'm not saying no. Yeah, exactly. 12:44 Tuesday. I'm saying no. I'm saying no. It's actually good stuff. It's actually good stuff. But
nice, man.
But you know how
that's a blessing,
bro.
bro.
You know what? Well,
that is a blessing.
It comes obviously.
Yeah.
there's two sides to every.
Oh, here comes the chat.
Yeah, there's two sides to every coin, Sharif, unless it's a two-faced coin. Let's see what we got going on here with Adara.
Brilliant.
Keep an eye here on GeoOGL, seeing a lot of commentary here suggesting that their mandatory convertible stock sale is oversubscribed. So oversubscribed here for that GeoOGL mandatory convertible stock sale. If I get more info, I'll let you know. Also, the build event continues and MSFT continues towards day's lows. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, there's lots of headlines coming in there, guys. First World Cup match, June 11th. SpaceX IPO, June 12th.
Is it written in stone, this IPO?
No, you never know how this stuff is
Right.
gonna go,
I'm
Joey,
getting the
but,
hunch.
like, yeah.
I'm just kind of getting the hunch that it's not coming that day.
We love you, Ben Affleck, man. We're just trying to keep it, light here on the midday. We know, a lot of people taking it easy now, but we've got some good positions on for you as well.
Who's taking
Maybe
it
and that
easy?
one's gonna go up top, eh? So you're switching the setup so that it goes to the top. All right, cool.
I want to get a Canada jersey, man. I'm going to get a Canada jersey.
Yeah, can I say something? If you don't want the authentic and you want to pay through the nose, they got some good ones at Winners.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
like actual Canada, but they're not the authentic.
Yeah, you see what happened to Bro? They got busted not too long ago.
You saw that, eh? But those were replicate authentic, so they were all fake, and you can guess from where.
Yeah.
Right?
Where?
I hate you.
All right, let's try.
Right.
Let's go one more. Actually, so I was just reading up on some things, and there's some good options content that I'm going to be bringing to you guys momentarily, and that's just going to be the basis within debit spreads, and actually just going long contracts, either puts and calls, and how in some scenarios purchasing the debit spread can be more profitable. And let me elaborate a little bit here.
Elaborate.
Well, a steady, slow grind isn't good for your just flat out naked long call and or put. You were looking for more of a momentum style of play where opposed to a steady, slow grind is good for your spread. Why? Because you have the selection on the opposite side of things, which allows you to collect some premium. You need to have your options charting to fully understand it, but that's the gist of things. Let's try this one more time here on HPE for somewhat of a bounce. This is going to be our last attempt on this bad boy as Tesla's starting to move a little bit higher. Now, can we slowly curl over and make our way to some other resistance zones? 55.20 is going to be our primary over there. There it goes, eh?
Shouldn't have been. It's a tough day to be in the sim, man. Lace is ripping. Here we go. It is a 219 high. Correction, 222 high. This thing is on the rampage right now. $2.28. That was obviously a liquidity grab. It didn't spend any time there. The best print I have, I think, is 225, and here it comes back down into 214. What a name. Remember how thick of a trade this was? South of $1.75. My, oh my, it's changed its characteristics, and that's because it's catching a lot of people offside. And by offside, I mean it's squeezing the shorts who are set up there. Ooh. Yeah, sorry, Fabian's just setting up things. Oh my days, this is a precarious situation. I like it. I'm gonna get clipped in the head. But there goes LASE, 228 high, showing 211. It's turning into a bit of a topping tail candle. I would say watch out for the breach of current bar, not even prior bar. So current bar low, I believe, is like 192. Something in and around there. I'd be on the alert already if it lost $2. I'd be really looking to get the hell out of there if it loses current bar low. But LASE, my man Bovin is in the house. He's no longer in the car. Shout out to my man Bovin. He's in the house now. We're going to be, can I get a $1 club on LASE? I don't have the freaking dollar club
We can
anymore,
hit this
man.
one, though. And then we'll hit this one.
Oh, days.
I wonder what the Katina man's doing at the gym right now.
Yeah.
Oh.
That is
that's
hilarious.
mad
That's
disrespectful.
Fabian. Do that again, Assassino. That's great.
Mad
This is
disrespectful.
Fabian right now trying to set up the microphone above my head, and there's a camera there. That's the two shot, the camera that is like zooming in on his face. So when we're up at the big desk and you can see us both, that's that camera right there. So shout out to my man Fabian, always putting in work. Always making this place better. That's what this guy does, man. Anytime you see any new software upgrades, like any new polls, you guys see the SPY, the DXY, the Qs, all this stuff, that's what this dude does.
Yeah.
He makes all this stuff. Like, this place wouldn't run without him. So shout out to my man, Fabian. He's always absolutely killing him. We love him. And yeah, don't leave.
Don't leave.
Thank you. Because this place would fall apart. All right, guys.
All right, we got our boy
Go
behind
ahead,
us
Joey.
here, Randy. Hit the Randy button if you guys can. Yeah, there you go. That might be my favorite sound. Taking one more attempt here on this bad boy to see if we can get the, yeah, that's the one, the shirt. What a stance, man.
I love it. I just love how it's like, and it still works,
it's the
too.
same
Like,
shirt, man.
Hit it one more time.
One more time.
Yeah, it's so close. It's so good. And somehow you don't change. Like, somehow you just look the same. Well, it's a little bit shorter, but, you know, it's a little bit shorter.
One more time there, just for good luck.
There he is. There's my man.
Yes, man.
my man.
That's the best.
So I don't know. We didn't get the chance to talk about Randy's daughter's new purchase today.
Yeah.
Who remembers in the chat the Volkswagen Rabbit? I mean, I used to love those cars in high school. Randy's daughter, who's, by the way, she's Gen Z. She has no idea about this car when she was younger. But the fact that she loves it because she's very retro like that. And so they picked up. You wanna come in and tell everybody a little bit while I pull up the picture of the Rabbit, so those who don't know. Tell us a little bit about the car, Randy. VW Rabbit.
VW Wabbit.
There we go. Here we go, guys. So what year, Randy?
09.
09.
The last year of the Rabbit before it
No
became
way.
a Golf.
I didn't even know they made that.
Now, we found out today she needs some love, needs some shocks and brakes
Right.
and little, we have to start a GoFundMe, but
Love it.
Oh.
we need some donations. But that retro style, it's got the 5-cylinder
man.
engine. It's just a classic German,
5
reliable.
silly?
5 silly.
5 silly. How
That's
many car manufacturers
crazy.
do you know make 5-cylinder
Bro,
engines, man?
An inline
Love it.
5. Acura,
Inline.
inline 5. Acura did make one back in the 90s too.
Did they actually?
Yeah, the Vigor, I think it was, or the
Vigor. Remember the names? The Legend, the Vigor,
Vigor.
the Integra.
The
They were
Mark-
always like plays off
good
of like
stuff.
just
interesting words.
marketing nonsense.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, the inline 5. So she needs some love, but we're
beautiful.
gonna start wrenching.
What color is it?
It's black.
Black. Let's pull up a black one
Pull up a
right here.
black
Let's
one.
go
And
black.
black
Get the
interior.
Black interior, black on black.
Yeah, it needs
I love
shocks
that.
and brakes and headlights and
That's
a bunch
all right.
of other stuff to get her on the road.
So
but
this is
we're
what
gonna-
we're looking at right here.
Yeah. So it's going to be a project car between father and daughter.
No, that's
Yes.
good, man. That's what
There's
you
gonna be-
want.
There's
That's
going to be
pretty
some
cool.
wrenching.
Say that again?
There's going to be some wrenching.
There's going to be some wrenching,
Yeah.
he said. So, Randy, is this like a Randy's garage type project?
Sort of, yeah.
Sort of. I love
I'll
that.
have to take
man.
it to my mechanic to get some stuff done. I don't have a hoist in my garage.
Not
but
for everything, though.
Not for
right?
everything.
Yeah.
No,
So
no.
the hoist stuff, obviously, you got
We
to
got
go to the-
tools. We got stuff. We're going to get on
So
her.
these things are going for $5,000.
It's fantastic, man. and
that-
these are reliable cars.
Yeah,
that
well, that's what I
motor's-
said to
that
him. It's a
motor's dead
Volkswagen.
reliable.
It's a Volkswagen.
Dead reliable, exactly.
Dead reliable.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Eddie, Volvo made that at a time, 5-cylinder engines too. I didn't actually know
Volvo?
that. Yeah.
Didn't
Did you
know that.
Shout out to my man Eduardo in the chat. He usually only mentions anything or comes in when we talk about Trump. Today, we invigorated him through the Rabbit talk. That's a new
Wabbit.
one there.
A Wabbit.
Shout out to my man.
Yeah, the original Volkswagen Rabbit commercials that are all over YouTube, it's just a comedy session. It's just some of the clever marketing they did back then.
Really,
they don't do
yeah?
it anymore, which I wish they did. But
Can I ask a question? Remember when VW switched from the old design Golf to the new design Golf?
Yes.
And they did it with the Jetta, and then they called the old one the City Jetta and the City Golf. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that's such a clever way to actually keep an old production line
Absolutely,
going,
yeah.
especially if it has demand, right?
Yep, Dodge has done that with the Ram. There was
The Dodge has done that with the Ram?
they
Like,
brought
how
the-
many cars these days can you put like 300, 400,000 on? Like some of these old school vehicles.
Yeah, I had
man.
311,000.
Like,
on my,
with
my last one.
with BMWs, 150K, you got some big time work to do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You do proactive maintenance. I love keeping old cars on the road. I don't mind putting $500,000 on a vehicle anytime.
And a lot of these cars have more character than the cars you get now.
Absolutely.
You know what I
The
mean?
new ones
Like,
are boxy and just kind of there's no fun factor. So I don't know. We're gonna have a lot of
We love it, man.
wrenching sessions.
as soon as I heard you say Rabbit this morning, I was pumped because I
Wabbit.
love these cars.
Not bad. Yeah, it's actually
Baby
the
is
body's
asking
good.
about the
Lots of
rest.
mechanical stuff that we got to do, but we'll get there. We're gonna figure it out. Send money.
10 money. All right, the super chats for Randy's daughter.
Who says
All
they-
right. Joey, I'm
Go
just going to
ahead,
mention
man.
something super quick. We're failing $2 on lace. The good times could be over here. Watch out for a hold at around 170 to 175. I'm going to say 170 to 180, okay? And that's because the 10 EMA on the 5 is there. If it fails that, We're likely headed back down to about 156 to 150. Volume weighted average price around 155, 156. And then we had that staunchy area of resistance in 145. Recall that when we were wetting the beak up here. So LASC, the good times could be over. Let's watch to see whether or not this could be a reload opportunity. I'm not going to be waiting with a dip trade. I want to watch the price action around there develop and then make my decision as it comes. Birdman, he just tweeted $10 in the chat. I bought CIFR, IREN, Wolf, two Xers. Okay, so you bought the leverage product of those yesterday. How should I play these? Do I hold until it stops working, or is it better to dump the 2 times positions prior to the close on each day? You want to tell them about decay? Because that's your world.
Yeah, let's go over the super chat here. Was that a super chat? I bought Cypher, Iron, Wolf, 2 Xers yesterday. How should I play these? Do I hold until I stop working, or is it better to dump the 2X positions? Yeah, you see, the thing is, though, there's strictly momentum style plays. If you're catching an underlying asset in an uptrend, it's fantastic. Or even at the lows, right? But like when you're at a peak and it really starts to curl over, that's when it can get really dangerous. Why? Because if one drops 25%, the other's 50%, and it therefore needs 100% return, the actual underlying asset just to get back to break even, right? So, I mean, you bought the 2 Xers, those are working right now for you. So I would do that until you start to see double-digit pullbacks, then ride the wave. There's no reason to get out of them. We'll go over those tickers right now. If we can pull up that super chat, brother, that'd be absolutely fantastic. Assassino. Oh, that's all right, brother. I know. Yeah, no worries. I can pull it up here. No problemo. We can start with IREN. You're talking about that name in Wolfspeed and Cypher. Let's see if my brain can remember those. There it is. Here it is. IREN. Let's pull it up. How do we look on a daily? We'll take a look right now. Yeah, see, the thing is, at this point, I do believe that we're going to punch through the all-time high. So I would continue to ride this. Excuse me, nothing wrong with trimming either, right? Like, yeah, on the way up, you take profits. Same thing, you're starting to peak, but just do the most basic technical analysis and stick with it. It's that simple. Trendline breaks. See you later to that one on Wolfspeed. Same thing with IREN and then Cypher. Cypher Digital. Break of the all-time high. So if you get a little bit of a breakthrough here and it pulls back, but I just think when you're in price discovery, you're going to climb a little bit higher. So ride that wave until proven otherwise. And it typically starts with once you see the underlying hit 5% to the downside, you're going to have 10% down in your leverage plays. Get out of dodge on those bad boys because they have to be rebalanced as well too, right? Remember that those Nissan. Oh, that was me saying that. Boosted Ultimate Drivers BOD. No, the thing is though, I think a lot of people stand in this. I know Sia is a car person. She likes F1, but every time I see a Subaru driver, I'm just like, yeah, those are actually people that I like on the road. You know what I mean? A Subaru, they're like, yeah, that person knows how to drive.
Subarus are sick.
Yeah, exactly. Like if someone's driving a Subaru, you have just like a natural mutual respect for them. You're like, all right, that individual probably knows how to drive. All right, man, there it is. Bang on HPE. Finally starting to get this one working. 54.80 on this bad boy. Subaru, yeah, exactly. And another one by Subaru. Let's see what we got. All right, another $5 super chat. Sometimes base my trades of what y'all wearing. Yesterday was a banger. Next time Joseph comes in, I'll go big. All right, man. Good thing, overthinking bear. I think you might be overthinking that one a little bit too much, but appreciate the super chat for that. Anyways, all right, man. I see how it is. Jail right away. Timeout. That's how we do around these neck of the woods.
I'm trying to organize Eric Jack's show.
Cool.
Cool, eh? He responded to me, so I was thinking maybe he can come on, tell us a little bit about the trade, right? Because he's part of the Open Army, right?
Yeah.
See what he has to say, because he was on BNN today, so I put a comment. I'm like, what are you doing on BNN talking to dinosaurs with 1,000 viewers max, none of which are going to buy Open Door? and I message you to come on a retail channel where we have like over 100,000 unique viewers per day, all of who are going to be interested in Open Door, not the dinosaurs that are 75 and above watching BNN. He's like, when did you message me?
Oh, okay.
So I was like, okay, so I'm messaging him back right now. So just let me finish this.
Yeah, do what you got to do, man. Message him, get that sorted out. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, thanks for that Birdman super chat. We like that one. We're not going to pop the next one up there. Not worth it. Anyways, aside from what we have, MVLL. Yeah, I said we're not going to. Yeah, there you go. We don't promote that stuff here. Marvell 2x long here, guys. Marvell 2x long, not looking too bad. See, the thing is, right, like you get the double return, 109%, right, when Marvell's up 50%, but then you have to take into consideration that downside movement. So if Marvell drops 25, you have 50%, and then therefore need 100% return in the actual underlying asset. So. Is Tesla moving? I don't know. Yeah, I was earlier. I took a couple attempts on that. We're in HPE for a rebound into 55, and that's what we're going to hold up onto into this one. So
Joey.
Yeah.
LASE held up very well here at the 10 EMA and is trying to make another move at 2. I'm concerned here about a 2 rejection and a possible formation of a lower high, and then the loss of that 175, but here it comes again at 2. I didn't add into this one. That's probably on me there because I was basically saying, oh, look, I'm looking for 175 to add. Well, I didn't have any resting orders, and then I got up for a second, and there it goes. But let me tell you about this one as well. ASTC is making a move. Okay, here it comes, 48.99. It's back. It's back above the 10 EMA, and it's back right at that critical area of resistance. We have been talking about $50 basically all day. Now, mind you, it's a 51.91 high. All right, so what I'm trying to really get at is 50 has been the closing kind of resistance level, and here it comes, 49.50. It's trying to make another attempt at 50 here. Only 5 1/3 million shares traded, and the spread sometimes is $1 wide. So if that doesn't fit your profile, steer clear. There's 50. Can it clear? Into 50.5. This could be the breakout here. Again, 51.91 high, showing 50.47. So resistance at the $0.5. Getting cleared. Here comes a 2/3 of $1. So ASTC is on the move here, guys. Be careful with this one. Widespread, and it has a tendency of retracing. We got to go up to Adara.
Microsoft is trying to make the Jensen Huang effect happen for them as well to kind of mix results here. Basically, we know this Microsoft Build event is happening. Satya Nadella has now called Jensen Huang to speak. He's talking over, it looks like live stream Skype or something here. Either way, Jensen Huang is virtually attending this Microsoft Build event. MSFT's stock is pretty underwhelmed by this. NVDA also not reacting too much to Jensen's presence. Also, President Trump on Truth Social saying it's, quote, false to say that the U.S. and Iran have stopped speaking and that they're continuously talking to Iran even today. USO pushing a little bit lower here. President Trump, again, indicating here on Truth Social that the U.S. and Iran are still in talks. Back to you.
Yeah, they're talking.
Yeah, I mean, that's the least you can do.
Fake news reports that the Islamic Republic stopped speaking a few days ago or false and erroneous. All right. Okay, so let's find out, man, what happens. I just want this thing done so we can oil shock, move on, and kind of, well, the stock market's already ripping. I just wonder what it would be if we didn't have an oil shock. I think we just got to all-time highs on Apple. I could be wrong here. 315, no. So we're 8 pennies off, 9 pennies off the all-time high. We touched it on the 29th, but we ended up closing red that day. Today, it's very green, 314.91 area high on the dead one Apple as it works into 315. Lumentum as well, a name that we've been giving you for a long time, up above 1,000 and up 13% today. Good look for Lumentum. How is MCHP doing? Yeah, giving back a little bit. You're going to have resistance at 100 here, I think, for a little bit of time. This one tends to do that kind of thing. Bloom Energy up 10%. F-Cell back. They're up 13 and change. We've been giving you guys the sell for a while. It did have a tough day the day before yesterday. Yesterday it got bought up off 20. Hope people were picking that up. Chinese ADR is awfully strong today with BABA leading the way up 5 1/3. Much the same here with JD, Li Auto, XBEV. They're all 4 and change, but the crypto industry continues to get destroyed. Down again here, man. Crypto is really losing the bid, Bitcoin specifically. And this chart pattern, Joey?
Yeah.
We need to be concerned with this chart pattern here, man, because that is a bull flag breakdown here. Now, if we lose the prior area lows, that'll be another thing there. But looking at that, Cisco also up nicely today, into all-time highs on the Cisco, up 5% into 128.05. Cisco's up 66% on the year. Just going down the watch list here, trying to find some greenery. Very little in the way of green below semiconductors today. But
What?
You want to guess? Solar, green again, 5% for Enphase. I thought Sedge would be doing a little bit better, just up point. So some green in the market aside from just the semi name. So keep your eye out on that, Joseph.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna add a little bit there, Sharif. We got Cisco. I like how you brought that up. Cisco up 5.1% here. Broadcom up 4 1/5. Apple up there, about to tap into its all-time high if it hasn't already. Wells Fargo, Bank of America, and JPM help holding the SPY up. But as for our top performing sectors here today, we got the utilities at the top of the list: energy, tech, materials, industrials, real estate, and the financials. Now, as for the lows, consumer defensive, consumer cyclical, healthcare, communication. All right, we can take a look at our options terminal, and we could just build our spread. We'll do that a little bit later. I know we're going to get into the news momentarily, so we'll get rocking and rolling on that shortly. Now, as for some just the fact that HPE, you can't find any form of a bounce. So you take the break even, stop out on that one. But we do have a $10 super chat. Ooh. Disney, it sounds like $110 call, and Siri, $30 call. Should I take my losses and call it a day? 626 or hold. Hey, man. Pull that up here right now and see what we got going on. 626. So close to the end of the month. Good thing we're on our terminal right now. And let's actually pull up some opportunities, some chances. I would love to know how much you paid for them. If we can pull that super chat up there, Assassino, that would be absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you later, because the other person was just talking smack, and we're not going to highlight those. We're not going to highlight that stuff. Okay, so we can't go down far enough. 110, so you would have to write something a little bit higher. We'll pull up something else here. And then what we could do, this is the example that I was telling Sharif in. So when Bitcoin decided to start selling off aggressively, I was getting absolutely destroyed. Now, to mitigate my loss, there's a way that we can do that. If you're thinking about taking the loss on this specific these specific contracts, you may as well go down swinging. All right, that's what I like to say. If you're going to be stubborn, why are you just going to capitulate and allow things to do that? We're going to head over to the same expiration cycle and see what you're going to collect. Just $110 a strike price, or even you can sell the exact same thing, right? It doesn't even really matter. We're trading at $100. You've probably lost a lot of decay within these contracts, but you can just start writing against it. So at least it's like, hey, however many you have, say you have 2 of them, well, you can collect $70 on that loss if you're going to allow those to expire worthless, or you just close it and accept it for what it is. You just hedge against the position. If you truly don't think that it's going to climb, you can drop down and make it essentially a credit spread. I think I did that because I bought further dated on IBIT at times where it wasn't performing. It's just like, man, oh man, get out. But when you fall into these scenarios, it's hard to convince me otherwise. This is when you're not following your stop loss and getting out when you're supposed to. Because when things are cracked and when things are broken and your options contract starts to get destroyed, you know why within the underlying. And that's what I did. I'm like, you know what? I think we can continue to bounce. That wasn't the case. And I'll show you exactly where we were via IBIT when I refused to let these contracts go, because I'm like, I don't care. I'm putting on a bunch of size, which the market doesn't even really care about. And it just continued to sell. It was somewhere in this neck of the woods. Boom, here. or it was somewhere over here, to be honest with you. And it's just like, okay, yeah, boom, this support level broke, and then it just never rebounded. It was actually up here in October. That's exactly when we had, okay, maybe we to move higher. Support level broke, took a couple $100 loss. Instead, I decided to take I paid $6,000 for the combination of my contracts, and I ended up taking like a $4,500 loss. The only reason why I didn't take a full $6,000 loss is because I collected premium against them. But it could have all been avoided.
All right, see ya. It's almost 1:10. We got a whole docket to get through, so let's go. Oh, we got a super chat. Oh, we'll get to that. Okay, we can get to that.
We did that.
Now. You did that.
Yeah, I just did that.
That's
one.
the one you did?
Yeah, that's
all
the
right.
one we just
Sounds
did.
good. All right, my bad. See ya.
Green signal? Yeah? Okay, let's do it. So Anthropic will be expanding Mythos to 150 additional organizations in over 15 companies. Now, Anthropic has 15 countries, my apologies. Anthropic has said today that an additional 150 partners in more than 15 countries will gain access to its powerful Mythos AI model. Now, there's also a concern that AI models will let hackers more easily exploit their software vulnerabilities, but new partners will need to meet security requirements before gaining access to this model. And as we know it, major project Glasswing, as you can see on my screen, partners do include companies from NVIDIA, Apple, Microsoft, CrowdStrike, and Palo Alto. But Anthropic has not disclosed the new companies that will be involved in this. So what do you have to say about this?
So I think we're seeing a wider distribution of this because they've gone to the major, companies who have big ecosystems that could have been exploited. My assumption is that those companies in this project Glasswing have kind of rectified some of those issues internally. With respect to the new companies that are going to get this, I think maybe it's a strategic decision by them not to disclose the name of the companies so as to not sort of make them a target for possible exploitation. Perhaps you try to get off their system, whatever. But I like the fact that they did this in coordination with the U.S. government, in coordination with these bigger names, so that they could get ahead of any security vulnerabilities. But this brings it back to the same point that Joseph and I were talking about yesterday, which is the Chinese are not far behind when it comes to models anymore. You could make the argument they're still behind on the chips, but their models are months, not years behind. So the implication of that is, that they were going to have their own Mythos, probably, in short order. So the fact that we were able to get it done first and, sort of patch up some of these software hacks or software vulnerabilities in legacy software, I think is a testament to American tech and American exceptionalism. Whether or not you agree with that, I think reasonable people can disagree. But I also had an angle to this, by the way, that I mentioned this morning. CrowdStrike, Palo Alto Networks, some of the companies that were involved in Project Glasswing, right?
Yeah.
Now, what did we see from SentinelOne and Zscaler subsequent to earnings?
Yeah, not good movement.
Not good movement at all. But even though they reported, CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, and Fortinet continued to move up. That's atypical for an industry. Usually when we see weakness in some sort of chip name, you'll see that in all the other chips because of the read-through. We didn't see that here. So my assumption is that the analysts are gauging that there's going to be a lot of money that funnels in by corporations through corporate spend for their cybersecurity, but it didn't funnel in to SentinelOne or Zscaler. So I'm assuming that we were getting bought up quite aggressively because analysts' assumption is the money didn't go to those smaller companies. It went to the two bigger ones. And, that's why we're seeing these huge, big moves. But that puts a lot of pressure on the earnings report tonight and tomorrow to actually meet those demands. Because if you don't, it's going to sell off big. And I got to tell you, I took a little bit off again in the pre-market today.
Yeah, you were telling me about
300. That. Just because it's been up so much, Joey, I mean, I really can't risk...
Especially what's to come with CrowdStrike, right? Like CrowdStrike, PanW, obviously the two big names. They were going to be the leaders of this race. But I like the comparison that I like using this here, remember when DeepSeek first stepped into the news headline, Sharif, and everybody just absolutely was terrified of what all these companies were selling, and you've seen NVDA tank on the day. I forget what it dropped in that specific session, but it was just literally the sky was falling. And we've seen that in the exact same thing when Mythos was being released in some of these cybersecurity names, but then they realized the people in the back room are like, hey, you can't just replace these things like what the software like we've seen are like we haven't seen or what they thought they were going to actually do.
Right.
And then sure enough, you have the people behind the scenes buying these names up for a specific reason. They've done the testing. They they come to the realization that, hey, we're a little bit ahead of ourselves, and we're going to and now these companies are undervalued, so let's start to buy them back up to get them to true value. And I think that's exactly what happened. A comparison with DeepSeek and Mythos that we've seen in NVDA and with CrowdStrike and PanW and some of the other high cybersecurity names. Let's send it to Adara.
Finally, Microsoft getting a little bit of a bid here on this conference. Perhaps Jensen Huang's presence helped, but either way, Jensen Huang is now gone. He's off the virtual stage, if you will. And MSFT pushing higher here after announcing this agent-related project, Solara. This is going to be for new AI-based devices. So as we expected, lots of AI talk here from Microsoft at their Build keynote. Back to you.
All right, see ya.
Oh, hold on. Before we do, I think we have a super chat.
Super chat.
All right, PJWG, 7WHG. Damn, that's a good name. $4.99. If BTC drops below 67K in the next 20 minutes, I'll buy you lunch. All right, man, we'll hold you to that. We'll put the timer on. Too bad we couldn't put a timer in the corner of the screen. What are we trading at right now on Bitcoin? I don't even know, and I don't even.
I saw 67 and change. I saw 67,389.
Oh, okay. So we're pretty close. It's a no good. Yeah. All right. Thank you, PJ. We appreciate that super chat, man. And that sounds like you're short. So let's see what we got going on. We'll send it back to Sia.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Google's $80 billion capital raise that's signaling AI demand. Alphabet has announced plans to raise $80 billion, which includes a $10 billion investment coming from Berkshire Hathaway to accelerate its AI infrastructure expansion. Now, management has said that demand for AI services is exceeding available compute capacity, which reinforces the view that AI remains a supply-constrained market rather than just a demand-constrained one. Now, this raise is coming in after Google is continuing to aggressively expand its data centers, AI chip, cloud infrastructure to support its Gemini enterprise AI growth. Now, Berkshire's participation is notable because it not just it represents another major vote of confidence in Alphabet's AI strategy and a long-term competitive position. And with that, Google trading a bit on the downside, almost 2.5%.
Yeah. So I spoke about this at length in the morning rundown, but it's worth repeating again today. So a lot of money to raise, $80 billion, but let's be very detailed about where the money is going to get spent. $40 billion of that is going to be basically for this at-the-market program, going to start in Q3 of this year, and it's going to be used basically to switch to what they're calling a sell-to-cover employee compensation model. And about $30 billion of that $40 billion is actually going to go to our very, very good friends. I'm sure everybody on the other side of the screen loves them as well. The Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, those are going to be liabilities that they're going to be due as a result of this new compensation package. So everybody and their mother was thinking, all right, 80 billion chips, data centers, servers, and whatever. Half of that essentially may be going to that. By the way, got to pause for a second. ASTC is ripping. We got 50-30 on. Here comes 53. We're looking for 54. Big move up here and a clean hold of 50. So when this one came back down, look for the add into this one, looking for a bigger move up. Let's see if we can clear 55. We're going to, there it, wow, it just popped up into 56.90 as we speak. ASTC is absolutely ripping to the high side. Let's see if can we get into 60 now. Big moves here, only up 55% though. Watch out for an aggressive sell though into that $50 area, turning into a bit of a topping toe candle. 56.90 high a day. We're going to pause for a second. We got to go to Adair with news, but I got more to say on Google.
Yeah, keep an eye here, guys, on QCOM. This did get a little bit of action, as you can see. Qualcomm currently being mentioned here by Microsoft. I guess their project Solara has a wearable companion, which is powered by Qualcomm. So QCOM and MSFT working together. Now we know also NVIDIA was on watch with this as well with those AI-powered PCs the companies are working on together. Jensen Huang was already virtually on stage, appearing virtually. So Qualcomm and NVIDIA here working with MSFT at this build event. Back to you.
Thank you very much. All right. In addition to that, they're also engaging in these capped call transactions, a part of your world here. And the point is they're engaging with it with some of their underwriters. I'm talking about Goldman. I'm talking about JPM. I'm talking about Morgan, with a view to basically taking a different financial instrument to help with the dilution. A lot of people are worried about the dilutive aspect of raising another $80 billion. Moreover, this is a company that had $174 billion that generated, I should say, $174 billion in operating cash flow in the past 1 year. The fact that they don't have cash or enough cash, I should say, to be able to fund this is a little bit concerning. It's something to think about there.
I
wasn't done.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. No, go
If
ahead.
you have a point, we can kind of go back and forth on that.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I kind of wanted to do, Sharif, because
Go
it's
ahead,
like
Joey.
you mentioned some good things, but one thing I think we should take into consideration over the years from a share buyback, their share buyback program, solid stuff. Like they've been buying back pennies. So I don't think the dilution is huge. But I found it interesting, as you were just about to mention, these guys were $126 billion in cash. But they didn't want to spend it. So just to add to your point,
or the fact that it wasn't enough.
But see, the thing is, do you want to see? We've seen how Amazon essentially just vanished their free cash flow. They're spending everything pretty much to the point where they're going to be spending 75% of their free cash flow. Can we see that somewhat in Google? They're like, hey, we want to hold on to some of this cash, and then we head into the debt markets essentially by raising $80 billion.
Yeah, well, especially if you're picking it up at a discount. And that's the beautiful thing about being Google, right? You're probably going to have the lowest rate. But let's keep going here. So I want to mention how much Berkshire Hathaway actually paid for some of these shares. Because Greg Abel, man, he got himself a deal. So about $10 billion, as he had told us, is the investment by Berkshire into Google. But it's not all just very simple like that. There's Class A shares and Class C shares. For the Class A shares, they paid $351.81. Google's trading at $363 and is down basically almost $9 on the day. For their Class C shares, they paid $348.20 a share. So basically getting a discount here. Good on Greg Abel for negotiating that. Last but not least, tucked away into this whole underwriting structure basically is that the banks, Alphabet has granted its managing banks, I'm talking about Goldman, I'm talking about JPM and Morgan Stanley, a 30-day option to get another $4.5 billion. So that could be $84.5 billion, further adding to the dilution concerns, right? So those can be exercised within the next 30 days, according to my understanding there. So we still may have some dilutive issues. We got to go to Adair for a second, but I want to mention 56.90, the intraday high now on ASTC. Prior bar low takes us into about 51 and change. If it loses prior bar low, that's the end of the trade for me. I'm looking for a move into 60. Adair.
Yeah, a couple things to make you guys aware of. For one, we now have Dr. Oz, who is, of course, the administrator of CMS for the Trump administration. He's currently giving this press briefing at the White House. I have not seen any comments coming out of this yet. If I see anything of note, I'll keep you guys posted. I'm still listening to Microsoft Build, which is also still happening. And we currently have a pre-recorded conversation between Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft, and Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon. So that's also currently happening. And then at 2 p.m., you're going to get Marco Rubio testifying in front of the Senate once again as the Secretary of State. So it is a very event-heavy day. I'm keeping up with everything the best I can, and you can keep up with it by joining us here at Trader TV Live.
It's a LeBron picture. It had me thinking. And that's why Drake put chromas in the video, by the way, because you heard about LeBron and chromas.
They had a thing.
Apparently.
Really?
Apparently.
Pull up chromas on Instagram.
I'm not pulling her up on Instagram.
Why, man?
Oh, on Instagram, my Instagram right here.
Yeah,
between you and I.
Yeah,
that's fine. I wasn't gonna pull her up on. But yeah, so that's why he did it in that video, because apparently
that's crazy.
No, because so Drake put out a new video at City Hall. Okay, and in City Hall, do you know Chromas? She's that.
No, he don't know.
Okay, well, I'll send it to you after, right? So she's like all over City Hall. She's walking through the legislative part. She's sitting in Olivia Chow's desk. They put on the satchel that, you know that mayor's satchel that they put around. She's like wearing it. I was like, what's happening to our public institutions, man? Right? Anyway, there's more behind why he had her in the video, and it has something to do with LeBron.
He's taking shots at LeBron, eh?
LeBron James. Yeah, because he was taking a shot at LeBron. Because didn't LeBron take, what's his name, side in the beef? Kendricks?
Yeah, well, it's because they were dancing to it.
Was I born in November, Hangry? No, my birthday was like 10 days ago. Remember, I'm born May 25th. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I just don't think.
Okay.
No, yeah. As for Google, I mean, $126 billion in cash. We know these hyperscalers. I think it's more or less holding on to it and not letting it all go and dwindling that free cash flow and just allowing Wall Street to have further investment in this AI build out.
Fair enough.
Right, that's where I stand on that one.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the next trillion-dollar company as quoted by Jensen Huang, which is Marvell. Marvell has surged after, as you can see on my screen, a lot, after NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang publicly called it the next potential trillion-dollar company during a Computex appearance alongside Marvell CEO Matt Murphy. Huang has highlighted Marvell's networking and connectivity chips as a critical infrastructure for AI data centers, where thousands of chips must communicate efficiently across massive compute clusters. But these comments are also reinforcing a growing AI theme, and this also just proves that networking and data movement are becoming just as important as GPUs, and the AI systems already committed roughly $2 billion to Marvell and continues investing heavily across the optical networking and photonics ecosystem. Currently, Marvell, like I said, is ripping a lot, up 30% to the day. Adara, what's your take on this?
So yeah, I think this is pretty interesting. This is something that Sean and I spoke about, as he's mentioned as well, off camera. And the fact that Matt Murphy and Marvell brought on Jensen Huang to join him in this keynote is really, really smart. Because we know, even going back to that Dell technology world, going back a couple weeks now, we had Jensen Huang there as well, and he literally said that he was just there to hype up Dell and CEO Michael Dell during that keynote speech. Like, Jensen Huang's a great hype man. He obviously did a great job of it yesterday with Matt Murphy, and even today, he made a virtual appearance at Satya Nadella's Microsoft Build conference just to hype up Microsoft. And if you look, that is actually when MSFT started to pop. Now, I'm not going to give our friend Jensen full credit for that, but I will shout him out here and give him credit where credit is due. I think MRVL made a really smart choice here with his joint keynote speech. At first, when I heard about it, I was kind of like, isn't this taking a bit of the spotlight off of Matt Murphy? But obviously, no, just gives Jensen the opportunity to let Matt Murphy and Marvell shine. I think especially given that, of course, NVIDIA is invested in Marvell. It's a really smart strategic business move from that perspective as well. Honestly, I want to see if this Jensen Huang effect continues with Jensen just typing up companies during their keynotes, because so far it's got a pretty good track record.
Yeah, I thought you brought up a really good point, Sia, when you focused on the fact that they're shifting away from just trying to compete with NVIDIA via the custom ASICs route and actually focusing on other things. You mentioned photonics, optics, very important, storage, custom switching silicon, all things that complement as well as accelerate NVIDIA's hardware. So I think Jensen's less and less viewing Marvell as a possible future competitor and more as a complementary company to help him achieve his goals. And I do love this synergy between the two companies, especially because you already know that NVIDIA is throwing their hat into the ASICs ring via its big investment, I think $20 or $19 billion into Grok, G-R-O-Q, not K. So this is something really to keep in mind here if they're going to be like a preferred supplier. And we already know they're tying the knot. They got the exclusive design for the electro-optic connectivity modules inside the upcoming Blackwell Ultra and Rubin GPU platform. So we already know this is happening. It's not an if, but it's more of like a when. So what I take away from this is that Jensen is viewing Marvell, yeah, sure, they're going to continue the ASICs game, but viewing them less as a competitor and more as a company that can help him achieve that next level. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think we sit in the same boat here, Sharif. There's one thing, if we're going to be talking about $1 trillion valuation, then where have we seen this before? Well, go back in the history of 22 or 23, or actually late 21 into 22, and just look at the compounding growth within revenue and signing new deals. These guys have some big-time partnerships, and that's what you want to see. So if you're continuously printing quarter after quarter triple-digit revenue growth, and you're continuously raising your outlook, you can most definitely hit $1 trillion. Is it going to happen as fast as we think? No, those things take time. But with the hyperscalers still spending all this cash, and some of them even ramping up capital expenditure, then I wouldn't be surprised if within the next couple of years we see Marvell do something identical, getting in that $1 trillion club. But you can see that, you can identify
and I would
that.
definitely not put that beyond, because at Broadcom it's like 2.2 trillion.
Right.
And they're basing it on mostly, I mean, Broadcom does other things and ASICs, obviously, but they could be equally as big. I think there's enough room in the market.
I don't know, like, I don't know the RPOs between each one of them. Maybe Broadcom a little bit higher is already hitting that, but for remaining performance obligations with Marvell, that could be a huge teller of where you're going to go in the future, right?
Great point, man.
Hewlett-Packard is the next thing we're talking about. HPE had surged 25% today after earnings, currently up on the day almost 15%. Posted its biggest earnings that the company has had since the year 2018. Now, AI-related demand was the one sector that blew analysts away, and HPE has reported adjusted earnings per share of 79 cents versus the 53 cents that was expected. Overall revenue has soared $10.68 billion versus an expected $9.79 billion. Server revenue alone has come in at $5.45 billion, which has topped the $4.66 billion analyst expectations. And Morgan Stanley has taken their price target from $33 to $71. That's a big jump. Well, like I said, currently HPE up on the day almost 15%.
Yeah, great look. Top line for server revenue, as you mentioned, really surging up. It looks like it was 8% sequentially year over year for the server segment. Not a bad look, but it came at a profitability hit. The server division had an erosion of margins by about 110 basis points, but I think they'll take that deal all day. Let's grow that top line number. Let's worry about growth, and then we'll shore up costs as we secure the demand. Where have we seen companies do that? Oh yeah, almost every company that grows basically prioritizes top line in the short to intermediate term, then the bottom line. Also, HBM didn't spare HPE either. High bandwidth memory, hard to get a hold of and very expensive. That ate into their margins as well. And apparently, they also are having issues, supply deficits, according to the company, for liquid cooling and cooling manifold packaging, which is basically the cooling system inside these data centers. You can air cool, you can water cool. My understanding is that the water cooling systems or the cooling system that use liquid are a lot harder to actually design, and you got to go in and refit the data centers with all the plumbing and everything like that. So probably a little bit more of margin erosion there, as those costs have to be, well, I'm assuming probably that those costs are going to be borne by the company who's building up the data center. So we'll have to wait and see, but fantastic look, nothing to complain about here with HPE. Nice to see that there's diversification in the server game. You've got Dell, you've got HPE, you've got SMCI. A lot of people throwing their hat into that ring.
I agree with you. So I like how you brought up the HBM and how that just chewed into margin, Shreve. Unfortunately, with this name that's running, they don't have those longer term contracts like the Apples and some of those other companies would have, right? So that would allow them to hold on to those margins. So when you have a company that's growing like this, they're going to take that hit. Now, standing with that, do you sign some of those longer duration contracts? Do you have that guidance? They raised their guidance as well too. So I mean, maybe it's a good idea because that'll help them hold on to margins. But you mentioned 110 basis points. Nothing crazy. We've seen more margin decay. It's unfortunate that it couldn't hold on to its gains here today.
Oh yeah, we got to go to Adair.
Let's go to Adair.
Just be aware here, guys. USO hanging out here near session highs. We're getting some interesting comments from Rafael Mariano Grossi. Now, this individual is the director of the International Atomic Energy Agency, or the IAEA, and he's talking here about terms to end the deal, which is why I'm bringing this up. Grossi saying that it is, quote, inconceivable to reach a deal to end the Iran war without robust verification from the IAEA. They also want to monitor any terms. They're also confirming here that the IAEA is offering both moral and technical support to the UAE during this time. So getting some comments here again from the International Atomic Energy Agency. As USO hangs out near highs, we're going to send over to Sia for the next topic.
Thanks, Adara. Let's take a look at Intel now. INTC's hybrid AI strategy. Intel has used Computex to reinforce its AI turnaround strategy. 4 pillars that the company is currently focusing on: PCs, edge AI, data centers, as well as intelligence centers. INTC has showcased a partnership with Perplexity that allows AI workloads to be split between local devices and the cloud. The purpose of this is to reduce latency and improving privacy. Management is also saying that they believe, in fact, that future AI adoption will increasingly rely on device processing, on-device processing. Currently, Intel down on the day, 2.5%.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I don't really have a whole lot to say about this specific deal. What I'm really looking out for to see with Intel, like, to me, the next major Intel story is proof of the foundry business, right? They've got a lot of different potential customers. Now with that new deal that we've heard them tie up the knot with NVIDIA, AMD, Apple, Amazon, amongst others, whether or not, you know, that they can actually meet the demand and get the products out there that the companies are going to be able to use and, you know, not have yield issues. To me, this story is interesting, but the bigger story for me for Intel, I don't know how you feel, is the next step in the foundry business.
Yeah, I think that was key. Remember, that was a big issue to start things off. It's like, hey, who was it Broadcom or somebody was looking to acquire Intel, and then you were talking about the fabs being included. Now, if they didn't get these, do you remember
something like that? Yeah,
I think it was somebody at Qualcomm maybe or something along those lines. But the fact that they have these big time deals and now it's like the fabs aren't really any form of an issue, I think that's a big step for Intel. Obviously, the stake within the government is what really got that ball rolling for them. Other than that, I don't know if we would be talking the same about Intel if it wasn't for Donald Trump and his 10% stake.
Yeah, no. I wrote an interesting paper about it. Fabian, our monitor went out here.
Yeah, I remember which one you guys were wiggling over there.
Yeah. All right. Sia, what do we got next?
We're talking about MCHP next. Microchip has said its data center solutions business is expected to grow 65% to roughly $500 million in the fiscal year 2026. The segment has generated $302.7 million in revenue in fiscal 2025 and now accelerated another 62.9% sequentially during the March quarter. Management has also highlighted the continued strength across data center, connectivity, power management, analog, security, and MCU products that are tied to AI infrastructure spending. This company has also announced selective price increases to offset certain supplier cost pressures, but they've said that the move will not affect current guidance. And with that, MCHP up on the day, 4.2%.
No longer involved in this name. My entire purpose of being in MCHP was analog chips, or basically, just to put it a different way, less advanced chips. We're talking nodes of 7 nanometers and above. And that is actually where the company wants you to focus. Steve Sanghi, who's the CEO, pushed back against the media's narrative that this 18% increase in their cloud business was as a result of their exposure to AI. He says it's actually not that, and that the vast majority of that increase was what he called general purpose catalog microcontrollers, MCUs for short. So essentially, it goes back to one of the reasons I even got involved in this company is the less advanced nodes. Think of like microwaves, washing machines. It's back, Fabian, thank you. Washing machines, things that all have microchips in it but don't require the same type of robust compute that you get from data centers. And we saw this as well with TXN. I know you're a big fan of TXN.
I like TXN, yeah.
And they're competitors, quite frankly.
Yeah,
and both
exactly.
are doing pretty good.
Well, that's what I was going to get at. I don't honestly know. I remember you were talking about this name for quite some time.
Yeah.
But I don't know too much about the company. You talk about the dishwashers, the microwaves and everything,
Sure.
and those higher nodes. This name, I mean, it's been performing absolutely fantastic, as you expect it will, because when everybody's looking at the 2 nanometer and less now, I believe that we're talking about now, Sharif.
We're talking about one now.
Exactly, we're talking about one. So you have a company that's just like, no, let's focus on other things and have the ability to grab that form of market share. MCHP was doing exactly that alongside TXN. TXN has more investment than I believe these guys do.
God.
It's right.
10 times the size.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And they obviously have the new fab coming out in Arizona.
Got the new
as
fab
well, too, so,
as well.
Yeah.
They got a lot of. Did you know that they have plants in Texas?
Oh no, yeah, hello, yeah, Texas Instruments. It's funny because I seen someone make the comment the other day that it's like, what, Texas Instruments? They don't make calculators anymore.
They do.
I know, but it's like a running joke.
Yeah, it's like
that's what I'm pretty sure everyone had a Texas Instrument calculator.
I had one.
Right,
I don't know
up,
anybody
so.
who didn't have one, but.
Yeah.
What's going on, Fabian? All right. Well, Fabian's he's posting up. He's looking at the mic. There's a mic right here. Y'all can't see it. There's another mic right there.
Yeah.
Fabian,
I have
just put that in.
PTSD, by the way, for people standing directly behind
Why?
me. Yeah,
Joey, what happened?
Yeah.
You want to share the story?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
All right, Seal, what do we got next?
We're talking about VSXY. That's changed from VSCO. It spiked 40% after a big earnings beat. The company has blown past Wall Street's expectations for the fiscal first quarter. They've reported adjusted earnings that are well past and above the consensus. So let's take a look at some numbers. Be patient with me, please. Victoria's Secret is now expecting a full year sales to be between $7.03 billion and $7.13 billion, which is up from a previous range between $6.85 billion to $6.95 billion. Well ahead of the estimates of $6.99 billion. The company has also raised its full year guidance of adjusted opening income by more than $100 million. Therefore, the company is now expecting an adjusted operating income to be between $550 million and $580 million, up from a previous range of $430 million to $460 million. EPS, 60 cents adjusted versus 30 cents expected. Revenue at $1.56 billion versus $1.52 billion expected. Reported net income for the 3-month period that ended on the 2nd of May stands at $47.7 million compared with a loss of $1.66 million a year ago. Currently, VSXY up on the day a whopping 46%.
Man, just half the company's value in one swift move. That's crazy. Look, I don't know any of these divisions. I don't even remember the last time I was in a Victoria's Secret store. But apparently they have good digital sales, good store sales. They have something called their beauty line is doing well. Pink, apparently that's a line as well, and it's doing well. Their international operations are improving, and executives on the call apparently highlighted the fact that they are lowering their promotional activity, which in my estimation means holding on to margins. Improving profitability obviously comes from that, and they're seeing, which is interesting, among both younger and older consumers, as well as lower and higher income shoppers. I don't know how you hit both of those worlds all at once. That's pretty strategic, and I'm assuming that's probably why they're ripping up almost 50% there. They're doing good with old and young.
Yeah.
They're doing well with, people who have a lot of money and people who don't have a lot of money. Like, it's just this is like the perfect business.
The thing with this company is that even if you go to the mall store, you'll see that they're catering, like you said, to every range of the crowd. They have teenagers. I always see teenagers going in.
Okay.
I see young girls. I'll see like mothers. I'll see old people, and everyone has something in that store.
Yeah.
Like even if it's not intimates, but they also have clothes, perfume, so much.
That's like a tough
cool
thing to do generally, Sia, which is kind of why it's catching my attention.
True, yeah.
You know what I mean? What's your think on this, Joey?
I think, I can't even pull up this thing for some reason.
Pull up. Okay, it's VSXY.
Yeah, VS.
It's like very sexy. VSXY. Yeah. SXY. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Right there.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, listen, you know where I stand when it comes to
Where do you stand?
the retail space, right? It's definitely a tough one.
Ooh.
But they're bucking the trend along with
They're bucking it.
UBRN, right? Urban Outfitters. URBN? RBN? Yeah, sorry for that.
Yeah, Scott.
Yeah.
Victoria's Secret, brother. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, hey man, it's bucking the trend, and as you said, if you have the ability to stranglehold both ends of the consumer, then I think that's a pretty big bump. And I don't even remember the last time in a mall, to be honest with you.
I go to the mall almost every week because I always take my old man
for a
and
walk
stuff
around
like
and
that. Yeah,
get the walk
exactly.
around
Go
and
up
stuff.
to Markham.
But I
right,
do
go to the
remember
mall.
that it is a pretty, to add to Sia's point, it is a pretty busy store. The numbers don't lie. If you're not holding on to inventories, which I think is good, churn is good.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Do you think this speaks to a larger habit in consumer behavior where they are willing to give up certain things and not others? So if consumer spending was to decline,
Yeah.
which it kind of hasn't yet, to be honest.
Okay.
Or debt is up, but still spending remains strong. Do you think that this is one of the areas where the consumer starts making the first cuts? Lingerie, these type of, or is that something that, you know, that's going to be recession resistant, if you get my drift?
Yeah. I mean, what happens when people get bored? I don't know. You know what I mean? Do you fall into that realm? Like, what are the first things you're gonna buck? Like, at the end of the day, is it like some expensive shoes? It's very interesting, right? Because you would think it's like, is that a necessity that you're not seeing? Because look what happened during the previous. What was that name that Sydney Sweeney's in?
AEO.
Right? You see that on the decline. And you see some of these other retailers on a decline, but yet you see a sector like this where you see these little feats of strength, right? Like, so I think that's what it is, to be honest with you.
I gotta tell you, I'm caught between two minds on this. You know what I mean? Like,
within the consumer?
If consumer spending was to slow, whether this would be one of the first areas the consumer starts cutting from.
I think so.
I'm caught between two minds a little bit because there are certain parts of the undergarments which are not optional, right? They have to be worn.
They have to be
And then there are other ones that, you know, are sort of frilly a little bit, right?
You know, exactly. And I think this falls into that, but I think it's a sign of strength. But when you're talking about consumer spending, where do we traditionally see the restaurants, right? As you mentioned,
That's a good point.
Right? So you'll see eating out, and you see people starting to cut back there. And then some more of the other luxury goods, like, how come a company, I get it, you have the ability to tackle both ends of the consumer, the lower end and the higher end, but like, why isn't Nike performing half decently well? Why aren't some of these other names performing well?
I don't think they're trying to target the lower end.
They're not, and I think that's a big time decision. So
you've been in their store lately?
Dude,
everything is expensive.
Everything's $150.
Yes,
everything's $150, and I don't know if that's necessarily the way to go because you're really hindering your total addressable market at that point. But maybe Victoria's Secret found the secret to hitting both ends.
And I'm loving all these comments in the chat, guys. You know, everybody's got a take here. I'm loving it. Some are funny. I know some are, you know, they're trying to poke fun, but hey, keep them coming. We like it. What do we got next, Sia?
Let's stick to news. ARM's data center CPU push. ARM CEO Rennie Haas has said restricting AI-capable CPUs from China would be difficult because CPUs are general-purpose processors, which are used virtually across all computing applications. Now, management has argued that CPUs are far harder to regulate the NVIDIA-style AI GPUs since performance thresholds in AI-specific use cases are less clear than everything else. ARM has announced that ByteDance and Oracle have become customers for its new AGI-focused data center CPU platform. While the company also expects this emerging data center CPU business to generate roughly $15 billion in annual revenue within 5 years. Now, currently, ARM not reacting to this, trading flat 0.24%.
Yes, and this puts ARM right front and center in the antitrust conversation. We spoke about this. They were licensing, they were receiving royalties for their designs that were being used by other companies, but now they're going to compete with their clients. That changes the narrative, right? We spoke about this when this ARM headline for AI CPUs came in, I believe last week, maybe the week prior. So this changes for me the revenue generation, as well as, you know, the prospects of more clients, more products. Obviously fantastic, but that usually raises the attention, alerts the antitrust regulator about this kind of stuff. So I'd like to see how this all unfolds. I do like how they're taking a very strategic regulatory approach to making sure that their CPUs are China export compliant. Again, you know, this used to be 20% of NVIDIA's revenue. I'm speaking about China, which is zero, according to Jensen's own words. So I don't don't think that they want to go through that again. Apple into all-time highs, breaking 315. Get it, Apple. Almost up 3%. Adara's got news.
Yeah, I'll be quick here, guys. Just keep an eye on GEO. Not a ton of volume on this, about 600,000 shares traded. A Substack account called The Punch Up just shared this post saying that there's dark money tied to Geo Group. And I guess said dark money has been accused of illegally funding money into a political network. Now, GEO is a security company, and they invest in private prisons. Again, volume on there's a massive, but just be aware here, GEO dropping on, I don't want to say a short report because it's not a short report, but certainly some negative sentiment here suggesting that, again, dark money tied to the company has been accused of illegally funneling money into a political network. Back to you.
I was just verifying with Katina, man. This was like the Burry trade where he invested in that private prisons. I didn't even know that they had private prisons in America until that Burry trade. By the way, guys, GPUS is ripping. In the 2484 it goes. It is just a throw stone away from that 5:40 a.m. high. 2515 GPUS is on the rampage to the high side, taking out that 24 penny flat top break we couldn't shake. The sellers at 24, well, they got killed. They're decimated. They're just a distant memory now. Keep your eye on GPUS. If we clear 25, could be going to 33. So yeah, did you have any comment about
Yeah, nothing like crazy. I mean, like ByteDance is looking to buy some of these CPUs that we're talking about here, the AI.
Oh, they're going to buy them as well?
ByteDance is involved, and I find
Chinese company?
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I was adding to your point, right? Yeah, Singaporean. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. No,
Senator, I'm from Singapore.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You already said that like 100 times.
Senator. Yeah, that was absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, but other than that, like, we already know that Masayoshi holds about 85 to 95% of the float on this. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like they'll be able. I think they'll be able to sell them to who they want.
Yeah, and I like the fact.
Like,
but what do you think about like the narrative last? Remember when this story broke? Then people started saying antitrust. They're going to start competing with the customers that they're actually licensing some of this technology to. A licensing business and a royalties business. Those are the two ways they typically generate money.
Yeah.
They never actually made their own chips and then went out there and competed with people. Now they're going to compete with some of these companies.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, smart. If you,
but the regulator might have another idea.
Yeah.
All right, Sia, what do we got?
Let's talk SMCI's continuing AI momentum. SMCI has continued extending its recent breakout. Chart speaks for itself. The move follows a major AI infrastructure strength across the sector after strong results coming in from HPE and Dell reinforced investor confidence in AI server spending. Supermicro has unveiled two new rack-scale AI platforms built around ARM and AMD technology, targeting agentic AI workloads, large-scale training, inference, and sovereign AI deployments. The new ARM-based platform will focus on higher compute density, lower operating costs as well, while AMD Helios system features up to 72 GPUs and next-generation processors. Currently, SPCE up on day by.
Yeah, so this is actually quite interesting because this new ARM AMD tie-up is using Ampere's architecture to kind of cram multiple high core nodes all into a single rack. And kind of if they didn't use, the Ampere's technology to bypass the severe power allocation limits, that would basically cap all the legacy x86 servers at a certain expansionary level. So according to what the report says, they're going to be able to achieve 40% more compute density per square foot without forcing data centers to completely overhaul their regional grid permits. To me, that speaks of a win. Secondly, though, here is they've engineered these racks to exclusively for direct-to-chip liquid cooling. So data centers that don't have the plumbing for liquid cooling won't be able to use this specific server rack unless they get that done, right? And we know how much that's going to cost. Last but not least, what I really want to emphasize here is this growing demand for sovereign AI. What am I talking about? I'm talking about like countries, full-on countries, Joey, that want to have access and dominate and control their own AI, right? And so part of that is not having their information on the servers of U.S. companies, lest the U.S. government requisition that data from them, force them by law to give it to the U.S. government. So that is an eventuality that these sovereigns don't want to happen. So the only way to get around that is to make sure all their data is hosted locally. And apparently that's one of the businesses that they're targeting here. I do like this as well from SMCI. My question is, though, in, SMCI's checkered past, if you're a sovereign and you have Dell as an option, you got HP as an option.
Are you going with SMCI? It depends who you are, though.
Good point.
Right.
Elaborate.
Canada?
No.
No chance, probably.
Yeah.
But I mean, maybe some Eastern Asian companies, right? Who we talking about here at the end of the day,
exactly
right?
who you're talking
So
about.
I think it depends where you are and who you're going to tick off at that point. And I like that you brought up the sovereign aspect of things, because we have our data center being built out in the Kitchener-Waterloo. You have what's going on in Norway, and then I believe in France as well too. They're looking their build out.
And the Saudis, bro.
Saudis been in the game, but you know who they're getting their stuff off of at the end of the day, right? Like it's NVDA at the end of the day. But I mean, if you're heading into Eastern Asia, I think that at some point India will probably get involved with types of the SMCIs, right? Because you did a little bit of headbutting here in the Western world. Some of the other names too, like they were already Singapore, so at that
Singapore
point,
is like customer number one.
Exactly,
for them,
like they're at the top
and Mongolia.
of the list.
Don't forget about Mongolia.
That's what I mean. All of those countries. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if those were their bigger country. But I think it's funny that we just sweep under the rug what they were been up to, illegally moving some of these chips. And
they don't give
fishy accounting practices as well too,
it's
right?
Like
we don't even talk about that anymore.
Of issues.
They were always late, or they just didn't report, and some now.
Yeah, it's like if you're a company that you're already a little bit, in the gray,
it's just like
show up on time.
Yeah,
right? Like
but
do things the right way.
Do things the right way, and unfortunately, that wasn't Cambodia as a good thing too. I don't know.
100% Cambodian.
I don't know, but are they?
Neil knows exactly what I'm talking about. I'm not saying anymore.
Is that
100% Cambodian.
Is that
if you know, bro?
Is that a thing?
Chappelle show.
Yeah. Is that you talking about when he's making his own shoes?
Remember? No. When he has them like do competitions. And he's like part of the competition is that you have to.
Yeah, we're not going to go any farther, but yeah.
All right, there you go, Jesse. Jesse Hernandez is always on point, bro.
I think this guy he's like, hey, man, I think Sharif he won't get some of my references. I won't get some of his, but Jesse gets it all, man. I think you spend too much time in front of TV screens because you know every reference, by the way.
That's hilarious, man. All right, guys, let's send it back to Sia.
Let's take a look at our final story for the day, talking about Microsoft Build Conference. Microsoft has kicked off its annual Build Developer Conference with AI agents, developer tools, and AI-enabled PCs that are expected to be the central themes of this. CEO Satya Nadella is outlining how Microsoft plans to compete across cloud AI, enterprise software, coding assistants, as well as AI-powered Windows devices. Investors are also watching for updates to OpenAI-related initiatives, Microsoft's own AI models, AI coding tools, so much AI, guys, and new integrations with NVIDIA's latest, you guessed it right, AI hardware. The company is pushing AI PCs and Copilot, as well as devices, as it brings functionality directly onto consumer and enterprise hardware. With that, Microsoft up on the day, just a little shy of 4%. Before I go to the boys, Adira, what do you have to say about Microsoft?
Yeah, I do have some stuff to say about Microsoft. I quickly want to mention the latest post from Ming-Chi Kuo as well. He's mostly just laying out the new NVIDIA announcement, which also involves Microsoft, of course, with the reinventing the PCs. He said that even if RTX Spark's development or shipping timeline slips, he thinks that Microsoft and NVIDIA's, quote, strong growth in AI infrastructure will probably still be fine. He thinks Apple could be in a little bit of trouble, though, because their entire business is consumer electronics. So Apple, beyond any kind of PC announcement, will also need to have a beyond a compelling narrative, a concrete plan to deliver. This is significant, of course, because WWDC kicks off with a keynote on Monday. Now, speaking of keynotes, I've seen a lot of keynotes, guys, as you know, sitting at this desk. I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a stock react so little to a keynote as I have seen Microsoft's today. It barely blinked. It barely moved. we got a little bit of a bounce, I mean, only slightly here from the session lows as we had Jensen Huang make a video appearance at this keynote. But other than that, it really wasn't much. We did have some announcements of note here. Solara, which is going to be their new project. It's an AI and agent related project, which includes a wearable component being backed by Qualcomm. Qualcomm moved more than Microsoft did on this keynote. Long story short, this keynote, which is still happening, nothing too crazy. I think in terms of format, it's a bit of a combo of what Google does, where you've got some celebrity appearances, including one time Keke Palmer is on there. You know, they've had random NBA players. It's also a little bit Apple in that they have a whole bunch of random Apple employees you've probably never heard of except for at these events. So that's my take here on this MSFT keynote. Again, some announcements were made. Does the stock care? I'd say it's a big fat no.
Nice. Go Chico Gaines. You're hilarious, brother. You're hilarious. I do like you. Okay, so I haven't obviously heard anything that's been said at the conference, but my reading of it prior to going in was you're going to hear a lot about autonomous agents, especially as it relates to how it's going to mesh with Copilot, as well as advanced Windows on ARM developer tools. A lot has been made about how Windows doesn't run as smoothly, especially with certain applications, especially Windows PCs that are based on ARM architecture. Unlike the x86 architecture, like the AMD and the Intel CPUs. Some issues there. Secondly, I also was reading here possibly about a custom small language model in the range of 3.3 billion parameters, and it's supposed to be directly in Windows 11. So it'll be an on-device small language model, SLM, and that's something we've been talking a lot about, and that's part of the perspective that Apple's taken, right, to kind of secure privacy and security. Last but not least, to kind of win over developers that are skeptical about the Windows on ARM, Microsoft is heavily touting this kind of what they're calling a Prism emulation engine, and they claim, according to the reports, that it runs legacy software like it does on x86 PCs. It's going to run them equally as well on ARM-based PCs. We'll have to wait and see. But Microsoft has been quite good lately. Today, giving back a little bit here, Joey, just a little bit below 4% on the day.
Yeah, I think a couple, what we're seeing here from the chart is that you have 2 days in a row to the downside, but that breakout. I think it's only a matter of time until we start to see this name really recover. Why? Because if you're at the bottom of the barrel, Sharif, right now, and I think that's what Copilot lays in, same thing with whatever Meta's kicked out there, there's really only one way you can go, especially with this type of money that these guys are spending and with Azure. I think there's a lot more topside here because we talk about the leapfrog aspect between all of these AI tools and agentic tools. I think at some point you're going to start to see Copilot climb the ranks. Could I be wrong? Does anybody use it? No, not really. But with that being said, this major company, still sitting in that 4th or 5th spot from a market cap standpoint, has the ability to spend the money and really climb these ranks. So I like where we're sitting in from a laggard standpoint in Microsoft because we're not going to put Azure and we're not going to kick Azure to the curb. Great point.
All right, let's look at some of the trades over here that are still going. We're going to send it over to the big boys shortly. Katina Men's back in the house. Guys, DXST, one to watch. It's trying to reclaim 450, but this is the monster. ASTC, $59 high. Believe it or not, despite the spread and despite the volatility, look how respectful that trend is, especially with the 10 EMA. Nary a breach. The only breach you got in the last hour and a half is that one at 135, continuing to go. ASTC, watch out for that one, as well as LASE. What a move this one was into 228. We were counting this one out. It was all dead and buried when it lost $2. Here it comes again into 195, looking for 296, 97. Be on the lookout here. LASE could be the one going into the afternoon. Last but not least, GPUS, GPUS, 2581. It took out the pre-market high at 25 and change. This one is also quite respectful of trend. It does have a tendency to breach at times. Look at that 1245 dip. But other than that, for the most part, it's generally higher highs and higher lows. GPUS, one to keep an eye out for the small cap gapper inclined into the afternoon. Send them off, Joey.
Yeah, I hope everyone has a fantastic Tuesday. The boys are getting ready to rock and roll, display some trades. It's nice out here. It's just me and the little pup this week, so we're gonna get outside.
Where'd she go again, man? Did she
She had
just
to
go?
work out. Yeah, she got oh brother, I'm just saying, yeah, dude, go. I'm not type of go do what you want, because when it's time to do what I want,
You're
it's
gonna
just,
take full advantage. But she was gone for like a week and a half.
Yeah,
2 weeks almost last time.
Yeah, work thing. But
Oh, that's a
it
big
doesn't matter,
difference
buddy. We got it going, because when I'm like, hey, me and the lads are going somewhere, I don't want to hear a peep, my bro.
Ooh.
Ramin.
Did you hear that, Rim Rim? Did you hear that, Rim Rim?
Yeah, I don't want to hear a peep. Ramin, do you give a hard time or what?
Well,
Whoa!
of course she gives a hard time. Look at her, bro. Are you kidding me?
That's crazy. I'm in my peep.
Actually, she's a great girl.
You said you're sleeping in the
way.
doghouse.
She is.
You said you're sleeping in the doghouse.
I'm cool with that.
Hey, yeah, you're good with that?
Dude, you don't even...
You and Milo, huh?
Yeah, dude, that's all. I'm telling you, man. Just me and the boy. That we just run. I don't get bothered or anything like that. I'm in my
Is she gone on the
here.
weekend as well?
No.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's all right. All right, man. Great seeing everybody. We'll see everybody. Same bat time, same bat channel. Take it over, big boys.
All right.
Probably not a topic we're going to be on.
What was it? What was the topic again? Oh, yeah, now listen to your wife or whatever?
Give you a hard time for stepping out. Yeah, 'cause all the times I'm out in the streets, just liming like back.
Yeah, I'm always stepping out. No,
Yo,
never.
yeah, well, you're stepping out. We got baseball practice.
Yeah, that's where I'm
we got
stepping
the
out,
drop
too.
off to
Yeah.
guides.
I gotta go. I can step out to the library.
Yeah,
pick up
man,
some,
maybe hit the store.
pick up some like Dora the Explorers.
Get some shopping
You
done.
know,
You know what's
all
up.
that kind of stuff.
Straight up.
Get the groceries my wife tells me to get.
Now that's that hook
Yeah, shout out
stuff
to
right
Farm
there.
Boy.
Yo. And
You
watch,
know, we're
watch
playing-
when I pick what I want. I don't have to get the whole list. You want to talk about a list?
You want to talk about veal meatballs?
I'm going to add some things to the list and see what you got to say about that.
I'm getting the veal. Oh yeah,
that's right.
I'm getting the veal all day actually. So, yeah, no, but
Old man.
yeah, we do lots of stuff over here.
But if you forget the milk, let's see in the chat, no, you can't forget the milk when you get the groceries.
Oh, don't forget the milk. Yeah.
Nah, because that's
Yeah, no, you don't want to do that, or the cream. Marissa gets mad if she doesn't have cream for the coffee. You know what I'm saying?
See, I don't use cream for the coffee, but
No, neither do I.
Same way.
Neither do I.
Yeah.
I just, it's just like, oh, we don't have any cream today, so I gotta step out. You know, that's the stepping out.
God forbid if you say put some milk in it.
That's the stepping out we're talking about.
Put what?
Over here.
What did you say?
What's up, Other Zinc and everybody else in the chat? We're glad you guys are enjoying your time with us here today. And it's just about to get going here into the afternoon show. So, yeah, we come back with the market kind of just dancing around a little bit here. The NASDAQ, you know, made its move to the high side there, 30,750. Now you're starting to fade out a little bit. We'll see if we can grab that VWAP just a little bit here. I'm still like kind of feeling some kind of ways here because this was ridiculous. I got caught up in shorting this Google, and I looked back after it, and I was like, what exactly am I even doing right now? Yo, what's up to whatever that was, CFL. Our Google was that says 273. That's 372 to 373 short. So, you know, like I didn't follow my own rules right there. There's this I punched out basically 25 cents higher than the written level that I had when I'm here holding it for like $1 against me and so on and so forth. So that should have been held. Like we basically called out on our note the exact top of Google. And that was crazy because it went from 358 all the way to 373. So just not focused enough. And I'm kind of beside myself on that one. We made a little bit of money back with that. Video was good, long until it broke out. So that was okay. Shorted the TQs right off the jump. You guys saw me doing that. That was really wicked early and not so wicked late. Wicked awesome. And then that was about it for me today. Google, Intel, NVIDIA, TQs, and a little bit of AMD, but nothing to write home about right there. All right, we're going to go over to Neil and see what he's talking about.
We're going to write home about some updates out of Origenics, everybody. That's ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its Phase 2A clinical trial in Australia, with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution. with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. OGEN, you can find them on that NYC American. And it got hinted to, but we're setting up these, they're called shotgun mics, but
Yeah.
I had just testing some sound stuff out. So I feel like we want to step up and like drop a beat into it. See these? See that? You guys can see
They're
it.
all the way up there.
So that's how we're rolling. Always trying to like improve a few things. But someone
Improve, eh?
we dropped the beat, like Bitcoin, IBIT, ETH. Looking for, so by the way, this breakdown, there's a little trend line that's pointed to 3 times. I want to try and grab the reload next time it comes up to the trend line here on IBIT and just to reload this one to the south side. But if you're looking at what is not working today, like the Nasdaq's slightly up, ETH down 4 points. You already saw what you've seen BM&R from this morning. MSTR, MicroStrategy down 8.5%. All while, again, flat-ish to slightly update for the markets. Hate that wick, but Apple 3% to the upside. Like it's a relatively
Apple's new all-time
good
highs.
day. Yeah, this is yeah. Yes. Well, is it?
That's what I heard Sharif say.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah, 315
really
was.
close.
315
Well, so it got there. Looks like it just slightly pulled back, but basically, yeah, tagged an all-time high because that's what Apple does. So there's a lot of strength, but crypto ain't it. Crypto is in a definitive bear market. Bear market. What am I talking about?
I mean, here's
A
my...
bear market's 20% off of the highs. What's the word? Why don't we
Bruh.
get something for 10%? It's correction.
Bruh.
We got something for 20%. It's a bear market. What happens at 40 and 50? We don't have a word for that?
40, 50 years old?
Well, no, I mean, just there should be something for you know, 40% down from the highs or 50% from the highs. Like, I don't know, like you can't call it a haircut because that's too much. You need something, it's gotta be something worse than a bear market. And then we can give, and then that's what, basically, that's what crypto is doing. Crypto winter, I know, but that's specific. Like, I want to be able to call other stuff, like that same name that's not crypto market. Rabid bear market, that one's fair. Whatever it was, great one there, Carl. Whatever it is, Virgin Galactic did that today on its own in one day, 38% down. Well, see, that's the good news is at least Bitcoin takes a long time to lose 40%. It does it, but at least it takes a while. Virgin Galactic, hold my beer. We're going to do this in one day. Hang on. We got this.
I think that's the difference when we talk about like investing in something versus trading something, right? I mean, Apple is a clear investment for many people, and we saw that we like to trade it on the show, but a little bit of a different story. And here we go. This is MicroStrategy. I mean, we can talk about Bitcoin all day here, but it's really what started this whole thing down was a little lack of confidence here by Michael Saylor, and he sent this really reeling to the downside. We actually had a nice little run up into 180 or so, into 80 for Bitcoin, which gave us 180, 190. Now you're down to 136. So, if you think Bitcoin is in a little bit of a problem, I mean, MicroStrategy itself is 27% in a couple weeks. So, that's not a great move there. But you are coming into levels like I talked about this before. If you like Bitcoin or I guess Bitcoin, yeah, then you got to look at this level because this is where we bounced pretty nicely off twice. So that's about 62, 63, 64, 65,000, something like that. And then bounce nicely off of it too. So if you're disciplined, I think you could have had this pretty decently there for MSTR. So, you always want to try to take risks with trading, but some of them aren't necessarily the right ones at the right time. Is MicroStrategy the right risk right now? I would say it probably is if we can get into 120, and then it's worth it. Maybe even into that blowout level of 100, give yourself 20% for a great opportunity to make 50%. I don't know. I think it's something to think about for those of you looking at the crypto market. So, all right, I'm trying again right now, and obviously, I go short and the market does this. I mean, we could sit around and not do anything and stay out of the market, which maybe is the right thing to do. I was shorting this thing, basically VWAP right down here. We had the 21 period, we had VWAP, and we have the 50 period moving average all dancing right now at these levels. And then, the 5-minute chart on Intel was looking lower here as well with a little bit of a barcode action going on. So I was thinking, the short was coming through. I'm only going to give it to 107.20. We're not going to give it all the way up here to 107.50, but there we go, man. I mean, we got stopped out probably too early, as I just showed you on Google, and we'll see what's going to happen here with Intel. So that's something that I'm trying to see about. So we'll have to wait, see about it. What's going on with Intel? So yeah, I'm looking at that right now as a short. Anything else you guys are doing, please, let us know. I'm going to refresh some of the
small
scanners.
cap going ham that everyone is talking
Okay,
about.
I see that, yeah.
It's this LASE, L-A-S-E. There we go. Laser photonics. I feel like you should do like the
lasers.
Freaking lasers on it. 135%. Obviously, I know this was talked about in the midday show because I actually heard them say it a couple times. If you are zooming out, I'm not saying it's at a top, but it is at a pretty significant level as far as these stocks have levels. This 2 to 225 was an area of support before. It's also the 200-period moving average. That's one way to trade something from the 50-period moving average to the 200-period moving average. Hold at $1. The break is literally break $1 from the 50 period and go to $2 at the 200-period moving average. Technically, that's about as cool as it gets. But these ones early on, if you can find these, and if you got your scanners going, if you're a small cap trader, this might not be the best example because look how crazy it went there at 12.12. Like it does a bigger volume spike in the afternoon. But oftentimes, if you can just get it early when it's breaking out the dollar, we don't really have a lot of times.
Whoa!
I'm testing one.
Okay, here we go.
That I was looking at, and another trader kind of sent to me that we'll all be looking at more of these small cappers pre-market and be able to pick them up. It's at least to talk about them, because if this one didn't hit the radar, it was Picard that we were looking at this morning, and I don't remember Lays being on our radar when we started the show, but a fantastic one in there. The only thing I'm currently looking at is, I'm gonna redraw this again. Dang it. All right. Is this trend? I'm just going from the breakdown. So this breakdown was like 68K or whatever it was. So looking for this trend to get retested. We're getting pretty close for a reload here on IBIT. Just got to push a little bit higher. Might just get out in front of it. It'll be in about the mid-20s here. So trying to grab a reload on trend as this continues to look pretty weak. And you know what? It's not the only thing this week. NVIDIA's looked a little bit weak here. Hewlett Packard. This is not the dip that I thought that it would make its bottom and hold, and then you get some higher lows to work off of, and then you do the rebound play like Dell did. It just never did. It made a bottom and then couldn't hold any higher lows. It's still looking weak, but there might be something at this low, the 50. It's now starting to round out and break out a little bit. So I'm gonna have this one on the radar. I thought this would do it way earlier in the day. Like Marvell did it too early. Hewlett Packard hasn't even gone yet, even to VWAP. But this is looking a little more constructed. Maybe a 55 break on HPE and give it the half buck and see how far it can go. 16% up, great numbers, but the profit takers have been a little out of hand all day.
I was going to say, all of a sudden, excuse me, Intel just went for a run like crazy there, like pops through 107. So, we're getting close to that 107.30 level where we're going to have to stop out. So I don't know, just frustrating because I thought this level was going to hold there and it just pops right through. So now we got to just sort of hold our breath a little bit and see how much further this name wants to rip through some of these levels. 107 and change right now for Intel as it just continues to go higher and higher right there. But very similarly, we're just day trading here. That's fine. But we're actually really happy with what Marvell was doing. Marvell actually hit a 30% up marker here, as Jensen has called 500% from here. So we'll wait to see, I guess 400%, get this name up to the 1 trillion club. Will that happen? I don't know, but I'm hoping so. But there goes Marvell again today, basically at its day's high, holding out. I mean, it hasn't even seen the 200 period since the open. And right now we're dancing with it here. So maybe we do get a little bit of a turn in this market here on Marvell soon if it does take that. But a name that's upside, don't really want to short names that are doing what they're doing. And this is why I thought about Intel, down 2%. Thought maybe if this market did want to fall back in, Intel would, but it is not doing that at all. So we're a couple pennies away now from getting that stop out, unfortunately, on Intel. ARM had a day today too, man. Went up to 430 again. That was brand new all-time highs for ARM today. And, a lot of these names in this space have really got going. The all-time high used to be 420. And now, for make a new one today at whatever this high is, 428 right on the knot. So, you know, that's, again, another name that's fallen back into VWAP, possibly looking for a long somewhere around here right now for ARM. Yeah, that LAES.
Profit takers are taking, like once ARM starts to fall, like there's only been extremes with there's no in between with this thing.
Right.
Ain't no half stepping. Like it's either like you get these parabolic moves, and it was just like it's going ham and it's 10, 20, $30, and when it finds a top, I mean the sellers can get in control, but for the most part, there's only been like one or two like inside days on this stock in the last 15. I don't wonder if it's not getting top heavy, man. There's only so much you can go parabolic with. HPE did make the 55 break, so the prior bar is just a little bit less than the $0.50, so that's where the stop is going to be. We have a super chat from Mexican Boy.
Okay.
I have one call in NVIDIA, 227.47, expiring tomorrow. I'm out of the money, and I should have sold when NVIDIA hit 230 today. So I'm a new trader.
Well, expiring tomorrow.
I mean, the best advice that anybody can ever tell you from a risk standpoint, because we're not here to, like, at the end of the day, it's not about giving, like, we don't give financial advice. I can't tell you what to do with your trade. But what I can tell you is that generally, when you get into something, it's like, what means wrong? So, like, the example I'll give is, like, there was a bottoming tail. I'll go to the 3 because the trade was on the 3. There was a nice bottoming tail candle, and then an ad looking for a mean reversion on NVIDIA. That to me was wrong the second it printed underneath the bottoming tail wick that I was going on. Like once it happens, I'm out, because that's what you're risking for that trade, to try to get it to the volume weighted average price. So I think you have to look at, okay, well, what's the acceptable loss based on your account, and if you've hit that, sometimes you take the L, right? If it's expiring this week, you can certainly, it is what it is. Like, I don't know. Like, we're not here to tell you advice. I just always feel like when someone says I didn't get out of it and now it's coming back,
I mean, it's
I'm
one
not going to
contract.
invent a level that you should get out. I just think you always have to predetermine what your exit strategy is going to be, because every trade needs an exit strategy. If you're in a long-term investment, you don't necessarily need one. Like, I can safely say my long-term exit strategy on Apple is I don't know. And it's always been I don't know. And that probably will never change. I can say the same thing about like a couple of Canadian banks that I own. But that's not a trade. They're just not trades. You don't ever hear me. You'll hear me say, oh, I'm getting a little bit into SMR and I'm taking it to this and in the personal account. But there's always an out if you're making a trade. And if you predetermine that, it makes it a little bit easier to just say, okay, well, this got hit. I'm jumping out. And then you don't have to worry about semantics of the rest. Like HPE, like there's, like, see this rounded bottom, it kind of breaks this, takes the even dollar, like here's the prior bar, and here it's just above the 54.50 mark. So there's the out. That's where I want to give it to. What I would love to see, ideally, is it starts just holding this trend from the bottom, and then it's like scalp out here at the 1-to-1, reload on the trend line, and then the trend line can become the out. Like it can change. I can move my stop from a hard stop at a level to, okay, well, I'm going to use this trend line now that it's respecting the trend, and then just see how far it can go. But that, for me, is going to be a bit of the plan. But my goodness, Apple.
That one's working out today.
It's just a good company.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a good company.
Well, that's what we're always saying. You know, get invested into good companies, and you should be okay. And,
Good one reporting tonight.
Yeah, PanW. Yeah, another good one there too.
Well, I don't want you guys to think that we were talking about GitLab or anything.
No, GitLab. I mean, they might have a space in today's business.
I'm joking. We just always harp on GitLab.
Yeah. Okay. I get it. Yeah, GitLab is a tough one, that's for sure. Jay-Z here, you know, not the rapper, but the stock has halted a bunch of times, 82% today, back and forth. Just one of those, well, speak of the devil. There's the halt right there again on Jay-Z. So just be careful with this if you're trading it. It's not something that we'll be talking about in depth, but I did want to talk about it a little bit because yesterday it was a thing. I am still like turned up about this one. Like now we're all the way back to VWAP. Every single short that we had on in my most read stock on the day is now in the money, and the market's not even really doing anything. So I feel like we had a great read there on Google, but then didn't follow our own plan. Like we literally wrote down 373, and I'm panicking as it's going up there and just kept on stopping out and left it, and we should have attacked it again. So shout out to Tony and a couple of you guys in the chat that were able to hit that trade right back into the downside, and you know, good on you there. That was a good one. And I should have basically followed, you know, the yellow brick road that I paved for myself, and we should have been on that one. That's so stupid. All right, so DraftKings, I want to talk a little bit about them. I think this is starting to become a little more investable right now, and the reason why is we've had a nice little bump up there off their most recent earnings hold there down in here at $21. You're now starting to see a little bit more regulation, I think, going to be happening into the predictive markets like the Kalshis of the world and the poly markets, and that may bring some more back into DraftKings, right? I mean, right now you're able to basically bet no matter what province, no matter what state you're in, province you're in, if you use Kalshi or poly market, but there's some restrictions on DraftKings and FanDuel, right? FanDuel's parent company, Flutter. So, you know, you've been really hit. There goes Intel, boo. Intel takes out the highs. So you've been hit on DraftKings, but it look like this is a possible breakout here on good news. Like, I don't think they still don't have Texas or California on board or anything. So I think there's a good possibility here to watch out for DraftKings maybe on the high side right now, breaking through. It's down 3% today, so it's not the best time to talk about it, but right into there, I think there's an opportunity for DraftKings and a name where they should be able to use AI to better predict, you know, what people are going to be betting on, and use AI better for like their tables of risk and everything. So I don't know. I think DraftKings does have a chance, something that we might, you know, want to look at that we don't normally discuss here all the time. Now, Microsoft we're just hearing it in our ear. They're announcing new models and new AI, this and that. So definitely something to talk about maybe with Microsoft now trying to break through some levels, but down another 4% today is Microsoft. I mean, some of these names like Meta, Microsoft, all of that are just like, you know, way back into the doldrums here again. Yeah, Meta down to 605 one more time here. All right, well, we just talked a little bit about quantum there with Google, but
I thought it was going to be
Getty. I haven't looked at it today. We can have a quick look. Our GTI. I
was already doing a poll for a different super chat because I thought that's what we're going to put up, but well, I'll throw that away, and when we get to the next super chat, I've got something for it. Thoughts on Rigetti breakout? Both. So Ion, what was it? Was it IonQ?
The better one? Oh,
it was IonQ that made the bigger break this morning, I think. Oh, same chart. Whatever, same chart. So remember, like all the quantum names got the boost when the government basically said, "Hey, we want quantum to win," and they're still in like a consolidative phase. From that, Rigetti is a great example. Hey, look at that. Like sometimes you look for examples of a bull flag and it's not perfectly clean. This is pretty clean. That's a pretty clean bull flag. So you're looking at 28 breakout if and when it does it, support at the 200 period moving average. Yeah, I don't see anything, like it's a pretty standard setup. You should always, excuse me, well, usually when you want to look at things like this, it's like, well, you know they're all going, so just look throughout the group and see what might be better. Like IonQ's in here, that's more of a trend up. So you probably have a clean break trade if you like that on Rigetti, if that's your cup of tea, or you have a trend follow here on IonQ. Like there's always a different, just something for each person. If you like breakouts, then Rigetti's your setup. If you like dip buys, then just buy the dip on trend on IonQ if you happen to like these bad boys. The one I liked is in the nuclear space because like this break is finally happening on SMR. It took forever. And that's the super chat I wanted to get to because I actually had this. Oh, where'd it go? Oh no. Now I actually have to find what I was looking for. No, I had the poll set up somewhere. Where is it? Oh, the custom poll. Here we go. We're gonna do a custom for this Marvell thing. I have to find what silly page I had it on. There you go. That's what happens when you use multiple desktops. Can't Get Right. Great name. Great character. Can't Get Right was from the movie Life. Oh no. All right. Before I do that, gotta show that HPE because Hewlett-Packard attempted the break, but there's that prior bar. Remember we had the question about like where your out is gonna be? I'm taking the break of this candle. I'm giving it to the prior of that. That's my defined risk. I mean, obviously, if it goes all the way to VWAP, that's fantastic. But you're going to scale out in front of it. But you know what you're doing going into the trade. So simple question. I'll just start the voting in a second after I should get the options up because it's literally yes or no. So will Marvell get to 300 this week? That was a super chat. Let's see what everyone else thinks. Was it 290? If you're at 290 with that kind of momentum, I'm usually thinking yes.
By this week?
It's end of the week. It didn't say today, right? Well, that's what the super chat said. I mean, literally what the super chat said. It said this week, so I'm putting this week.
I'm saying tomorrow.
It's at 285
It is today.
and was at 255 at the low. If it had been, if you had said by the end of the day today, I think maybe we'd have a little bit of a discussion. Because you've said at the end of this week, this is what the chart looks like. I mean, gravity toward major strikes. All it has to do is touch without holding. I don't know, I'll type the 1 on that. Like what would you bet at that kind of momentum? All you need is like a nudge. It's like, just tap it in. Tappy, tap, tap, tap.
Right, just tap it in. There, Happy Gilmore 2 was okay. All right, so there it is, man. We
The second one?
just went right back. Happy Gilmore?
It's not the first one?
Of course there's 2. Oh, no, that one's from the second one.
Yeah.
Okay. For sure. And there it is here to the downside now. The second one was okay. That's what I was saying. It wasn't that great. So we finally shorted Google. Meanwhile, we are, as Neil was just talking about that, we are now 65 cents in the money. So we did lose out on our Intel trade, and then that stopped me out and right there. So that kind of sucks. But here goes Google now. Wow. I just feel like, I can't believe it always happens, man. We had the right stock, but not the right execution, and stupid not paying enough attention to that trade. But all right, I'm gonna take another piece out here and just stop worrying about it. Bid 87s, take a piece out here at 87 for 75 cents, or so for 65 cents. We'll see if we can get that bid right now on Google. My best fill is exactly that, and there it is. We just take that again. We got some 90s. Okay, Google. What the hell? Well. I mean, starting to go now. Okay, so there goes Google. Yeah, just weak. So making moves down. I don't know if this has something to do with Microsoft or what, but we are starting to get down to the downside there. So here we go, man. $300.65. 48 cents. You're now in the money now, $1.20. And we just put this on. Again, it was a break of VWAP. I missed it because I was like lamenting in that Intel and then just questioning the meaning of life. And then all of a sudden, there's the breakdown through VWAP. We like the name short today. We talked about that. It was the number one trade idea was actually the short that we got out of, which is the craziest thing. But now we're back into Google, and there it goes, breaking lower. So see ya on that one as Google making new lows right now, not of the day. We'll see if we can get into 360. I'm not too sure if that's what's going to happen, but good coverage there. We're out of 30%. I'm going to take another bid right now just to lighten the load a little bit here in case there's something going on, because the volume isn't like it's extraordinary, but the moves are actually happening now. So we'll wait to see what the story is with Google, but it's a nice move down for now anyways, as we continue to watch out for Google. There it is, right back upside again. So a couple good covers there. We got to go over to Adair and maybe some news.
I'm not seeing anything on Google, Sean, but I do have some news related to Microsoft Build, specifically for DNA. This is Ginkgo Bioworks. It's a small cap stock that has rallied pretty frequently here in the past. DNA on the move here after announcing a partnership with Microsoft, Ginkgo Bioworks and Microsoft to collaborate on bringing agentic AI into biological discovery. That's the reason for this move. I also have more here coming out of Microsoft Build, which is still happening. An executive from the company announcing that Microsoft's reasoning AI model was co-developed on its in-house chips. So Microsoft's reasoning model co-developed on its own in-house chips. Back to you.
Ask Adara.
Adara.
There must be stories on some of these exchanges.
Well, I'm going to pull up
Which?
3 charts. CBO, this is a CBOE, the 3 exchanges.
Oh, yeah, I have something.
CBOE, and then we'll look at, we talk about the Intercontinental Exchange, that's ICE, and then one more, and then we'll throw it to Adara. This is what ICE looks like. The CME exchange in the last couple of sessions has been getting absolutely smoked. You look at these on a long term, it's basically like they're the casino, you just buy them. But they've been getting smoked lately.
Mm-hmm.
So I cannot prove that this is why, because the names that this would more obviously be about actually haven't moved. But President Trump issuing a characteristically lengthy Truth Social post this time about, I guess, signing a new executive order, which will be led by the Treasury to stop banks, credit cards, and financial institutions from being used to facilitate a whole bunch of things I probably can't say without getting us demonetized. Basically saying that access to the nation's financial systems must be limited to those who have, quote, a legal right to be here. So nothing massive, but only thing in the financial space that I'm kind of seeing that could be of note here in terms of the actual exchanges. I have not seen anything, and I went back in terms of like what happened while I was eating lunch. Still nothing.
It might be something.
Yeah,
It might be
I don't know. I look at these, and when you zoom out far enough, the one that's, I think it was CBOE is the one that's standing out to me the most. Like, that is wild.
I looked at NAS NDAQ.
That's wild. Like, to go 370 to the 200 period moving average, that's a monster drop. You're talking over 20%. Like, that's over 20%. Like, it's over almost 30%. Like, that's insane. It's insanity. I don't wonder if there's not a little bit of a dip by it, but there was a question in the chat. Someone just said, do you ever take a breakout? If it fails taking a breakout twice, yeah, sometimes, 100%. Like, there's always a situation where, like, you like it the first time, you take a shot at it, and if it sets up just as good, I don't like the fact that the volume isn't increasing. Like, the volume's actually lower on the second break, but there can be situations where that's the case, where it doesn't work the first time, you grab it a second time. There was a similar thing for this, like, attempted, like, little trend break at the bottom of Nokia. It doesn't get going. Then it goes actually strong on the second trend break through VWAP. I'm like, oh, this is stronger. Let's jump back into this and actually get a worse price. So there are situations like that. A lot of times I prefer to join a little bit higher up there if I can. Now we're going to go back over to Adara again.
So in social media, there's nothing like immediate for any of these CBOE, CME type names, but people are saying this could be a bit of a longer term sentiment issue, with Coinbase and Kalshi both announcing recently that they're planning on releasing their own perpetual futures. So this could just be a competition thing with perpetual futures. Now we know, I believe CME yesterday at the close making their own announcement here with crypto. So they're still fighting back, but either way, there is some suggestion specifically in social media that the move down in these names as of late could have to do with competition from the likes of Coinbase and Kalshi. Back to you.
Kalshi, those guys are disrupting everything. We just talked about DraftKings and Flutter and all that, but we got a good trade on right here. I'm reloaded. Guys, right there, we got reloaded right there on Google. Came up there a little bit of a spike higher, right into 365 again. We shorted 365 tens. There it is, nice downside play there. So we're able to get more shares and get reloaded. Today's been a good day, man. We've got Marvell, we've got a lot of these accounts popping right now. We've got NVIDIA making all-time or close to all-time highs, Apple close to all-time highs. Google pulling back in, which means good things for those of us trying to buy it long-term. I mean, I think that's kind of some of the stuff. I'm gonna get another piece right now, 41 on Google. I don't know why it's dancing here. I wanna punch out a little bit more at 50s. On that. Okay, so just a couple punch outs there on Google as we just got that reload, and then all of a sudden now we're 50 cents in the money. Like, you can clearly see it's not easy to trade these names. They get very violent when they start to move. So I want to make sure that I am sitting on some bids here to collect some of that. So like, I'm sitting at 53 right now and then at 40. So if it does make a little bit of a, there we go. See, like, we just get 53 there. So now when it comes back in, we can, hopefully get this bid now at 41s and see how it just jumps like that. So you gotta be very, very careful with what you guys are doing over here. HPE, congratulations to everybody who got that one. That's a face slapper right there today for HPE, but it has fallen quite nicely back to the, I mean, not nice for longs, of course, but nice for others that are looking to trade this name, as HPE right now going downside today, and that's not been a good story as we feel for, people that, we talked about it earlier, Dragos there, you had those options. I hope you're able to get out a little bit of those, as that was a nice move to the high side. Created $64 there today, HPE, before this just happened. So $10 to the downside over here. Hopefully we can recoup some of those losses with some other trades if you were long. But yeah, not a bad opportunity there for HPE on what was decent earnings, that's for sure. Following that of Dell, although Dell didn't have a pullback of 10+%, did it? But HPE.
No, it fared much worse than the other. Look at all of the stocks that went 25 to 30% up in the last week, and HPE is the only one that's done this. Dell didn't do it, Marvell didn't do it. Snowflake held the open as well. HPE is the only one that lost the opening range bottom. Let's go to SIA.
No, I just want to say, this one, we just got a super chat. We'll go to SIA right here. It was a marvelous day. It still is, Joe. So thank you for that super chat. We really appreciate that, and I hope that you have had a marvelous day yourself. And SIA over there, at the desk. I thought she was at the screen. All right, let's go hear what SIA has to say.
Thank you so much. Let's take a quick look at what's going on in the market. The triple Qs and SPY, triple Qs trading flat and as well as the SPY. So let's take at the two headlines I have for you today. We're going to take a look at AVGO first. Broadcom has moved higher after two Yeah, that is a massive spike. Higher after two separate AI catalysts have hit the tape simultaneously. Alphabet has announced plans to raise $80 billion to fund additional AI infrastructure spending, including any new data centers and custom chip deployments, where Broadcom plays a key role in design. At the same time, as we spoke about it earlier in the show in the news segment, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang's comments that Marvell could become a $1 trillion company reinforce certain investor enthusiasm for AI networking, connectivity, as well as infrastructure suppliers broadly. The market is rewarding companies for enabling AI scaling rather than just the AI applications themselves, putting Broadcom squarely in the center of this spending cycle. Currently, Broadcom up on the day almost 3%. Next ticker I have for you is DG. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Oops, DG, Dollar General, has reported Q1 adjusted EPS of $2, beating expectations by 12 cents, while revenue of $10.79 billion has missed consensus by roughly $20 million. Same-store sales have increased 2.4%, well ahead of expectations, driven by higher customer traffic, as well as continued strength across consumables, seasonal products, as well as home categories. Management has raised full-year guidance, now forecasting diluted EPS of $7.20, between $7.20 and $7.45 versus prior guidance, which was in between the range of $7.10 and $7.35, while also maintaining expectations for positive sales growth. And with that, DG down on the day, almost 1.3%. Sending it right back to you.
Oh, that's bad. Dollar General, yuck. This was cruising at the start of the year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the dollar name. Yeah. Fabian had some dollar stories.
I think that's a problem when, what does that say about the consumer? Nothing good. Nothing good. Like if that's not a canary in the coal mine, then the term doesn't exist, in my opinion. Yuck. I know here Dollarama does fantastically up in Canada, but yeah, that's yuck, Dollar General. What is going on there? Didn't realize it was so bad. I do remember that it was having a good start to the year, but not very good. Broadcom, I want to just put that in perspective with Broadcom. Gap up on some sympathy, profit takers at an all-time high. You can't get mad when something in a pretty reasonably solid upward trend sees a sympathy gap up, and then when it's at an all-time high, you just get that little bit of a sell-off. You're still green. You're still above yesterday's highs. Broadcom has done effectively this on breakouts before. Like, they'll just find a resistance spot, hold for a couple of days, and go. In this case, it was gapped up. So instead of like holding an area, it just pulls back into said area. Well, if 465 goes, I think you got to be in trouble at that point. Someone was asking me if I thought Michael Saylor was done. I have no idea. I don't know. Like I'm not Michael Saylor. I don't have his plan. I don't know what his pain points are. Who knows? What we do know is you've got to. It would be one thing if the Nasdaq was in a correction, like 10% back. Right? Like I know Bitcoin's down like 45% from the high, or whatever the heck it is. I could draw the ruler, but let's just call it 45%. It's close enough. It would be one thing if we were in a correction, but we're pressing all-time highs here. It's been a long time since you've been able to say anything but IBIT is bearish. And when it recently broke trend, it's been short pretty much every single day. If and when, like when we get down to like 37 here, that could be a first stop. I guess that'll be like 65K or something along those lines. So you've just got to understand that there's weakness, and at some point when it catches, you'll probably do better when it catches a bid in MSTR than you will in BMNR than you will in IBIT and ETH, which is fair. I understand that, but for now, they're just in a bear market, and you got to deal with it. I'm just looking for LOD. I didn't get that trend, like this trend line, which I keep having to redraw. It didn't really give me the test for the reload, but it hits the low, and we're just going to reload that one on trend whenever we get a chance. And Noah, I'm not here to tell you that MicroStrategy is a scam. Like, that's
not a scam. The opposite of a scam. Clearly telling. I mean, he told everybody what he was doing.
What's a better example?
When he was doing it, and the prospectus is there. And we always talk about, we have these reads and we say, make sure you read up on whatever you're doing. And so I just feel like.
He tells you that.
Yeah, and I mean.
Mullen was a scam.
It might have been Nikola.
Nikola
was a scam. The guy was pushing the cars up and down hills.
Like that's a scam.
Those may be more scammy than this.
Yeah.
I feel like what the right word might be, it's like financial engineering as far as Bitcoin and, taking advantage of public markets and, raising capital to buy more Bitcoin. So basically just buying Bitcoin on the back of shareholders, but making it very public that that's what they're doing. I mean, they literally changed their name, like it used to be MicroStrategy, where I think if they were still in the previous business, whatever it was, probably would have been something to do with AI and all these racks and all this stuff. They might have been 10 times better than where they are right now. But I mean,
that's a very interesting point.
So I think
that you never hear discussed. It's like, what could they have pivoted to?
Yeah, I'm not just here for my hands.
Well, I'm just saying, Michael.
So I was going to say, I think that's a strong opinion, and it's not one that's wrong. I mean, it's just everybody can have their opinions. I just think we got to be a little careful sometimes on the expectations of some of these stocks, right? It's like, is the TQQ a scam because it's triple levered against the Nasdaq? I mean, if you know about that going in, then you got to be aware of it. But
I always respect honesty.
I do appreciate.
That's a big difference. Are they honest or not? And with Nikola, a lot of dishonesty.
Yeah, I think more of a scam would have been like something like BMNR or some of those trusts that were just kind of opened up, and then everyone kind of fled to the floodgates trying to support some of those things. Meanwhile, there was really nothing there, in those names. So I'm just gonna say maybe something like that more. But I don't think either one is a scam. I'm just saying that would be it. But okay, so just quickly here on what we did on Google here. Clearly, I hope this name is not a scam, as this is a load up in my account at some point there. But we just got another bid at 50 on Google. So let's look at something else right now. Well, let's look at the broader markets. I know Sia just did a little bit of work right here. Here's the dollar today, and it's been a good one, that's for sure, as the market's sort of been bouncing around. We did have a nice move higher there, and we just ticked out there. Now the Nasdaq's trying to rally back on a weak dollar, and stories out of the Middle East, creating a little bit of action there. Oil moving around. We saw silver actually today make a move lower, I believe. I didn't. It was at view up. I sort of stopped looking at it, so maybe I should go back at that. But there's a move lower on the DXY, so we could definitely feel some love there on the dollar. And if you go over to a 30-minute chart of the dollar, I had to move my iced coffee out of the way. There's the move lower right now, trying to go. And the dollar's been an interesting thing because as this Nasdaq hits all-time highs, as does the ES, we haven't been able to really stay anywhere above this $100 mark. And it's not $100, these are points. This is just a DXY. This is an index made to monitor and track the US dollar. So, and the strength across different currencies and in the global markets. But it hasn't really been able to go anywhere. And this goes all the way back to, we had some huge moves in the dollar, that's for sure. But we hadn't been able to break anything since 25. So it's been about a year and a half where we've been sort of underneath this $100 mark and just had a couple opportunities, including tariff tantrums and whatnot, where we started to go a little higher there in the US dollar. US dollar is a flight to safety. And right now, a lot of traders aren't flying anywhere to safety. They're actually putting money into the market. And, some days you see, 10 of 12 sectors higher. Today, it's going to be a very mixed bag, right? Energy names. We will have a look at USO. There's Valero. Nice move there on the upside to Valero. FANG, Diamondback Energy, which one of the best symbols there. I like FANG coming through. But it's the software names that are really, okay, Google, let's go, man. Google almost $1 off the reload right now as we get low, shorty get low on Google. We'll see how low exactly. But there's Palantir, yuck, man. That one's been slipping up pretty badly. It had a nice move, but today it's down 5. That's not good. Palo Alto coming tonight, down 1.89%. They've had some. Oh, great. Brian's here. Perfect. I want to talk to Brian about Palo Alto. Palo Alto to the downside as well. CrowdStrike as well, down a little bit there. Google, Microsoft, all these sort of software names today. ServiceNow had been the belle of the ball for a minute, right? That's now down 7%. Salesforce down 5.5% as well. So all these sort of software names starting to get hit just a little bit. And it's nice to see JP Morgan back upside. Actually talking with a few people over the last couple of days, talking exactly about JP Morgan and some of the financials. At some point, this is going to swing in
everything with the credit cards, man.
Yeah.
Morgan Goldman been great.
Yeah, Robinhood downside on Bitcoin worries as well. But all right, without any further ado, if he's ready, let's bring him in because I want to talk to Brian and tell him why he didn't tell me to short Bitcoin at 80,000 there. Hi, Brian. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you guys?
I think we're doing okay. I mean,
the market's doing fantastic. As long as you're not all in on crypto, you got to be happy.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. I know you've been sort of out of it. We've talked about crypto a little bit with you on the show many times. And yeah, just what a disaster. We saw Michael Saylor yesterday getting out of some. And I mean, if he's going to be the king of the castle, well, then we're just a bunch of dirty rascals holding on to this thing because down below 70,000. And I think we touched 67 right now on BTC. Any charting here for you on Bitcoin? I know we bounced from this level before. What do you think now?
King of the sandcastle, right? And the tide's coming in.
That's right.
You know, Bitcoin, why didn't I tell you at 80? If you look at my tweets, I'd said over here on that particular day, now's the time if you're long, start tightening your stops. We have potential supply at the anchor from the all-time high as well as this anchor, which is from the last halvening. So that had been, you know, this head and shoulders pattern as well. We came up to the neckline. We're pulling back down. We undercut the anchor from the low this year.
That's not good.
That anchor is at, it's at 72 basically, meaning the average participant who's purchased this year is now down 5,000 on it, which is a pretty good percentage. So seems like we're probably headed back for another test of this low. Ideally, we get an undercut of that low, and then maybe we can start to bounce, but it's just toxic right now.
I'm just playing around with you about that 80,000 because I remember last time you were on, you showed that exact chart and you absolutely nailed that. So me sitting here holding it is not very wise. And I remember last time you were on here, it was the day before Marvell earnings. I don't know if you remember that one. And we said, hey, if Marvell can drop into the 170 area, maybe there would be some pickup there. Here's the earnings. So Marvell goes up to 218 or so. We're able to get some out. I got some out, at 218 there. Then we fell in that very next day into 180, 189. And then look what's happened since then, Brian. I mean, some of these stocks they don't look like anything I've really seen before. We can see this kind of movement in small cap names. We can see this kind of movement, in some of those penny stocks that kind of go vertical, social media names or whatever starts to pump through Reddit or whatever. But look at this on Marvell, man. This is a $200 billion company that just has candles like this. $200 2 days ago, $300 today. I don't, I'm not smart enough to understand where to get in and out of this name, but Marvell just keeps on working another 30% today. Have you seen anything like this? Can you remember anything other than I guess, I don't know, maybe some of the names during COVID, but this seems to be pretty outsized moves here for some of these big cap names.
Yeah, I guess that would be the tech bubble going back to 99, 2000. And, my memory of that has actually faded. So this is the new group for sure. And, look at Dell. It's just incredible, these moves. I'm involved in Twilio, which is having a nice run in here as well. But my God, these types of moves, it's been a while. So enjoy it while it lasts. And everyone always, I like to remind people that it doesn't end badly if you have a plan. Everyone always likes to say it's going to end badly. And that's true if you're not taking some profits along the way. There's nothing wrong with locking in a little bit of gain. These are highly unusual moves.
I'm going to pass it over to Neil, but on the right screen right there, that was an anchored view up from earnings. Is that what that was? The blue line? Right there on the right, it's our right. That one right there.
Yeah, okay. So that's the week to date. That's the new month to date, and it also happens to be from earnings there on Twilio.
Okay, so that's probably a good area. And
actually, I'm sorry. I apologize. That's not from earnings. I don't know why I said that, just because it gapped up the other day. But this here is where their earnings report were on Twilio. Okay. So I've been watching this one and waiting for it to kind of get back above that 5-day moving average. So for me, it was a purchase last Friday, when it made that higher high above that flat to rising 5-day moving average that we always talk about.
Okay, makes sense there, guys. Thanks, Brian. Yeah. Neil's got something for you here.
Yeah, you might have just given a bit of a hint here when talking about where you might anchor things to. We get Palo Alto and CrowdStrike. Palo Alto first, then CrowdStrike earnings, and these names have been insane too. Like if you look at this on the daily, forget about that. Like on the weekly, the weekly chart is complete insanity. But it's been a recent breakout. When we talk about taking profit, would you, On any gap up where you get this distinct a pattern behavior, would you just immediately slap an anchor and say, this is when it became different? I don't care why or what the catalyst was. That becomes completely irrelevant. It's very obvious to see where there's like a quote unquote change in the tape. Slap the anchor on and hold it until it breaks it. And then if it breaks underneath, are you thinking disaster, or would you be thinking, oh, there's going to be some other places to pick these up? Because some of these names, like ARM is one that I own, that I'm thinking if that broke, if that breaks some support, that could be trouble. Where are you at with if it does lose some of those anchors from the breakout, specifically with Crowd and PanW, if you could?
Yeah, well, on PanW, like you said, these are all-time highs. And when you look at these weekly charts, it's just these types of moves are unprecedented. A short-term tactic that I like to use for taking partial profits on a very short-term time frame is, for day trades, is a 2-minute exit. Meaning, so if this was a 2-minute chart, we can use it on a weekly as well. So at the end of this week, and the new week begins next week, let's say right here, well, then a stop would go under this. So we're making successive higher lows each one of these weeks. So I would say, once that pattern starts to break, take a little bit off. Then look at, as you mentioned, the anchor from where the character changed right here with this gap. That would be the point. And that's also kind of where we see that rising 20-day moving average. It's kind of foreign to me to have a stop all the way down here at 243 when the stock is 50 points. You're talking about giving up 50 points on a $300 stock. That's a big percentage move, and not something that I'm personally willing to do. So it comes down to time frame, I guess, as well. But even here, when we pulled back below that 5-day moving average briefly, the 5 was still rising. And if it had done something like this and gotten trapped below the 5, then perhaps I would have thought, hey, maybe it's time to take a little bit off. But now, even on this shorter term time frame, we've still got these higher highs and higher lows above the rising 5-day moving average. And as you said, that's where the character changed right there with that gap.
Okay, so there's an elephant in the room for next week, which is SpaceX. You're all, like, everyone knows you're a technical analysis kind of person. There's a lot that is I won't get into the litany of things that are different about this IPO. It's a very long list, which makes it unprecedented in size and scope. Does your risk profile change for any of the longs that you are holding because of what is potentially coming to market next week for any reason? Because there's so much allocation towards, because it's so different, because there's so much exuberance going in. Does that event change your mind on anything?
It really doesn't, Neil. I mean, in the back of my mind, I can't help think but a fundamentalist and think, we're going to, soak up all this money and where's it going to come from and that sort of thing. And that it's wildly overpriced, most likely, and it's who knows what it's going to do. Those are all great for, what am I trying to say? Just, talk points on television and that sort of thing. And that's why I don't watch television, because I don't need to hear that stuff. Price action tells me everything. So I'm not going to, if I was long PANW, I wouldn't be thinking, well, SpaceX is coming. We've got to do something in this stock that's got nothing to do with it. Instead, just stay focused on risk management for each asset that you trade. There's all kinds of distractions out there. And we've seen them. This market has climbed the wall of Worley. We weren't supposed to be where we are in this market because interest rates have been soaring, because oil has maintained a strong bid, and because of this, war that's ongoing, rumors, headlines that change every single day. It's not supposed to be doing this. But if you let that get in the way of price action, it's cost you tremendously. So just stay focused on the price action.
Now, well, obviously, if you're in like Rocket Labs or I don't know, like insert space name that's had a little bit of sympathy to it, that's within sector and going to make a little bit of a difference. But in terms of the actual trade, as a day trader, it's unavoidable. Day traders, it's just too big of a liquidity event to not hash some kind of a plan on the day. That's just a reality. Like I'll never say I'm not trading it one way or another. I'll try to find at the open. I'll probably pay for locates on the off chance a really good short sets up on SpaceX. But do you have a plan of action for this? I know you've talked about sometimes when you get that initial dip and then wait for it to do that little U shape and break out the high. Do plans change because of the opportunity here with SpaceX, where you would look a little bit earlier than you would just because of the opportunity?
I mean, sometimes I trade the IPOs on the day they come. If you look at Cerberus, for instance,
Right.
I mean, if you look at the, I'm sorry, I just changed the wrong screen. It came public at 185 and it opened at what price, 350 or so, and it's probably bleeding back down to that offering price. These highly hyped IPOs tend to be duds for at least a while. Let them shake out. For day trading purposes, as soon as it comes public, pull up your 1 minute chart and put an anchor on that first minute. But then on minute 2, put an anchor on that as well. Here's why: because that first print is going to be the largest 1 minute print probably for the next 5 years in that stock. Because that's all of the matched orders that determine the publicly traded price that it opens at. And that's not free market trading. It's negotiated on that print. It officially begins right after that print. So what you'll see is that first volume has such huge, that first bar rather on 1 minute has such huge volume that it'll skew the stock for the next day, day and a half. Whereas minute 2 is the actual trading in the free market. So that's something that I always do, and I would probably pull it up and most likely trade it, just because, like you said, you can't ignore such a big liquidity event.
I don't know if this is true, but I have a strong suspicion. Cerberus was a good trade, but I have a strong suspicion I would have hung on to more profit if I had had a stop at the anchor where you just said. Instead of having like an even dollar stop at, say, like the open price, which I feel like way too many people had, if your stop is the same as everybody on something like that or on a SpaceX, it can be tricky on the way out. And if you can get out somewhere like a little bit better, I do find that makes a lot of sense. It's just a great piece of advice. This is why we love having you on, Brian. I want to give you a chance. I know we're always leading you in the direction of a discussion where we're interested and where our viewers are interested. But are there any names maybe out there that you haven't got a chance to talk to, or positions that you're in that you wanted to just throw out there for us?
Last week we spoke about a couple of biotech names. TGTX was one of those. That was spit out for a small loss. If you recall, I was looking for it to get back above that 5-day moving average. I got involved here, took a third off, it broke down and avoided that. The good news, though, was we also spoke about ALKS, and ALKS was a purchase right here, and that's what I had laid out. So it exploded higher. I'm still long a half a position in ALKS. We also mentioned BTDR, which I'm now out of, but very nice move in that one. For now, you guys know the news on the quantums, and Rigetti has been trading just below the anchor from the all-time high, and it is getting a lot tighter in here. We can see this range, that we saw the news from the government investing in these stocks. It gapped up that day, and we've been defending the anchor from that move here over and over again. Now, my concern is it might see a quick shakeout before it goes back up, but I kind of think because everyone's buying, the Trump basket of stocks, that this one will maintain its bid. So if it can get definitively beyond the anchor from the all-time high, that means the average participant from anywhere you look at on this chart is now in a winning position. And this is the type of name, as you're well aware, can make moves like this and like this. So Rigetti is one to definitely keep a close eye on. QBTS was also a recipient of some of that government money. And of course, IBM has already gone too far, I think. But and then IBM really surprised me. I looked at this one and I thought, this has got the weakest chart. It's below a 200-day moving average. It's probably going to get stuck in here. So I missed this move. But Rigetti looks like probably the one with the best potential here.
You know what? I said that we'll lead you to where you wanted to go, and you just inadvertently answered a question we literally had 10 minutes before you came on. We got that question specifically about the Rigetti breakout, so thank you again.
Right. Yeah, I was lucky enough to buy some IBM down there. I mean, I like the solid company. That we get And then we get that news. Just quickly here, Brian, I'm going to go over to ASTC, sorry, just halted right there, up nicely today, but we've seen this name go back and forth with the tap right now, $39, basically $40. We're trying to watch. Oh, there it is, man. It's $1.50 right now on Google as that's coming back in with many, many outs, but there's Google coming back down. And there's a VWAP break, by the way, Brian, on Google, and here's the move down. We're now $1.50 in the money on Google, and this is starting to go lower and lower. I wanted to throw this up just so you could see. This is from one of our guests. Hangry wife. You don't want your wives to be too hangry, but he says there, he likes Brian. He does not overcomplicate the charts. So I just wanted to give everybody a clear indication that we are talking with the author of Maximum Trading Gains with Anchored VWAP. So you guys can all go pick this up. Everything is explained right into here, including IPOs, which we talked about, you know, in the book as well. So you just mentioned SpaceX, and there's a whole book, a whole chapter on IPO trading in here as well. So we want to thank Brian for coming through again here today as, we'll be talking with you next week and we'll find out. Well, actually, that'll be still before SpaceX.
Yeah, it'll be a couple days before.
And then we'll see. Thank you for all your infinite wisdom here, Brian. Where can traders find you? Do you have any events coming up or anything you'd like to plug?
No events. You can find me on Twitter at Alpha Trends, X at Alpha Trends, and you know, I've got a $10 subscription over there. If you want to get daily insights, that's where I can do that for, like I said, a nominal fee.
Perfectly, and I do want to emphasize, Brian never asks us to talk about this book, but I just, you know, I think it is important that a lot of traders out there, there's too much noise. And we did a video yesterday about a scanner. If you just call up a generic scanner anywhere, there's going to be like 300 names on there. It doesn't mean you trade every single one of them. You got to narrow it down. And I think your book, as far as technical analysis and anchored VWAP and keeping it simple, stupid, that's exactly what this book does for a lot of beginning traders and advanced traders. Lots of good topics in there. So Brian, thank you so much at Alpha Trends, a big friend of the show. I think it's been 5 years or so. Brian's one of our OG guests. So we want to thank you for always coming through. And you know you have that open invitation if you're ever here in the Greater Toronto area to definitely swing by and let Neil buy you lunch or something. So, okay. Thank you so much, Brian. Have a great week, and we'll see you soon, okay?
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Brian, again.
Sometimes he'll say don't. Like he's actually, there was one time I was doing the aftermarket for you.
Yeah.
I'm not making this up.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, you know, he literally said, you guys don't have to promote like the book. Right?
Yeah,
he
I know.
said that to me, and I'm
says
like, Brian, man.
That just makes me want to promote it more.
It's like, well, is some of the Jedi,
I see.
Jedi
Like,
mind trick?
some reverse psychology over there.
It was like a Jedi mind trick that he was pulling on me there.
No, but
I have a lot of respect.
But we really can't. You know, I really can't say enough. Even Michael Noss is in this book as well. So there's lots of stuff going on there. Sia said great reference to Jedi mind trick.
Yeah. Sia she watches a little
pretty obvious reference, but I like it.
Well, she's into Clone Wars.
Okay.
Clone Wars that was a good ish.
Yeah, very
one
good.
of the best.
Very good.
Easily.
All right, so yeah, very solid individual there. Thanks, Michael, for always helping us out and you know, showing us the way. All right, Microsoft just got some news there with NVIDIA. I don't know if that's what Miss Adair is going to talk about, so let's go back over and see what she's up to.
It's also unclear to me how new this news is because Microsoft build is done. This could be a press release released after the fact, but NVIDIA and Microsoft were already brought up together during the Microsoft build to the point where CEO Jensen Huang of NVIDIA actually appeared virtually. Regardless, here's the headline, sending MSFT slightly higher here. NVIDIA partners with Microsoft on a unified stack for agentic AI. Nothing is new on its face here. Again, if I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Okay, I mean, slight bump on Microsoft, not much, but when it's been this week, it's going to stand out at least a little bit there. That's fine. And Jay Lee's got a comment.
What's he saying?
No, it's just on the Rigetti. I'll bring it up the way that we're supposed to. See, we can do it like the super chats. Instead of me pulling the chat over,
right,
throw it up
better.
like this. Interesting facts on Rigetti. Hey, we're just talking Rigetti. 8.5 billion evaluation. I know where you're going with this because we've mentioned this before. But revenue is 4.4 million for Q1 with normalized EBITDA of 23.34 million for Q1. Just saying it should dump and crash. All of the quantum names look like that. This is the reason, like the only one, like I have a core position in IBM and I've had it for quite some time. You get quantum with that. You get a little quantum on the side. Everyone here, everyone owns Alphabet. You probably own them. You don't even know it. You own Alphabet. You got quantum on the side of that too. It's like the French fries. It just comes with the meal, which is fine. But neither one of those things, if they make a breakthrough, is going to go 100 times. So the trade-off for playing in the world of QBTS, D-Wave, IonQ, you are playing that for them. Any kind of meaningful breakout, you're way overpaying for it. From a trading standpoint, which is exactly what Brian was talking about. That's what the super chat was about. Yeah. I don't think any of that was to say that Rigetti is fundamentally the best. It's got a bull flag, it's holding the 200-period moving average, it's well back from the highs, and is breaking, if it breaks this top, is breaking a major anchored VWAP from the highs. That's just a pure technical trade. I'll be the first person to make jokes about the fundamentals when it comes to these. And I say that is, we got some QBTS, but I'll joke about how little money they make. Like the backup left fielder on your favorite baseball team makes more money a year than the revenue of these companies. Let's go to Adara. I thought it was maybe Sia. Oh, my bad.
Haha!
It's not.
Volatility, everybody, creates movement. And for sophisticated traders, movement creates opportunity. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered ETFs built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple levered bull and bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, both up and down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy objectives, and of course, risk profile. Trade tactically, and please look by doing your research at betapro.ca and scan said QR code on your screen. Okay, so yeah, thanks Brian for coming through, and thanks everybody, for your patience with everything today. And it's been a good one, that is for sure, in the markets. There's been lots of movement, and I was just going to say, as opposed to looking at Rigetti, looking at anything like that, we already know that a stock like Marvell, a stock like Dell, I'm glad Brian brought that one up as well. These are actual companies that have actual revenues, that actually have market caps, that are something that you can support, that have big time people talking about them. Now, the U.S. government obviously did drop some money into quantum, but that's going to get spread around, and that's why a name like an IBM, I really continue to like with that dividend. I mean, I was buying IBM, like we were saying there, back when I was a wee one, and now it's just grown into a decent position, but still hasn't moved up like Tesla or Amazon or any of those kind of names, do. So you got to watch out for IBM, and a nice breakout long on IBM has just happened, and IBM just actually, I keep saying it, let's call it international business machines. They just took out right now, again, levels. It was 310 at open. It's 328 right now, and it is just busting out through all of these levels one more time. I was nervous when we had bought it down into here that we would potentially stop. And I remember when we were in that name, and we got IBM the day of that news. So I think it was probably right into here. I'd have to look, but I bought it in Canada on the CDR. So probably I'm going to say, let's just call it 224 or something like that. But it's now up $100 in a straight line over a week. So I was wondering if this was going to be a problem. It was for a couple minutes here at 255, and then it just gapped, and then gapped again, and then gapped today one more time back there to the upside. So IBM really on one right now, up that 2.4%. And if Joe was here, which he's not, he would be like, half of Katina Wilson Capital. He would be a dividend guy. He likes dividends. So you could see that coming through. I'll put on the trades. Joe will collect the dividends. As you can see right there it comes right now. Right back in is this name. And of course, we're talking about Google. So now we're $1.40 in the money on that name. And we've already gotten some nice little low prints on Google. We're just going to wait to see where it goes from here. I like the stock. Let's see what winds up happening with Google. To the short side is what we like it. It was our #1 trade idea today. And of course, got stopped out right where we liked it, but there it is to the downside. Okay, one of my favorite segments is when Adara educates us. And when she's over there at the wall, she's going to tell us something pretty special. So let's go over and figure out what's up with Adara at the big wall.
Thank you, Sean. This afternoon's wall segment, I need to come up with a better name, concerns C3AI. Now, they don't report tonight. They report tomorrow after the bell. I do have a rollout of visuals ahead of this report that I want to get into. This one was already released, so talk about it because C3AI is a pretty interesting one. Now, you may recall that founder and then CEO, and then he left the CEO position. Now he's back as CEO. His name is Thomas Siebel. So he unfortunately had some vision issues. Initially, we had some guidance issues. I want to say like the summer of 2025, in September of 2025, he stepped down from the company due to said vision issues. Then in May of this year, a couple weeks ago, he said, I'm back, I'm CEO again. Stephen Ahikian, who left the Trump administration to replace Siebel as CEO, got ousted, and now he's president of the company. So very drama there for C3AI. Regardless, Thomas Siebel saying his vision issues still exist, but they're slightly better now, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens here for the company and if that's a concern for shareholders. Well, the CEO announcement was made, so again, mid-May of 26. We also got here some preliminary earnings for Q4, which is the quarter they're reporting tomorrow. Now, as you can see here, Q4 2026 revenue, this is expected to be down sequentially. And unfortunately, each quarter this year, we've had a slight decline on a sequential basis. Profit, we're also expecting to be a loss for Q4 2026. Now, in terms of subscription revenue, we did not get a subscription revenue outlook here for Q4 2026, but either way, this has been kind of herky-jerky. I think really what we're going to want to see is if they are able to somehow pull out profit rather than loss for Q4, and if they can pull out some sequential revenue growth. I'm also curious to see if these vision issues are addressed further, because of course, it is a concern for Thomas Siebel, but it's also very likely a concern for his company shareholders. Back to you. This was another wall segment.
Thank you, Dara.
I know Dara didn't mean anything by it, but she was like, let's see if this vision issue has correct. I know it wasn't intentional, I could tell right there. But thanks. We were actually talking about that yesterday and talking about that. So hopefully he can see clearly and get that company back to where it needs to be as far as that
is concerned. 30% off of the
Someone was saying,
why? What do they even do?
Why is the NASDAQ flying? And many of these names are heading lower.
Apple.
Yeah, I mean, there's Apple's
Apple. That's the answer to your question.
Yeah, Apple at all-time highs here. You know, the watches that I have on board right here, you know, BM&R down, Shopify, sorry, Canada. Shopify is down 6%. All right, you know, let's go. Let's be happier here. There's Marvell. Maybe we can zoom in on this, Andre. I'm not sure if that's possible, but there's Marvell. This is just my own curated list that I have. It's a lot of names that I'm either holding or looking at here. 4-day trading opportunities. So there we'll go get it a little. There we go. We'll get to that super chat, whatever that was in a second. Marvell up 30%. Wow. SOXL having a day. So we talked about some of the things that might be helping this market out right now. NVIDIA, no, down. So that's bad. So SOXL upside. That's an ARM. That's a Marvell story. There's lots of names in SOXL that are not NVIDIA. AMD, SMR. I mean, we've been talking about SMR for a minute, including, shout out to my hockey dads. On the weekend there, I was telling them about SMR. Hopefully they're into it. Their SMCI, Qualcomm, they should always take my advice. BABA, that's a nice move up there, 5% as well. Broadcom, getting some Marvell kickbacks today for sure. Apple right there. And we can see, if I sort of zoom back this, I got to get rid of some of these columns, but 52-week highs inbound for many of these names. Micron up 2.5% as well. And then we'll go to the red side of this whole board here. Crypto, right? iBit, Shopify, BM&R. Shopify is not crypto. There's Coinbase, Roblox getting hit. Software names, Palantir getting hit. There's Marathon, Microsoft down, Affirm, Robinhood, Boeing.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's down 4%.
That stands out a
That's
little
down 4%. I know. Yeah, I know exactly. You want me to tell Kelly you're clapping for it down 4%? Adara? Okay, so then, you know. All right, so there's Google there.
I assumed it had to be up.
Yeah, she was like, yes, Boeing. All right, let's go. Right there. Actually, Dara just wants free plane rides everywhere. I don't blame her. All right, Netflix there, Disney, Intel. And by the way, one of Adara's posts got retweeted by the greatest company in the world, Marvell, the other day. So shout out to that one, Adara on her Marvell work. When you know that's good when they report and they retweet. But there's Amazon down 1.24. So that's just a little look at some of the lists that I look at. I'm going to get rid of some of those columns so we can see 52-week highs and lows. There's Marvell today, 225, 52-week high for Marvell.
Tesla?
Where's Tesla? No, that's not a 52-week high. This will be this column.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So these ones are red today. So 52-week low for NU, whatever that is.
That's new bank. FinTech's been back.
Oh yeah, new. Oh yeah.
Yeah, FinTech's been fintech sucks today.
That's the Brazilian.
The Brazilian SoFi.
SoFi.
That's, first of all, we didn't make that up. Somebody else.
Oh, no, it was Warren Buffett, actually.
When it came out, it was like Warren Buffett specifically said that.
Or somebody at Berkshire. They were one of the lead investors in that. Okay, here we go. Thoughts on Shaquille O'Neal getting to $100 next? Oh, Shaz getting to $100 next week. What is Shaz?
I only know that it's Sharon AI because when I pull it up on the level 2, just to show you what happens, see how it's automatically in the drop down? So that's how oftentimes I'll be like, oh, so you mean Sharon AI Holdings Inc.?
Duh.
It should be usually relatively obvious if we don't know. I'm not going to know everything in the market. So, what? Technically, of course it could happen. I don't know them. What I would tell you is be a little bit cautious here. Like, look at the way that this stock has gone structured. It's about $25. Let's just look at the even dollars. So this is $25. And then it goes trend up. And then look at this interesting sideways. We're just going to float around the $50 level. Didn't really do the same thing at 75, but technically, it feels like it just wants to go to like 100 and be like, okay, that's where we're going, and then we can do that little bit of a stop. But it's got an upward trend, so usually when I see something on an uptrend, it's like, well, if it doesn't break the trend, then whatever. And the 25, 50, 75, and the current trend line from 50, if it closes under 75, that gives anybody holding the trend out. Technicals are the only way you can look at it. For Shaz, which is, I like Shaq too, but Shaq probably wants to forget about Shazam. Because if Shazam, the movie, was a chart of a stock, it would be a little bit more lucid and a little bit less this thing. And if you haven't seen Shazam, then picture watching a movie that is the manifestation of a chart that looks like this. Wow. But Shaq done got paid. I mean, whatever. He did just fine. But Shazam was horrible. You know, what's it called again? The LeBron and the one with Jordan, the Looney Tunes, Space Jam. You know, those people could call him corny, but that was like watchable. Like I watched Space Jam.
I didn't watch
I didn't watch the LeBron one.
Yeah, neither did I.
I watched the Michael Jordan one. Like Bill Murray, and it was kind of good. But Shazam was just a bad look, really bad look.
All right. It's a little bit of a take there on Shazam. Oh, Adara, how was Back Room?
Excellent. I'm not going to say too much. I will say it's not. If you're looking for plot, maybe not the vibe. If you're looking for ambiance and good storytelling and amazing acting, I would highly recommend it. I'm also hoping for Chiwetel Ejiofor at the Oscars this year because given that we had 2 horror Oscar wins for acting and the 25 Oscars, like, hey, it's possible. Go Chiwetel Ejiofor, go Renata Reigns, great film.
He's had some pretty good roles that I've been a fan of. He's excellent. He was good in The Martian. 12 Years a Slave, he was obviously fantastic in. I look forward to that. But just one more question on, will it actually get you out your seat scared a little bit?
It's not that type of scary.
Okay.
I think it's more cerebral than anything else. Like it's not gonna be, I wouldn't give you nightmares as much as it kind of gives you, the way I saw it put in one review that I would agree with is it kind of puts you into somebody else's nightmares, if that makes sense. So because it's so character focused, I don't think it's something that you can necessarily be scared of, but there's a couple jump scares. It's a good time. The people next to me were like yelling the whole movie, so I guess they were scared, but I wasn't.
My wife will maybe watch it. Because that A24 did this Midsummer movie, which, like, that movie starts out, it's like, yeah, okay, it's like slow paced. And then, like, every half an hour, it just, like, it ticks. You know, like, when you, the whole story, but, like, when it's, like, put a frog in, like, regular water and then boiling water.
Right.
It gets more and more messed up. So by the point you're like, the last half an hour, it's like, where did this movie come from? This is one of the most messed up things I've ever seen, and it is crazy. And it starts from, it just looks like a regular drama film, and it goes ape, you know what, crazy. And if you were sitting, some people, like my wife would try to watch that, she would walk out of the theater when it hits like some of these turning points. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. If we have one more point, then we get back to this market.
Yeah, I'm going to be quick here. If you haven't seen Hereditary, it's by the same director as Midsummer. I would say it's even more that. Great film.
I like a good throw.
All right. Yeah, good. So, yeah, go get out there, and enjoy. Yeah, Fabian's talking about obsession, so another good one to go have a quick look. I'm not obsessed with Meta, but it's down to 600 again. And we were talking all how much we liked Meta that one day when it was starting to rip through, and it's right back into buy zone territory right there. Joe says this is a forever hold. I don't know, I'm not so convinced on that, but Meta right now, 500, 600 bucks, has hit this level a couple times. You got to go all the way back to April 30th, which is this day when we had that flush in on Meta, and then it's just been bought up. I don't want to say ever since then, because the highest we got there literally was 620 until we had that event, and now it's just screaming right back down to the downside again. So, you know, they're not really loving all that monetization there for Meta, and now it is a lot of downside action there. Watch out for the 600.
Part of the problem becomes, well, now you can get Alphabet on a discount too. You know, like
Meta's on much more of a discount.
I would agree, but Alphabet's got the way better moat. It's got like it's everywhere. Like we said, it's like you get the side of fries with Quantum, and maybe like it's more like the coleslaw. You know, you get the data center. You've got automated driving. You're gonna get robotics. There's a little bit of everything with them.
Are we shorting the NASDAQ up here?
The NASDAQ. What is so crazy is like depending on what you're looking at, like all the charts, like USO's at the high, Bitcoin's at the low. Yeti just did a flash crash a couple of minutes ago. Oh yeah, I was gonna mention something about that.
Yetis are like the greatest invention.
I love them. I love
pretty much of all time.
I think we have like 5 or 6 Yetis, like just mugs, different types, and then the cooler.
Yep, the cooler.
It's like the greatest thing ever. You just can't live without them. But there was
I would have got
flash
a bigger
crash
cooler. I want
on no news. What's wrong with this? I like the size of the one. But it's not like the full size cooler when you have a big family. You can't do it for like the team. We can't put.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. It would be better if it was a little bit bigger, but
for us, it's perfect for camping. No, but Yeti had a flash crash. Couldn't find any news on it. I can't imagine anybody's trading this. It's only done 1 million shares, but it probably popped up on scanners. Can't see a reason for why this dropped $2 and then came right back. So I'm gonna call it outside of knowing. Like if I don't see news and I see a stock drop 3 or 4% and then instantly come back on the same 3-minute candle, we just call it a flash crash until proven otherwise. Good company, but it doesn't mean anything. I did get wicked out of the trend short, but then when I put a topping tail candle in, there's the topping tail candle. That's just a reason to re-enter the trade and continue to see if it gets to the low of the day. Save man, woman, Yeti makes like the best thermal mugs ever. And
someone didn't know what they were.
Yeah, and they also make like coolers. Like let's put it this way: like we do car camping every single year. You put like your meats and stuff you got to hold, like all frozen in that one Yeti. And that stuff is staying cold all week.
Oh yeah,
like it is cash money. And the coffee, like where's my bowl? It's in the kitchen. But like I put my morning coffee in there. It's still, and this is at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're finishing the morning show, and if there's any left, there usually isn't, but I could take a sip of it and it would still be not piping hot, but that's like 3 hours later. I'm still drinking it. It's a fantastic product. I mean, it doesn't mean the stock is good. It's already $325. There's a few things over 1 million shares here worth a look. Probably, CNQ usually pairs off. ALIT, don't know them, 2.2 million sell. BAC, 1.5 million sell. BAM, 1.5 million buy. Snapchat, 1.2 million to the buy side. PCG and WFC, we see those pair off all the time. Snap sometimes gets a bit of a move on those imbalances. Buy imbalance into a sell day. Down 3 points for Snapchat. These are a stock that could roll over. Like any weakness that Meta has, Snapchat should have twofold or threefold. Like this one could be break the 50 period and then short till it's not. Look here for Snapchat, because if Meta loses some contain here, good luck Snapchat. How can you be any better? You got to be worse.
That has its own problems over there.
That's what I'm saying. But if this,
no, we got more than 8 likes. Hit the like button. Sometimes YouTube doesn't refresh the likes, man. Hit the like button. Thank you for all the continued support, whether you're on TikTok, whether you're on Instagram, whether you're on YouTube Live, whether you're on Instagram Live, whether you're on Facebook Live. And I have no idea if we're on all of those, but wherever you are, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe for us. Do us a favor and get that going ASAP. We appreciate all of the support here every single day. We couldn't and wouldn't do the show without everybody. So thanks to everybody for all of that support. Look, no, it's not meant to be anything like that. All right, so here is story. and it's not of a man named Brady, it's of a man named Sean who, did not follow his own rules today. We have Google short 372 to 373, and this is still going to bite me. I talked even about IBIT, right, and said I haven't had the ideal entry yet. Like every day we put it on here, and I'm unable to capture the offer because it just starts to go almost immediately. The Nvidia long at 223 to 224. We can have a look at that. I think it was hovering around there for a minute. I think it's lower now. Some of these. Let's go Google as it starts to tank, and then TQQ short, right? That didn't. We tried actually 85.50. That blew. I'm going to say that was an L there. We didn't get an opportunity to do that. We'll have a check, but this should have been the biggest trade of the day. And, forget about Meta. We're going to go back over to Google because right now we're $1.30. At least we've got it now on, but this was a disaster for me because I just got carried away and forgot to go back to the basics there, and that's 373.50 was the high. It's just because we had gone short there, that was fine. Then eventually we went short again, got stopped out there. Short again, averaged it in, that was okay. Then stopped out, then short, got some out, averaged in, stopped out there. And it was just like, okay, we're gonna get stopped out, and that's what happened. And then whoosh happened, and now that particular trade that was up there at 373 is now down at 363. So we missed an opportunity there. So that's going to be my whole day, basically missing that one. But yeah, it all started with that short into right there that we should not have made. That was the high of the day. We had a huge move down on Google into 358. I like the short talk there on the need for more capital, on the need for diluting shares again. Some of these companies have buybacks. They went the other way around. They raised $80 billion on the back of shareholders, which is not great. But shareholders came back with a vengeance and bought it like crazy there. And I just didn't believe in the story. And, being at 358, didn't think it was going to get to 373. And when it was doing that, it was just a parabolic feel. You can go watch back at 11 o'clock, essentially, is when I got stopped out. Didn't like the trade and was pretty happy getting stopped out there, only to find out that it went all the way to the downside. And I wasn't even referencing my notes. So I feel like I let myself down there for sure. Nvidia, it's still here, so I feel like this is a good area. We'll have a look at this tomorrow, 222 to 223. But right now, it's Google falling all over itself. Right now, down $1.40 in the money on this particular trade. Dara, what you got for us?
Keep an eye on CRM here. Not a massive move, but they just announced they're going to be partnering with OpenAI, and OpenAI's newly announced Codex, integration here, basically allowing a sales plugin. So Salesforce, again, saying on their X account, they are partnering with OpenAI in their new Codex Sites initiative. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Yeah, they are.
CRM needs all the help they can
Come on,
get.
Salesforce.
I don't care. Just keep churning through. Just make up some headlines if you have to.
No, bro, what are you even doing? This guy really wants this
with
guy.
that.
Yo, we don't even have
You're
insurance.
trying to get that workers comp.
Oh my God! Oh, the guy was doing
Gotta
chin-ups.
call
He was
HR.
doing chin-ups.
Well, actually, when this whole, you guys can see the lighting for the rigging for the lighting. You can see in the back of the shot, the little scaffolding thing. When it was installed, I remember the dudes were like, "Yeah, you could do pull-ups on these. Want to try?" I'm like, "No." I'll take your word for it. I'm not trying to fall. You crazy? Could do it, but not gonna bother. At the end of the day, sometimes it's just okay to take people's word for things. Like I don't need to know whether he was pulling my leg or not. Like it doesn't really make.
Yeah, exactly.
Different weight classes. You think it's gonna make a difference between you and me? If that thing is gonna go, it doesn't matter. Like it's not different weight classes. Handle all of us. We're not gonna figure that out.
Yeah, we'll get Randy up there tomorrow. We'll see what's going on there. Randy hopefully has a safe.
I'll tell you this. 100%, this scaffolding is stronger than the bid on anything crypto related today. Scaffolding is like 10 out of 10. Save man, woman, you don't see Salesforce surviving in a few years as sales will be a thing of the past. I think that's the problem. Like everyone's picking, okay, who do we not think is going to be okay? And the answer right now is overwhelmingly Salesforce. All right, we just took another, okay, so we're at the 6. I'm not saying it's a thing, but the straight 6s just caught a bit of a bid. Bitcoin just flashed to 66, and then the 6s. So if it does any kind of a bounce off of this area, it's just another leg down. Between this and BMNR, these have been just shorts all day. So I'm going to look for the first bottom and tail we can find. It did this in the morning, where you get a flash down at 3:30, and we'll see if we can't get out of it. It's just been a matter of finding ways to get back into the trend. It doesn't matter which. Like, it's basically been on one or two at all times today. It's at the open BMNR, then pivot to Bitcoin, then back to BMNR, and then when that hit the low, then take the next available setup in IBIT, which happened to be this move, and then in the afternoon here, get trailed out of that short, and then jump into a new one. But I've been all the way, just looking for these bases right here. What was that?
Well, he removed the padding on this thing. So I'm telling you, when I stand up, I'm going to hit my head.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
Well,
okay.
It is right, literally at head height when you stand up.
I'm just playing around, Fabian. All right. Stand up above
Get that workers' comp.
Yeah. Workers' comp. Yeah, that's what I need. That's what I need about now. No, I don't. I never want. I want to always be here as much as.
First of all, there is no workers' comp here. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
We don't even have HR. There is no HR.
I used to be HR until that didn't work out well. Okay, so right now, we just heard something about Meta, some sort of staff backlash about employee tracking tools. Yeah, I guess so. Why is Meta at zeros? Is that actually right? Or is okay, it's moving around. I didn't know if that was right or not. So here goes Meta today. Just rolling all afternoon to the downside. Meta just cannot catch a bid. And, everybody... Again, I keep on referencing like people that we know and everything like that, but it's true. Like everybody's worried about missing everything, So I just want to say something like, you didn't miss anything ever, really. Like sometimes when stocks are going parabolic, I just don't think you're going to get a huge parabolic move in a Microsoft, Apple, anything like that. Sometimes you got to let it sort of settle down a little bit there. Like Microsoft pushed up to 4. Now all the way it's back to 440. Like that's just in one day. A lot of these names just continue to be difficult to trade, I would say. And on breakouts is definitely where you're interested. So if you've missed that little breakout, but you still like Microsoft, why not take a piece right now? Because you're right back into that breakout area. Yeah, Rigetti. So we did have that talk. You don't have it up, so here, I'll call it up real quickly. Oh, I can look at it. Yeah, there it is. So, a lot of you like this formation there. It looks like, it's not enough to have sort of a flag yet, but it is forming. It's trying to get back upside. This is exactly like that look on Microsoft, right? And so like if you miss that break right there, sure, it goes up to 28.50, but then it pulled back, and now it's giving you a decent opportunity today at 25. Of course, you're at 26 and change. But yeah, I agree, man. I think that those are nice looks, and we know that Rigetti has the pedigree to get back up here because it's been there before. So we have to see. That could be a double for Rigetti, and I don't. I'm not in it, but
it's lagging a bit. Like for me, like if you're already in a QBTS, do you really want to? Do you need to double up on things that don't make money in the same space? If you're already in an ION Q, like you could make the argument that both of those have already made a better break than Rigetti. It's just the technical of the break it's making right now. So I'm in a QBTS, so probably wouldn't take that trade. It's like if I saw something in Oklo. Well, but I'm in an SMR, so why am I buying Oklo too? Like you just sort of stick to one or the other. But it doesn't mean you don't like the technicals. That 66,666 was holding. It bounced the first time, and then the floodgates opened up underneath. So Bitcoin just continues to go lower, now 7% down. ETH getting smoked. And I know we've been looking mostly at IBIT just to show you. But oddly enough, Coinbase, like I said, you've been continuously making fresh lows on Bitcoin all day long. Coinbase hasn't made a new low. It's down 5%, and it's holding a little bit. Robinhood, I know it's down 3%, but you know what? It's above VWAP, and it's held a double bottom from the last 2 days. So I'm not saying it's disconnected from what you're seeing in Bitcoin, but Bitcoin is trending down. Everything in crypto is trending down. This held the low this morning and is consolidating. So this makes this last push up here in Robinhood look a little bit better. Still, again, like the real buys have been 75 to 80. That's where the true support has been. But this now looks much better, higher support there on Robinhood. Like we get a crypto relief day, I'm going to be looking. Is a big if because Bitcoin really sucks today. But if it comes in tomorrow not looking like a piece of trash, then Robinhood through this little break, like high of the day, and then call it like an afternoon support level, but 89.5 or maybe a 90 break. That's a good place to look for some longs. It does require IBIT to not suck. Like look at this chart. I don't like that breakout so much if IBIT just looks like gap down and trend all day trash like it has been for sure. DFS Blockman, would it be smart to start loading up on IBIT?
Yes, very, very smart.
I have not been, like, basically
sarcastic.
No, but the entirety of the year, I've been waiting for 50. Like I've had the same chart up, and anytime it's like, well, where do you think Bitcoin is headed? Well, I got this support level that, like, when we broke the trend is where I think we're heading, and there's been nothing about the price action yet that has convinced me otherwise. So that's where I'm going to be the next time buying, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's like maybe late this year. I think it gets much better if you follow the halving cycle. You're waiting until next year for that kind of a thing. But when you're this weak relative to the market, the way I see it is that the market does a major pullback, there's going to be without having to worry about Bitcoin. That's why I think it could end up being a late in the year, next year kind of idea in Bitcoin.
Putting these back on our mics over there.
What did you call them?
Have we tried those mics yet, or we're just still on these ones?
Wind socks or dead cats?
Wind socks?
Or dead cat.
Yeah, a wind sock.
We have dead cat bounces. This is multiple things happening in the dead cat world.
Why would you call it a dead cat? That doesn't even make any
The fluffy one looks like a dead cat.
Okay, yeah, I know what the fluffy one you're talking about is over there. Hi ho, it's off to all-time highs we go. And it's Marvell again, so shout out to ASAP Rocky there in the chat as, it's just going here, 30% now for Marvell. I mean, it's been going, gone. And, when I woke up this morning and saw that it was up 25%, I tweeted that out. And it's been such a, like the financial situation of some of the accounts. And that's why I was talking about Bitcoin, just kind of like saying it sarcastically. Like now, just the fact that I've been forever long, most of the tech names, with many of us have been. Now Bitcoin, the fact that we're not like dipping into it, it's become such a small part of the portfolio that I'm actually debating getting a little bit more Bitcoin in and around some of these levels. So I don't think it's a horrible idea to think about getting some, just if you want to diversify a little bit. But I get nervous when someone says, load it up, or all my money, or whatever it is. I don't think we need to do anything like that, Michael Saylor, into Bitcoin anytime soon. If anything, there's a couple quality names that may potentially be on sale. And again, it's just in my opinion. Like I think Amazon coming back into 250 is interesting for me, as well as they've got many different levers to be pulled with a huge moat around them as far as retail. I know Neil mentioned this morning getting into a little bit of Walmart. I think this name is in trouble for a minute now. I hope it gets out of trouble. Like honestly, this is the kind of name that you've seen it move like this. If you like the Bitcoin move, and
that's the wrong chart.
You want to buy, this is NASDAQ chart. But I don't really care about it. I'm just showing you guys that what the move it's been from in the last 2 weeks, right? Like no one's ever going to be smart enough to sell this thing. So what you want to try to do is try to pick it up. And right there, you're down 15% right now. So Bitcoin goes from 80 to 65, and you have a name like Walmart that has crazy amounts of revenues, stores literally all over the world, and doesn't seem to be going anywhere. And I think they can right the ship as well on their online stuff. Walmart right now getting rated as we speak, right? I mean, they had a huge PE, they're getting dumped. The same thing happened to Costco. So this name, if you've been sitting in this name all year and you haven't done anything with it, you get an opportunity right now to get it back to it is back to January levels. So you've kind of been wasting.
I'll contrast that.
Not now. Just wait a second. Just right now here, you've been sitting, just to show you the difference between tech names and what's been happening in different spaces. It's just like Walmart doesn't have anything to do with technology the same way that those other companies do. So what winds up happening to Walmart is they get sort of left behind. So I think, down into around this area, and we can, call up a bigger chart for Walmart and have a longer look at it. But imagine being in Walmart for 6 months. That's why you have to be diversified a little bit, because we can just look at some of those other names and you'd feel silly sitting in Walmart. But again, as a part of your portfolio, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, we sat in IBM for a while and then it finally bumped up. You've seen Microsoft, sitting in that for a while.
I think there's two things. So the portfolio thing is an important one.
Yeah,
because if it pulls back this far, if you're fully allocated, that's a different story. Last year, at the beginning of the year, Walmart pulled back over 25%. And that was the top. Since this high, Walmart hasn't even, for it to pull back 25%, you'd be down here at $100. So the equivalent to the beginning of last year's pullback would be at $100. And on a monthly chart, the 50 periods at 77. On a weekly chart, the 50 periods at like right here. Like that's why I was like, when people are like, oh, what were you doing with something? Well, I got a dip buy on this. Because I look at, for myself, I won't speak about myself, I'll speak about myself. Like the non-tech stocks that I could say I am more or less fully allocated, like if they break trend, I have decisions to make, are things like Caterpillar, for me anyways, for Caterpillar, Eli Lilly, GE Vernova. Walmart's not yet in that group for me, but it is a stock that I'm actively dip buying. So I just look at when it gives you an opportunity, and the weekly just happened to get to this 50-period moving average. It is what it is. Like I don't know that, like whatever, like if the 50 period had been a 120, I'd probably buy it there. Like I'm not that, like I try not to get that complicated with it. And then the next level, I go out to the monthly, I'm like, is there another level out there? And after that, there's gonna be 80, probably 100. You get a couple of legs in, and then if I think I'm fully allocated, boom, then now I'm trying to hold it. There's a big difference between that and say, I have to use SMR as an example because it's the one that's on the front of the mind, than something like an SMR. Like this is a trend breakout trade that no matter what, when it goes parabolic, profit on the way up, and when it loses contain, you're like, to me, when a stock like this loses a 200-period moving average, there's 0% chance that I'm fully allocated in it. One of my picks for this year was more of a trade on AVAV. I got out of 100% of this stock when it lost. The chart's going to load in a second. The afternoon charts. I can't do anything about them. When it lost support under the 200-period moving average, so there's the beginning of the year, there's January. This is when it lost the support level from what I got in. Out. Like the stock went from $240 to $400, and they don't make money. They don't make money. We're back in now because it held a 50-period moving average. Like finally, I think
that's the problem.
May 20th, it finally came back in. So you've got to be able to have, and this is why every single time it comes up, I'm going to tell you what I did with my money in it. Because to me, that's the only fair way to play it.
Right.
There's
But remember, these picks were made on Jan 12th.
Well, yeah, but I also told everybody I made this pick at the beginning of the year.
Oh, yeah. Like I'm in Big Bear AI. But at January 12th.
I bought this stock at the beginning of the year. This is what I'm doing with it. This is what I did with it. Yeah. Because to me, games are games, and they're fun, but if I'm in the stock for real and putting money towards it, I'm not going to sit there and say anything other than what I am doing on the stock. If this stock was up a bajillion % and I was out of all of it, you would not see me clapping and all that kind of nonsense. It's like, what's the point?
No, I'm the same way. I mean, here's Big Bear AI.
Trade.
You know, down there. And this is why I don't even want to do this anymore, honestly, these contests, because it's like, you know, on January 12th, we all made our picks. And as Neil's saying, you know, we have the ability to get in and out of them whenever you want to, right? So it's very, very tough to figure this all out. There's Mateo right there, down. There's Neil, Fabian, yeah, that was the dollar store play there. So down 10% there. Sharif with a couple good plays as well. And yeah, we're now starting to do some damage right here. 75% up. And our picks are pretty simple. I mean, it's just this. It's really all Marvell. I mean, last year, we had, and again, you know, just to use that logic there, I'm in Marvell at $60, right? So this should actually be much higher than where it is now. But I've also sold some Marvell on the way back over. So yeah, just be careful with the picks that you're doing and what you're talking about, because, you know, a lot of these plays were just part of that picks on the 12th of January, not necessarily in our accounts. So
big spike on.
Yeah, people were saying something about Tesla there. So yeah,
maybe just technical. Adara says no news on Tesla. It might have just bounced off 420. I hate to this. Sometimes VWAP meets trend break, meets 420, meets Tesla, and the buyers come in the afternoon. Why not? So that's back at the high. Tesla, great day for Tesla. If we're being real, this is exactly what you wanted to see on a dip. See how it's putting in higher lows on Tesla? And I think we had said, well, we were passing the baton like Apple to Alphabet, Amazon, blah, 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 the Mag 7, who's the next one to make the highs? NVIDIA. Well, Tesla had that look, got close, didn't make it, but it's still putting in some higher lows. And another bounce here, holding the 200-period moving average. This gets bullish tomorrow for me on Tesla. Didn't like it today for a trade, because I'm long biased in Tesla, and it didn't look like a long today. Like there's been some days on the way up that it's looked good, but this looks better. Now you've got the hold hold a 420, break out tomorrow, gap to fill. This could be a 425-ish break. This will be in play tomorrow. Robinhood, if crypto doesn't suck, then Robinhood looks pretty good tomorrow. But why not? And 3 minutes to go till imbalances. If anything had changed on the early looks, I'd let you know. But it's still CNQ, BAC, ALIT, whatever that is. Snapchat, 1.5 to the buy side. FXI showed up here, 1.3 million sell. That's interesting because BABA was up 6 points today. Did that hold? Did BABA hold the gains? Probably, kind of. Still up 5% on Alibaba. Good day for them. I don't think there was a particular story out of China. Maybe just a relief rally for these beaten up Chinese ADRs. Well, Randy was all excited about NIO because NIO had good deliveries. So that's actually looking a lot better than the other Chinese EVs.
I am a little bit nervous about the Chinese names. I mean, I've been in and out of Alibaba, and I bought it at 160 and sold it at 160, but still have some Alibaba. I don't know what to do with some of these. As we go, we just talked about Big Bear AI. I mean, it had to move up yesterday into 550, down 5% today. So Big Bear AI, this is another name that we just throw caution to the wind, right? I mean, there it is right there. So, breaking back down through the 200 period moving average after spending 1 day above it. It's not, again, talking about names that potentially aren't making any money. Well, here's another one with Big Bear AI. So you got to watch out for that one there as well. I am trying to actually, I had a bid at 195 on AVAV, but I don't think I put it out for very long. So if it went down there most recently, I should have kept it there. We might have got filled. We had it on that break right there, and then it came back in. And then this day was a couple days ago, right here. That's when we put the bid, but it was already above it. It never came back in. It opened in the pre-market. Like our charts aren't.
I have a new rule about that because I've been missing too many of those types of buys just for myself personally. So if I like that whole 50 period, and then you're like, oh, well, do you chase it? The day that it closes above. So here, I'll just show you. So this is the day that it closed above. That's the 27th. Just want to be able to show the 15-minute chart with context. See this day? That's the day that it gives the confirmation. If I can't get this, then I just buy, the open the next day. It's really, if I'm going to miss out on a couple of percentage points on the move, when really, it doesn't matter if I get 191 or 200, if I'm playing it to 260 with a 176, at some point I just get way too picky with things. Like the other day, on ARM, I was sitting in front of $200 and just said, well, whatever, I'll just buy 204s. Imagine I just sat at 200 and didn't move the bid. I'd be kicking myself. The stock's at $400. Who cares if you miss a couple of dollars?
It's IRAN.
You don't chase NIO by $2 unless you're crazy, because it's a $5 stock. But a $200 stock, who cares? Just take what you can get. There's a bounce happening somewhat in the market, but Bitcoin is catching a bit. This is going to make the Robinhood trade look better if this doesn't close looking so bad. But IBIT is off the lows. It's down 6% and still stinks. Robinhood, I think this is a break tomorrow on any strength in crypto. Specifically 89.5.
Imbalances are out. We're now $2.50 in the money right here on Google. So we just took some profit there as this just came out. I don't even have the imbalances up. Here we go here. So CNQ on here as well. I'm going to actually activate this filter so we only see the ones that are live right now. FXI, so there we go. We just talked about China. Again, that's making a move, I guess, one way today. Up 3%. So yeah, there must be some kind of Chinese.
It just went up on the sell imbalance.
Ooh, look at this. Marvell with a sell imbalance. And this is what, you can't keep Marvell down on a sell imbalance, my guy. But there it is, moved down now. And there's the easy peasy. Normally we get the totals at this time, but thanks to easy peasy right there. Wow. SanDisk, man. I mean, yeah, what a good one there. Phone bill 2G flat down. Don't worry about it. My account handles that. Yeah. So there's a nice little quote there for one of the greatest of all time, of course. Too bad Puff Daddy had him murdered. All right, market buy 156 million versus the NQ. So it's not a huge opportunity there. Yeah, Marvell bouncing, and thanks Easy Peasy, and congratulations, man. That's a huge trade there on SanDisk. Anytime where we talk about that, you're making $2,000 on a trade or on a day, that is really serious money. And I think that you guys got to keep that in mind sometimes when we talk about how much money traders are actually making, right? I mean, we have a great community where for some reason, we have losing traders and winning traders, but it is tough to put it all together. I'm going to show you right now what the top traders, what's up, Brandon? And he's on vacation, so he won't be part of this list, nor does he really trade anymore. So, but here it is right here. This is the top traders at Real Trading from yesterday. So shout out to Easy Peasy. Not that he's with us, but just showing you about some numbers there. 14,000, and we saw 230,000 on imbalances. That's what I was telling you. They're fine, and they're great. I mean, if you can average anywhere on this list at any time, you're doing quite well. But that's not necessarily the average that these guys make. This is one day. We saw on those imbalances that were huge. I wasn't here. We saw people making multiple 200,000, 70,000, 80,000, 90,000.
And for the record, I've never seen.
There's blue ocean.
I've never seen, look, maybe it exists, but I've never seen a single day risk stop loss in the 5 figures.
Oh no, that person's stop loss is probably 5
That's what I'm
grand.
saying. Like a single day stop loss at Real Trading. In all of our experience, because I don't think we haven't seen it. I've seen 5, maybe 6. I've never seen 10, 15. But at the close, it gets very binary because it happens so fast. Like you can make a ridiculous amount on that, or like the IPO with a really tight stop because it all just happens so quickly. But the Birdman, you broke 400%. Congratulations on the port for the year. I've learned so much from you guys and can attribute much of the success I've had to watching Trader TV Live. If your port isn't up 200% on the year, you're not watching enough Trader TV.
Thank you.
I wish I was all in ARM, then I could say some stuff like that. But
I know.
I love ARM. It's been great for him, but
that's why
I'm way too diversified.
This is why I was showing this. Like we were supposed to be diversified. Like that's why I wanted to show this. Like this is starting from the year. This is Jan 12th, right? So I don't know where. Obviously, you're maybe starting Jan 1, but like look at our average returns right here, 8%. So it's kind of like although there's many names that are tough to get involved with, it does depend on what you're invested in, right? So we want to say a shout out to everybody, and you can't be up 400%. Unless you're not, 8% it was a portfolio average. What would you say, Fabian? It doesn't matter. But anyways, there we go. So right now, we're at $3 in the money on Google. So we're going to put another bid out right there and capture this one. What should have been the trade of the day was all of this short. But of course, we get stopped out, and now there it goes, bleeding to the downside. So a good recovery there. The only trade I have all afternoon is this. So it's been an absolutely darling of an afternoon, and now we just continue to watch. Okay, so now we don't feel as bad about what happened earlier. As there it goes. Now we are now $4. Oh my gosh, we are now $4 in the money there, as it's a face slapper one more time there for Google. And I hope that some of you guys and girls and theys had put this on. Right there. So this is the short here into the afternoon on Google, just off VWAP. That's VWAP breaking, and there it is to the downside. No real news specifically for Google. If anything, look what the market's doing. Right, the market's actually going higher right now. So, maybe a good turnaround story might be sell some of the Nasdaq. Buy some of these names if you wanted a quick little turnaround for a trade. But I think Google's going to be in trouble for a minute. I don't know if they liked that raise there yesterday. But, no share buybacks happening in the last 10 minutes. So
tell that to Apple.
Yeah,
Apple's just buying up.
Apple's had a share buyback since I was a kid. But, they're still going here. 46 years young, I am. But there it is right there, 315 for Apple. Yeah, so there's a nice move down, right? It just lost about $1 there, and then it reverses on, I guess, an imbalance reversal, right? I mean, Ethereum, Snapchat, SMR. There's SMR again. I don't see Apple on there. But, Marvell's now a buy. Oh, my God.
That's the flip trade.
There it goes right now. We're only up 260% on the year on this trade. But, there's Marvell. Wow, that's a good one. I can't believe I sold some of that at 218 just a couple days ago. That's absolutely insane. Maybe I should be right back into this on the sell side. Marvell, 290. Will we get 300? I said tomorrow. That poll was for end of the week.
I don't think we left it. Well, the end of the week was, I don't know. It should have been end of the day or tomorrow. I don't think we should have done it for the end of the week. It was like 80%. 80% of the voters said by the end of the week. Because it's only Tuesday, man. Like if it was Thursday, that'd be fine. But
we're just spoiled with the market always going up. Like what if the Nasdaq is down 2% tomorrow? Marvell could be down 10%.
Definitely could, but I think in an upward market, if you're that close to a level, you just sort of take it. And again, not everything is going to.
I want to get out of some.
For sure. Is APTV? Matt's asking on the imbalances. I didn't see it. Like I can sort alphabetically for you there. when it finally gets to it, I can sort alphabetically. He said APTV. Now I'm just checking. Realistically, it's so annoying. I could use another way to do this. APTV. I think I just saw it. Yeah, small buy on APTV, 100,000 shares if you happen to be interested, but nothing crazy. You remember, you can get moves on the imbalances without there being a huge number if liquidity is low enough on the stock. Right, like a couple 100,000 if it hasn't done a lot of volume, or 500,000 if the volume's relatively light. It's all relative to the amount of liquidity that's what's going to move it. This is a bad sign for that Bitcoin. Even if the rally at the end of the day holds the afternoon trend, if it wasn't so late in the day, you just slap a trend line on it. And if it holds, I take a lot of trend breaks, but the one thing that I found, sometimes when you're sitting there waiting for a trend to break, and I'll use this example of why I was doing the BMNR, it was like SoFi. Like at one point this morning, I'm like, okay, SoFi's holding up better. All it has to do is break the trend, or just like anything crypto related or fintech, you just short it every single pop. It gave you plenty of chances. So that's what you got to do. Sometimes the trend is your friend. And by default, I'll come in thinking Bitcoin is a short tomorrow as well. And one day it's going to lose. Today is not that day. I think two bullish places that we've identified outside of the obvious of Apple. Tesla stands out as a potential long tomorrow, just given all of the strength that it's got going on here. Love the hold of the 200 period moving average. 2 points into a flat market. Holds a price over 420 for whatever that's worth to anybody. I think sometimes on Tesla that kind of a thing matters. And plenty of room to go. Like you got resistance at 440. And a 425 break is sitting in here. So I like some Tesla tomorrow, barring any not bad news. And Marlon, the expected move on PanW.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's right. Shoot. Dara, what's the expected move on PanW?
I'll check right now.
We'll get that one too, because off the top of my head, I mean, I can quickly go to, I think one of these sites that I follow up here probably has it. This says 12.5, so I see 12.5 at one source.
I also have 12.5. You also have GitLab with I'm not seeing one on GitLab, which is interesting. The other one that we have tonight after the bell is ULTA.
I have it all right here.
10.8%.
Okay, so there's Ulta, Beauty, again, retail. We talked about Walmart, the struggle bus there. We'll have to wait to see what happens with Ulta Beauty tonight. Palo Alto as well getting hit. It was getting hit today. I shouldn't say it still is. I mean, wow. I think there's a better than 80% chance Marvell's over $300 the next time you see me. All right, PanW, which is tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. PanW right there, 297. No, I think it's back upside. Still down 1% there, Palo Alto. But what a marker that's had, man. I mean, that's been an absolute
the charts are stupid.
Ripper there. Shout out to Joe. I think Joe and I with CrowdStrike and Marvell, those are the two bangers in that space there. He has CrowdStrike tomorrow night, so we'll wait to see what CrowdStrike is doing. Sharif has Broadcom, so that's going to be a big one there tomorrow. DocuSign, I still think that with AI, DocuSign can do something. All right, we are now 15 seconds away from the close of the market. We'll wait to see if Palo Alto comes out immediately. We can watch it, but right now it is a downside move. We're going to get out of this one with only a couple seconds left, and there it goes, man. Good trading on Google to end the day. $4 right there. We'll take it. 2 and 1. The Nasdaq. All right, man, 0.5%. So that's, again, man, another win. So we'll say props up to those that are long and those that are short. I mean, there's been good opportunities today to do a little bit of both of that, depending on what you're looking at. And even NVIDIA did not get going today, I don't think, unless it did right. No, it did not. Right at the end, I mean, it touched down to 221. Ooh. Look at the market. All-time highs today, NASDAQ and NVIDIA down, right? Led by, and you would have thought, honestly, I think it's it's funny because the NASDAQ's not really a broader market, but with Apple up, I mean, what was Apple even up today? 2%? They didn't, 3%. So Apple and Microsoft, both similar weightings. I mean, obviously with Microsoft being the downside, the weighting's not as aggressive as Apple, but that's been a move downside there. And the market still, including the ES, upside there today. So I hope it was a good trade for everybody. And you mentioned 66666. Well, we're a little higher than that right now on Bitcoin.
Probably not a thing, but
no, I don't think
there was a buyer there.
Too hard to make that stop.
No, I can imagine it was a thing. Is GitLab even out? Nah. If it is, no one cares. Sorry, someone just said GitLab. If it's out, then it's not moving. Palo Alto, I mean, PanW's moving. I haven't heard the numbers on that yet, but it is moving to the upside here for what it's worth. PanW through 300, so maybe like 1%. I feel like if it was out, it'd be moving more than this. Maybe a fat finger.
You said it was 12, right? Or Was that
12.5% is the expected.
Yeah,
I'm going to say it's
so-
not out yet, and someone's just fat fingering or.
No, it's
hitting it
definitely
early.
not out yet. I mean, we were down 1% or 2% into this move, so it's
There's
just
nothing.
Just back a little bit here. We'll wait to see if Palo Alto does anything. Oh, there it is, 301. No, not yet. The thing is, a lot of these moves. Remember, Marvell day after its earnings was down 5 or 6%. You know, and now you can see it's going to be approaching $300 tomorrow. Is Marvell, and it's actually there right now. Okay, man. I mean, a good show overall. Texas Instruments announces a new CFO. I don't think that's anything to do with anything there. But yeah, we could go on forever and ever, but we're not going to because we got to get out of here. So why don't we wrap this thing up?
Yes, let's wrap it up. It'll be a fun one tomorrow. Can't promise it'll be something up 30%, but heck, we've had every other day for the last week. There's been
like a
something
big
up
cap.
30%, like a big one. So maybe
what did
Palo
HPE?
Alto or.
If Palo Alto's up 30%, man, I don't think Sharif and I will be here, but
I'll be very, very pleased.
Yeah, that would be
Very
quite. There's HPE. They were up 30% at one point today, and
Snowflake.
There's the pullback. Snowflake as well. Wow,
We already
another
forgot
big
about
name.
that. It was only a week ago.
And Dell. Did Snowflake pull back at all? At least let's see what Snowflake, and then we'll let you guys
it
go.
might be out now.
I'm still kind of delaying to see if PanW comes out.
It's moving more now.
Okay, Snowflake, a little bit of a pullback. Yeah, so, but Snowflake came from here. What a breakout Snow had. And actually, shout out to Brian. He talked a little bit about Snowflake as well. Palo Alto, no idea when this thing comes out, but there's 304. It's now up 3%. It closed minus 2%. We don't have it out yet. If we did, we would be, yelling about it. There's Texas Instruments, new CFO. I don't know, just some interesting things there, ticking downside from 308 down to 303. So, yeah, all right, man. Good show today. Adara, everybody, Sia, no longer here. She said Sia, she's gone. But shout out to Ramin, Andre, Fabian, and Adara, and Brian Shannon.
And we will see you guys at 8 a.m. going over all the earnings and all the movers, and hopefully a better day in the crypto markets and a good one for PanW and all those cybersecurity fans out there. Bright and early, we're Trader TV Live. Get some rest. It's going to be another wild one.
Man, gotta get
Peace.
some rest tonight.
What's with this thing?
That's true.